Whoa, let the handsome contest begin. Welcome, friends and traders, to Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Monday, January 6th, 2025. Good morning, I'm JD. You're looking at the Hogue. Welcome to Topstep TV. Again, the most watched, the most trusted, the most friendly futures trading stream out there. We bring you the best talent, the best traders from around the world right here. Topstep TV, we trade live in the real life markets, making real life trades. Mr. Hoagland, good morning, sir. How was the weekend? How you feeling
Good
today?
morning. It was good. It was pretty quiet. Didn't do too much. Got a few things to take care of, and got those taken care of. So, all in all, a successful dry weekend.
Very good. Very good. Yes, dry Jan is the theme, apparently. It's a pretty popular concept. I don't know how deep most people actually get into it. I'm actually trying it out this year too. I've never done it before, but yeah, we're 6 days in. We're 20% of the way there, Hogue. If we make it through today, which I'm
That
pretty
sounds
sure
good,
we
man.
will.
I'm happy with that.
It goes by real fast, from what I hear. Yeah. All right, let's get into it, Hogue. What is happening overnight? Let me give you a little snapshot of what we are dealing with this morning. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed just a little bit lower. Shanghai Composite down 0.14%, Nikkei down 1.47%, and the Hang Seng down 0.36%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We got the FTSE up 0.24%, the DAX up 0.12%, and the CAC up 1.77%. The US dollar index currently sitting at 107.90. We did a little write up about the dollar versus the euro in the weekly kickoff email yesterday. If you haven't gotten that, go ahead and shift over to the topstep.com website and sign up for the weekly kickoff email. You'll find it right in the main navigation bar. Good
It
information
is
there to start
it
your
is an
trading week.
excellent email, by the way, JD. Starts my week every week with that kickoff email.
Thank you. You know, our mailing list is close to 300,000 for that weekly kickoff email now. We might need to
Wow.
get some more people in to make it a little prettier. All right, the VIX is up 1.18% today, 1632 current, and the yield on the U.S. Treasury, 10-year U.S. Treasury note, is sitting at 4.59%, well above that 4.5% mark. A lot of estimates have it going towards getting closer to 5% towards the end of February. We'll keep an eye on that for you. But Hogue, what's happening with the economic calendar today?
All right. Well, it's almost a full week. Of course, most of the markets, well, the equities markets will be closed on Thursday for the funeral of President Jimmy Carter. But that hasn't really affected, I don't think, too much of the economic data due out this week. Today, to start off, 8:15, we've got one of the talking Feds, Lisa Cook, speaking. 9 o'clock, factory orders and revised durable goods orders. Again, these are all Central Chicago time. 10:30, there's a 3-month and 6-month bill auction. Noon, a 3-year note auction. And looking into the rest of the week, it's mostly about employment. Tomorrow we have, well, a talking Fed, Barkin speaking right at 8 o'clock, at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning Central Time. We have international trade, ISM services index, and the JOLTS numbers tomorrow. Wednesday, mortgage applications, of course, ADP employment report due out, the beginning of most of the important employment information this week. Of course, we've got the EIA petroleum status report. Nat gas report is due out on Wednesday due to the semi-holiday or funeral for Jimmy Carter on Thursday. And the FOMC minutes, every FOMC meeting 2 weeks later, they release the minutes. Remember, this is not the release. This is the release of the minutes of the meeting 2 weeks ago. Thursday, jobless clams are still on the schedule. A couple of talking Feds throughout the day. And then Friday, the most important number of the week, the unemployment situation, unemployment rate, as well as non-farm and private payrolls are due out on Friday, followed by Michigan consumer sentiment and Baker Hughes rig count at the end of the day on Friday. That's it for releases for today and for the rest of the week. JD already kind of went over the VIX, the dollar index, and the 10-year yield on the 10-year 4.61 or 4.6 last I checked. It's a little bit higher than it was at this time on Friday, which was 4.54%. And that's what we're looking at as far as economic numbers this week.
Sweet. Hogue mentioned Thursday, National Day of Mourning for former President Jimmy Carter's funeral. I happen to have the schedule of events for CME Group products right in front of me. So equity index products, US-based equity products on January 9th will close at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So right as regular trading hours typically start, those markets will close for the day and reopen at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. What do we have? Crypto, energy, commodity indexes, FX, metals, all products traded on EBS platform. CME trading session for these products will have a normal trading day on January 9th. So if you're a crude oil, natural gas trader, or currency trader, regular trading hours for those products. Only US-based products will have the day off on Thursday. This morning, we've got stocks off to a hot start. At one point, futures were up, S&P up 0.7%. NASDAQ was up 0.9%, close to 1%, and the Dow was up 0.3% in early trading this morning. If you're looking now, we have got our weekly kickoff levels updated on the TopstepX platform right now, and we are trading well above weekly kickoff high in both the ES and NQ. Leading the way, we've got some vaccine developer stocks booming at the moment. Quote that I got from the CDC this morning was that we've already had 5.3 million illnesses due to flu and COVID so far this season. 63,000 hospitalizations, 2,700 deaths so far. And that's down a little bit from last year, actually. But what does that say? There's a couple vaccine stocks that are up this morning. And I had that list just a second ago, but I was shuffling things around and I lost it. But vaccine stocks are up, are driving the market higher this morning as we speak. I see some chatter in the chat about the bears. Well, Hogue, it just so happens that this week's Positive Monday quote from our good friend Dan Tompkins. We can pull that up real quick, James. All right, we'll get back to it. Oh, there it is. Positive Monday. You can have a really bad season, but if you beat the Packers at Lambeau, you are forgiven. It's Positive Monday. That's from our local Chicago Logan Square legend, Mr. Dan Tompkins. Thank you. I received that at 4:30 a.m. Central Time.
A nail biter.
No other way for the Bears to end the season than on the edge of your seat, right? All right. Crude oil. Yes. What was happening in crude oil? Oh, the Biden administration's cutting off new leases on 600 million miles of U.S. coastline. So no more new drilling leases for offshore rigs. And we're seeing an effect of that in crude oil this morning. We're up trading right now at, what's the high? 74.66, just bounced off the highs. We got a new weekly kickoff high at 75.10. So we busted out of that range. Hogue's going to get to this in the charts. But crude oil is bouncing a little bit right now of some news coming out of the White House this morning. But as we get farther into that, Hogue will take it away with the charts. Before we do that, though, we have our tip of the week. Better habits, bigger goals. I'm just going to read this off for you guys. Better habits streamline your routine, reducing procrastination and increasing efficiency. Bigger goals provide focus and direction, helping you prioritize tasks that move you forward. Thinking about the bigger picture. Oh, we were talking in the green room about this for just a second. What was your take on this again? You want to share that?
Well, as starting with better habits, we're both starting a dry January. I don't know how long that's going to last past January, but I remember last year when I did this, I felt a lot better, and I've been kind of working on creating some better habits as far as exercise and health are concerned. Oh, well, over the last 60 years really, but sometimes that goes, sometimes that stays. But working on improving some of those habits and as far as goals are concerned, one of the things is streamlining your routine. At least have some sort of a outline or a plan for your routine. How are you going to do your homework? How are you going to prepare for the markets? How are you going to be looking at the markets? It's all part of it's creating those better habits. And if you haven't yet, and I know Mo put out kind of a beginning trading plan. I've put out a beginning trading plan or an outline as to how to look at the markets. Start doing that. If you haven't started doing that, create that habit. And again, once you start that habit, once you start a habit, it's much easier to keep going with that habit. Takes a while to kind of create that habit, but once it's created, you feel as though you really need it as part of your routine to get prepared for the trading day. So, as far as bigger goals are concerned, I'm always for bigger goals. Just remember that putting out huge goals doesn't mean that you have to reach them. It doesn't mean you have to push yourself to reach them. I find having big profit goals sometimes has the opposite effect because I start thinking about trying to reach that goal instead of actually looking for good trades. Lots of good things about this tip of the week this week, and we're looking forward to talking more about that throughout the week. And hopefully you are kind of putting together that opening that morning routine outline, whatever it is. How are you looking at the markets? Do it consistently, create that habit, and you'll reach those bigger goals.
Yep. Keep the bigger picture in mind. What's the old saying? You take care of the pennies and the dollars take care of themselves. But always know
There
where the
you
dollars
go.
are.
I like
All
it.
right. With that, Hogue, let's get into those sweet, sweet charts.
All right. So as always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. We saw some pretty good rejection. We talked about these a little bit last week. Got a nice little double bottom showing signs of rejection on those long shadows or wicks on the daily charts. So that really put in the lower side of our balance, if you want, our shorter time frame balance. We've tightened up the weekly kickoff levels and we're already above them this week. 60.17 is the weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. Last week's high, 60.36 quarter. We've been wrestling with that last week's high now for quite some time. So there's always going to be a couple of speed bumps. Markets are already coming off of that. And these weekly kickoff levels are areas of longer time frame importance. This was a difficult decision to place that weekly kickoff level at that area because we've got a trend line off the all-time high. I could have easily put it there. This swing high, I could easily have put it there. I felt more importantly that the longer time frame traders who are now more likely going to be involved in the markets this week more than last week. I think this year's trading really starts today. Just make sure you kind of keep your expectations and your ideas reasonable. Everybody gets excited for the new year. Everybody gets excited for the new trading. Just keep your expectations reasonable. I think that's going to be a good habit to kind of start again this year. So market really just coming off that last week's high, right back to weekly kickoff high 60.17. Looks like we're going to probably open pretty close to that. What does this look like on the 30-minute chart? Well, when we take a look at Friday's range, it was a double distribution trend day to the upside with the close right up near the high. Overnight inventory is long. That overnight inventory seems to be getting a little bit nervous about holding those shorts even here prior to the open. The push back to the weekly kickoff high, 60.17, also takes us back to the overnight session VWAP, which is right in that area as well. Very interesting opportunity for an execution, perhaps on the open or somewhere near the open. At the very least, it's going to offer us the opportunity to limit risk in either direction. But we are going to be with good probability going to be opening with a gap above Friday's high. Friday's high, 59.96.75. To get to close the gap, we're going to have to get down to that level. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Very interesting that this market just pulled right back to that weekly kickoff high, 60.17. Might be an interesting area for an execution as the day goes on. And again, The profile Friday, was a double distribution trend day to the upside, excess low, just continuing to push higher. A reasonably organized move. We lost 6,200 in open interest on that move to the upside. So this was more about short covering than new longs. Are we going to be bringing in those new longs above weekly kickoff high? Becomes the real question, at least for me. Now take a look at the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ, again, weekly kickoff high is pretty tight. It's an important inflection level and longer time frame. We're going to see if that comes into play at all this week, and it looks like it's coming into play here on the open. So we had a weekly kickoff low at 21,140 last week. We looked below it and rejected. We looked below that level and rejected here before Christmas here on the 20th of December. So we've got a lot of excess lows here and a double bottom, similar to what we have in the S&Ps on this. So this is kind of looking a little bit like support. Weekly kickoff low is at that level. Friday, we lost about 2,100 in open interest on the push off of the weekly kickoff low. Short covering. Obviously, we had a lot of traders probably holding shorts from the recent move to the downside. Those traders decided to cover. Now we're looking at the potential for new buying coming in. Now, remember, more participants will be in the markets today, as this is, to me, the beginning of the new trading year. Keep your expectations reasonable. It's a whole year. You got a whole year to make that money. So don't be too eager and excited. If you're looking for trades, you're going to find them. Be careful with that. Overnight inventory is going to be long. And again, pressing up against last week's high in the NASDAQ, that was 21,742 in the orders. Weekly kickoff high, 21,650. Where did this market just pull back to? Just pulled back to weekly kickoff high, 21,650. Also, the overnight VWAP took us right to that level. Overnight inventory is long. To close the gap, we're going to have to get down to 21,559 quarter. Without closing that gap, the inability to close that gap tells us, hey, there might be opportunity to the long side in this. Be cautious about that. We've just taken the market back to an important inflection level in the weekly kickoff high. There was also a naked point of control that has yet to be checked in regular trading hours. Overnight inventory longs already a little bit nervous. We just saw a liquidation of a lot of those overnight longs to an important inflection level. It's going to be an interesting morning, interesting open here in the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ was pretty much just a trend day to the upside. No double distribution, just a trend day to the upside, closing relatively close to the highs. Point of control is very high, so it was certainly a trend day to the upside and a short covering trend day at that. Take a look now at crude oil. Crude continues to bring in open interest at higher highs. We saw last week we had high open interest increases all the way up once we broke out above the balance area, and we're seeing continuation. I was looking at the bulletin this morning. Volume is already just about even between the Feb and March contracts in crude oil. It's only the 6th of January. Are we in for a really early rollover here? It almost seems that way. But again, that volume was almost even. We're still trading the February contract. We added 29,000 contracts. None of those were in the February contract. Those are all in the March and April contracts. So the buyers are not really necessarily coming in the February contract. They're coming in the March and April contracts. That means those buyers are planning on holding on to those positions for a little bit longer period of time before it's going to be necessary to roll them over. What does that mean? Well, if we're getting longer at further out levels, does that mean the longer time frame is expecting higher levels for a longer period of time? The market certainly has set up for that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up days in a row on the daily chart. How long is that going to continue? When is some profit taking going to come in? It's only Monday. Traders are back in their seats today. We're above last week's high. Weekly kickoff high 75.10. important inflection level from way back in October. We haven't been up to these levels since October of 2024. Is this going to continue is really the question. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory maybe started to get a little bit long above Friday's high, which is also last week's high. We seem to be trying to kind of come back into even out inventory, which I believe is pretty much true. The market has opened. It looking like the market has left the opening range at the dead ass low of the day. The low of the opening range, 74.23, the current low from this bar right here. 74.23. If we keep that as the low, we can reject value, we can reject range, we can reject the value last week's high and maybe see this market continue to the upside. Be cautious, look for good levels. Think about risk first if you're looking for longs in this market, because when we look at this 30-minute chart, we've come a long way in a short period of time. Most of the weaknesses in structure are below price. It doesn't mean that price can't continue to move higher, and those weaknesses in structure down below may become important when they become important. We've got naked points of control. We've got gaps. We got more naked points of control. We've got all kinds of things down below for traders to focus on. But if the buyers continue to barrel into this market, there's nothing that says we don't know how far this thing can go. So far, the upside auction has been performing very well according to the amount of open interest we've been adding on a daily basis at higher and higher prices. Gold. The heck happened to gold this morning? All of a sudden it opened up and then all of a sudden it just kind of fell apart. Well, we've got pretty tight weekly kickoff levels on gold too. I mean, it's, we're less than $100 as far as weekly kickoff low, which is 2608, and 2672 is weekly kickoff high. We're very kind of back to range bound trade here, and the market really kind of looked to the upside, failed above that level on Friday. What does the market do in balance? It rotates. It goes from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low. It's doing what it should be doing, apparently. We added 3,700 in open interest on the push off of that high on Friday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Lolly. So lots of, again, weaknesses in structure below price. They're going to be important when they become important. We have overnight inventory that started the day flat. The market opened, left the opening range at the dead ass high. Sellers have been in control since the very beginning. What have they done? Well, our sellers have closed this gap. They've tested to this point of control. They've tested to this naked point of control. Another naked point of control lower if price decides to continue in that direction. Right now, we opened in range and value. We're rejecting range and value. It's going to be kind of a tough trade, I think, to find good trade location in gold today. Try and stay patient. The profile Friday, I should say, was a very toothy, kind of uneasy profile with a very weak low here. I was going to be pointing that out before the market broke down below that, but unfortunately, time did not work on my side. That happened before we had the opportunity to participate in that. But again, be careful, watch to see if we use any of these visual levels, this gap, points of control, for potential resistance areas. If they do not hold, perhaps they become potential support levels. And that's really what we're kind of looking at in these markets. I hope that context is going to help everybody. And please remember, take a deep breath before you start trading. Always remember to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Always pray for peace. Let's have a great session. It's the beginning of a new year. Let's have a great year.
Thank you, Dr. Hoagland. All right, folks, we're just a couple of minutes away from the opening bell. Stick around. We got fast markets coming up. A couple of all-stars in the house. We've got Coach Dakota, number 2 on the big board, number 1 in your heart. He's coming off last Monday. He made about 12 grand trading in his live funded account. That was last Monday. Kind of petered off a little bit after that, but Monday seems to be Dakota's big day. Let's see what he has in store for us. And then our good friend from Nashville, Mr. Tim B, is here, trading, spending time across a couple of XFA accounts. So we're going to talk to Tim about what's happened with his recent trading and take it from there. All right, Hogue. As Eddie would say, I will meet you at the kegerator and see you for the bell. Ding, ding, ding in 90
I
seconds.
can't. I can't. I'm
I know, me
dry.
either. That's why I joked about it. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We're coming back with Fast Markets. Oh, it's the triumphant return of MP, too. I can't wait to hear what he's been doing the last couple of days. Whenever he takes a few days off, he comes in with some huge announcements. I'm not saying there's going to be one today, but if anything happened, he's going to start talking about it. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We will be right back. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We got Tim B in the house. Ooh, we got the Scars in the gate. We got Dakota in the house. MP making a triumphant return to Topstep TV, and we are open. Oh, I consider this the first real trading day of 2025. So without further ado, Mr. Michael Patak, Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year to you, Andre. We'll get into the 15 years that you've been at Topstep because you said you weren't. We'll talk about all that later. But I saw that yesterday.
Yes. 15
welcome
years.
Back.
Yes.
Welcome back,
man. We are open. We got Dakota in the house. Dakota's got the bull behind him. Dakota, what are we looking at on this open?
I mean, I there was a 100-point sell-off, right? Like 10 minutes ago or something, because we're right back up near the highs.
Yeah, right to weekly kickoff high was where that sell-off went to. 21,650's weekly kickoff high, bounced right off it.
Yeah, I think this, Hogue, I think this is an amazing, another example this past year of these sell-offs that cause all this fear to be amazing buying the dip opportunities. And I think this last one was just another example. We sold off down to 21,000 and overnight we're up, to almost 300 points and we're continuing to push through and rally. And I think for me, I don't know. It's a tough market when we open up 200 points from that. Just wait for pullbacks. I think we got one pre-market.
Yeah, that overnight inventory can kind of rattle you, but we may have seen that overnight inventory adjustment already when the S&P and the NASDAQ both tested back down to weekly kickoff high, and we saw a pretty decent bounce off that. S&P's left the opening range at the low of the day so far. NASDAQ is still inside of that first 1 minute opening range.
Yeah, we're up, 1.25 almost?
Yep.
Man, I was completely clocked out
right now.
I'm so out of touch with the markets I've been responding to, doing everything that has to do with all that. When you come back from a holiday, this is what I've learned in my trading. When you come back from a holiday, it's called Trading 101. You sit there and you just be extremely patient. You start digesting everything, how the markets are behaving and moving. You haven't, like right now, I wouldn't know. Like right now, it's what it just did. But like going back, how did it go for the last week? Oh, it kind of did these 20-point rallies and then it just sell off. You start to get, when you're out of tune, highly advise you, in my shared experience here, of taking it nice and easy out of the gate when you come back from a holiday.
Agreed. It's a weird feeling.
Got a winner, baby. Let's
try
go.
to get back and
What's up, y'all?
Yeah, what's up, Tim? Tim, go ahead. Tim,
What up, Tim?
Very systematic in your approach. What are you seeing here?
So my system, that one of the systems I trade, just gets me long if there is a overnight high break, which just happened. So even though it's fully extended, and it's one of those moments where I'm like, I could definitely see it. We're so extended from the overnight, I could see it pulling back hard here. But sometimes the market just keeps ripping. So, but in my back tests, I've seen that this strategy works with the way that I do it. So I'm long from the overnight high break here, and I've got 2 targets left, and just waiting. Got target 1, and just waiting for the other 2 to hit now. So
nice.
By the way, is this the interview for Hindsight Capital? Am I in the right place?
Oh yeah, you're in the right place.
Always.
Okay, cool.
Got one of them.
This is the interview process.
You're hired. Let's just put it that way. You're hired.
Perfect.
Oh, there's a lot of applicants in 2024.
Can't wait
so
to get started.
you made it to the top of the stack is very impressive.
Yes. All right, guys. You're starting to see some more buyers here in the NASDAQ. New highs just put in 21,784s. Mine, oh my. You see 22,000s by end of week? Let's find out. Looking at the ES 60-40. Dakota says Dakota's got the bull behind him. That means he's looking to buy some dips. We are just
end of week, end of day, maybe.
End of day, could we hit 22,000? Why
Opening
not?
ranges are the dead ass low.
Hogue, what does that tell you?
So far, buyers are in control. We had that pullback right before the open, right to weekly kickoff highs. Buyers have just taken control from the open as long as we hold those 1 minute opening ranges lows. 21,723 is the opening range low in the NASDAQ. In the S&P, opening range low is 6,028 in the orders. As long as we hold above those, we're looking pretty good.
All right, well, take a look at Tilt really quick. 75% long the NASDAQ right now. 75. Am I saying that right? One Tilt telling me 75%. Yeah, 75% long the NASDAQ.
You see this new little feature on Topstep X? I just noticed it. On the tab.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was your touch. I thought that was an MP special right there.
That was not an MP special. No, that was some other brilliant mind out there.
Oh, that was you. Yeah, I like that.
Where it shows the
that was
product.
Really cool. I got
right,
tabs up. I'm like NASDAQ. You
got the quote.
Cool.
Yeah, you got the quote on the tab up there. I figured that was you. 78% long the NASDAQ right now on the Tilt. Average price.
Area to be
I am out,
resistant.
by the way.
Oh, okay.
Took my little 25-point profit there, so I am out.
Well done.
Trade.
Nice trade.
That's good.
Nice trade. Yeah, I think this little zone can show some resistance. We're starting to see consolidation here. It's not a resistance that I would short, but yeah, that nice rally from December 20th. Like this is kind of where it ended. So I'm curious to see if this plays as resistance again. But so far it has. This 800 level, it's a zone. Basically 770s to 810.
20 had a pullback off that 78% you just talked about. Yep.
Yeah.
Boom, just like that.
It was hitting like that last week too, MP.
Was it? Thousands of open positions right now. Thousands of open positions. Let's just say there is 1,000 open. 78% of them being long means 780 people out of 1,000 in this pool of 1,000 people all trading the exact same product, all think it's going to go higher. They're all long because they're long. That's what the Tilt indicator does. I'm going to leave it with you. If you guys are able to watch Tilt and all that, it is very interesting. It's very interesting. I think anybody would be like, have to put some value in knowing thousands of other people's opinions collectively put down into a percentage sentiment of if they're long or short. I think that's fairly useful in real time. Not real time, but like in real time, yes, it is useful. In my opinion.
Yeah, we've seen it become useful a few times, right? Where it gets very, very tilted in one side or the other, and it happens to be at support and resistance. And, with the power of hindsight, some great trades.
Yeah, check M8 trades. Tilt the ultimate fade indicator.
Checkmate.
You got to look at it. See, there's one thing where you're looking at like, majority of people say this. Is that fading them, or are you going to go with the minority of people that are saying the other thing? Because in trading, it's not going with the majority of people. Oh, my buddy told me to buy AMC stock. It's hot as shit. Some Hello Kitty said something about it. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. All that kind of stuff. Like, you get in the cab, the last person to let you know, taxi cab, hey, you should buy this. If everybody's doing it, it's not always a good thing in the trading world. But there are times where you watch tilt and everybody get long and they will pay Z-Man his money. So the majority.
Remember the week of
I look at the minority.
When JD came in and said Bank of America reported like $7 billion of inflows to like a record high to retail. And that pretty much called the tops of the stock market in 2024. When that last inflow of $7 billion came in to buy up out the equities, and we sold off from there. Same thinking.
When was
drivers giving you? It was the week of December 18th.
Yes, I remember that you guys. I was texting with you before I was coming in. I go B of A something about talking about how many. What was the stat? It was
like 7 billion inflows.
Came into retail, just people just here you go, dump it, put it into whatever stock. I don't care. Tommy said something about it when he talked to his cab driver. Okay.
Yep.
Fade it.
73% long on the tilt right now. NASDAQ average price of 21,755.
Yeah, Donnie Mac, sim it. Tilt is sim. All right. Only we will not share our live traders data with you. Sorry.
He is back.
So while MP was talking there, I actually took another little scalp from my my other system that I've got. So I took another little 25-point profit there. So
nice.
Where are you sitting at right now?
Lots of action
for the day.
Say what?
Where are you sitting at right now, P&L wise for the day?
Plus 192.56. I'm still trading micros because I'm kind of nursing this XFA a little bit. But
I like that.
Looking at sizing up a little bit here, maybe if the P&L grows a little bit this week. So we'll see.
Tim, if there's one great advice I would give anybody in my, I don't know, I started in 1997 trading. Wow. No, I've only done one thing in my life. Take your time. Like, it's like, have patience. Slow and steady wins the race in trading.
1,000%.
100%. All right, fellas, heads up. We do have a number here in about 5 minutes. U.S. S&P services PMI at 8:45 Central in 5 minutes. In the top of the hour, we got U.S. factory orders. Top of the hour, we got decor durable goods as well. We got a 3-year note at high noon Central time, but right now we got a minute number in 5 minutes. Expected 58.5. Again, S&P services PMI in 5 minutes. Also, you see pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open. I know MP's got them overlaid on his charts. You get a lot of those from the Hogue, the Vince. I will be referencing them throughout the day. Again, Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. PDJ says, be cool if we could chart tilts in the chat.
Yeah, it would be cool. I'm working on that one.
Yeah, that's awesome. Overlay. Love that idea.
Overlay.
New highs NASDAQ.
Yeah, here we go. If we break through these 810s, I mean, I see 880s, 900s coming into play.
Okay.
We might get our 22,000 wish here, Andre.
Yes, Dakota. We are one or two good numbers away here in the next 20 minutes of getting to 22,000 in the NASDAQ. Not exactly sure what the ultimate
Tires in control from the first minute.
Yes, they are. Hope said that.
If you want to play the tilt game, they're back 75% long.
Shoot,
but be careful here. They usually shake out, and I've seen this in the past. They shake out the week longs. You're like, what's a week long? A week long is somebody who got stopped out, got back in, got stopped out, got back in, got stopped out, got back in. Now they're either busted out or they gave up, and they're like, okay, I'm not going to. And then the market now taking off to the upside where they want it to go. You guys have been in that position before. Everybody has at some point in another. You're like, it finally did what I wanted it to do. You're the week long, aka week long, getting in early. We're impatient enough to find better trade entries. Too tight to stop, whatever it was.
Yep.
Spot on.
Sometimes they get paid too, like we're seeing right now.
Sometimes they get paid. Yep.
Mr. Dakota, some nice trading last week. 12 G's.
I know, I'm hearing that, Dakota.
Nice trade.
Dakota, I'm thinking about over the holiday. Like you're one of the best traders Topstep's seen. I was like, maybe I should get like stats around Dakota and said if anybody could beat these stats and all that kind of stuff. That's like the new live trader. We're looking at new live funded trader milestones. When you're coming up there, we're talking about how we can pro ball you. I mean, you're already at pro ball. Like, so you got other guys in the league, so to speak, like you that put up a great 2024 year. So like, I want to start to build that. It's our prop firm. So we're wanting to work with our traders a certain way, but we also want to make fun and have them have a driver. You can have your own driver, of course, the P&L you put up, but a milestone bonus kicker would be kind of cool.
Oh,
okay.
All right, new highs,
yeah,
Nasdaq.
On that would be nice. I know a lot of traders in the Twix or the Twitterverse would love that.
Yeah. Dre, speaking of, yesterday they kept quoting it all day long. So-and-so, just that sack right there just earned him $300,000 for his for his contract extension.
Oh, yeah.
The minute that happened, I'm ideating. I'm like, this would be way cool because I know we're already talking about milestones, but I know they build them into NFL players' contracts, and then a lot of people have already hit them or have a regular season. If I do this by the regular season, you're going to pay me $1 million more. Who got the $2 million? Somebody got $2 million yesterday.
Receiver for the Bucks, Evans got $2 million.
Yeah, Mike Evans.
Yeah, Evans. Like, damn, that's a nice chunk of change right there.
Did they say his was like $3 million or something?
Yeah.
Driving home with and they got a W, right?
And they got a W. It's a good Sunday. What a good Sunday.
Yeah, that was a good day for them.
We got a number in 40 seconds here. Also, see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, #Fast Markets. You can use the #Fast Markets or #Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Says your cool trader station setups. I love seeing you guys setups, what your screens are working with. Cool swag, memes, performance dashboard, analytics, trader wins, anything you got. #Power Hour, #Fast Markets at TopstepTV. All right, number in 15 seconds. Again, it's US. We got PMI. Yes. PMI, and then in 15 minutes.
Marie calling out a short at 21,820. Nice shot.
Yeah, that's a nice trade.
Ooh, and
beep, 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 beep,
wow.
beep, 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 beep. Waiting for the numbers.
There's a
you got the number
right there.
What was that, Tim?
There's a pivot level I've got a pivot level at 21,822.75 on NASDAQ.
Slacking these numbers.
All right. U.S. S&P Services PMI final was expected to come out at 58.5, came out 56.8. Composite final a little bit lower than the past. The previous was 56.6, came out 55.4. Next number is 9 o'clock. U.S. factory orders, durable goods revisions.
Okay, brought some more
casual 60 points down, 60 points up.
Dude, the NASDAQ,
no big
just
deal.
Ferocious.
Yeah, we've seen it pre-market too, right? 100 points down, 100 points up. What a market.
Speaking
what
of
a time
pre-market,
to be
when I
alive.
saw the big run-up in the overnight, I was like, oh, man, I hope Dakota's got a runner on.
Oh, I wish I was waiting for a little bit more of a pullback, but I guess that's one of the things you wait for better pricing. You miss out on the run. But here we go. We're blowing through that resistance area. 880s. I have 880s,
80 upside.
upper 870s. This next zone coming into play. Let's see if we can get there. I don't have any resistance between here and 880s.
880s.
The next naked point of control visual target is 22,002.
22,002 for good measure. I like it. Hey, don't look now, but crude still seeing more buying. $74.75 for a barrel of the black gold. Looking at actual yellow gold. Last trade there is 26.36. Take a look at the Dow. Dow seeing some buying as well. Not as much as the NASDAQ or the S&Ps. Dow is seeing a little bit of buying. 43,200 last trade there. 74% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Buyers have been trying to gobble this thing up to the upside all morning so far.
We could break out again. I have no trade set up. I mean, you look at the hourly chart and it's been how many hours? Just pure green bars.
Nvidia opening with an opening gap. It's up about 3.5% right now.
Wow. Yeah, 11 straight hours of just green. It looked like there was going to be some type of a sell-off, but nope. It just another green one.
High in gold, $74.82. Or I'm sorry, in the oil, crude oil, $74.82. Right now, these guys are trading up the NASDAQ, the S&Ps. Tim, you do Russell, don't you? You trade a little bit of Russell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sure
yeah.
do.
There's our Russell trader. Okay, I remember that. Yeah. Give some love to the Russie.
I'm actually with the Russell. I'm actually looking at. I've got a intraday pivot level at 2308.5, and then I've got like a major, well, not a major, but a regular pivot level at 2312.1. So if it gets up there, I might be looking to take a short around that area.
Cool. Anne Marie in the chat says 6051, a big, I say big in all caps, big line in the ES 6051. Last trade in the ES 6045. Look at the tilt.
Yeah, it actually just hit a. I've got a pivot on the ES there at 6051 half. So that could make a lot of sense if it bounces there or bounces off of that.
Okay, I got another
also
number
a
here.
previous session gap low at 60.55 half. The gap closes at 60.63 and a quarter in the S&Ps.
Number in 11 minutes. Another number in 11 minutes. Then we're pretty much smooth sailing until high noon Central Time. We got 3-year auction. Typically, it doesn't affect the equities unless something does come in out of whack.
Early delta for you, Andre.
Yeah.
Delta's congruent with direction. 5,500 positive in the S&Ps, 1,100 positive in the NASDAQ.
Buyers. Kind of goes in line with what the tilt's been showing us as well. Everyone's trying to buy it. Grew with market direction. Dakota's got the bull behind them, so you know the bulls are on parade.
Still no trades for me. No trades for me. A breakout trade here on the NASDAQ to the upside looks tempting. We're at the 30. We're at 830. And here we go.
Here we go. Hoag's got the keys to the house account, new highs.
850s. Yeah.
We are.
It's hard to buy it. Though. It's so hard to buy it up here. I was looking for us to break through this 830. You know, okay, there's a decent breakout trade for 20 points. And targeting 850. This market's very strong. It's hard to buy or sell up here. Anyway, I don't want to sell.
It's just so extended from the overnight. Like that's always what makes me nervous on that first opening trade I took when it breaks the overnight. Like sometimes it'll do this and just keep going after the open, but sometimes it'll get extended in the overnight and then hit that overnight high and just bounce right off of it and come slamming back down. So
correct.
When things get so extended like this, it's tough to go long.
Yes, it is.
Well, like on the hourly chart, it's just 11 straight hours in a row, just straight up.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
All green.
Like that's usually a time when it's like you want to be really cautious about buying at that point before some kind of pullback. So,
and still you don't want to sell a directional market.
I know it's so tempting, Hoag. It really is. It
always is. The harder trade to take is to look for the long.
It is, and that's usually the right trade.
Wit in
we'll
the
see.
chat.
We have news in 9 minutes, right?
Yep, number 9 minutes. Wit in the chat says, "At Michael Patak, good to see you back." Speaks for all of us. Michael, welcome back. Refreshed, rejuvenated. Got some days in on the mountain. I hope.
I got some days in on the mountain. Good to be back. Thanks, Wit.
Very important. Very important.
I talk to my therapist every day. Try to.
You live. Yes, the mountain's very.
My therapist is called Big Burn Lift, Village Express.
Oh, yeah.
I hear that's a great therapist, man. I hear that therapist.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
they really know what they're talking about.
Well, if you're not thinking about what's in front of you.
After yesterday's football game, I might have to go see that therapist myself.
We'll talk about that later. I do believe.
I wouldn't mind going to see that therapist at some point this winter.
Agree.
I'd love to go talk to that therapist.
You should definitely come out here. They charge the same if you and I ride together.
They do group
I don't know
sessions.
how that makes any sense, but
They do group sessions. Yeah.
It becomes a group rate at that point.
Yeah, it does.
There's a great because there you go. Thank you.
Number in 8 minutes. Hoag's got the number there. Still seeing this tilt. Keep an eye on the tilt all morning. Seeing heavy tilts. It paired off a little bit. Gold, though, seeing 77% long. Crude seeing 74% long. Everyone's been very bullish this morning. I'll turn it around.
Still watching, waiting. As soon as that news comes out, then things start to settle down. There might be some good opportunities after the fact. But yeah, buy the pullback right now. Here we are, right back into those 840s.
Right there.
I still can't even just see any reason to buy it either. Like that's just hard, even on a smaller zoomed in chart like 100 tick. I'm not seeing any decent reason. But here we go into the 40s.
Boy, we might see 22,000 today. Oh, you know, Hoag's next visual target 22,002. 002.
002.
Just a little information for you. The S&P, the NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil all left their opening ranges at one extreme or the other. Crude, NASDAQ, S&P, it's the dead-ass low of the day. Gold, it's the dead-ass high of the day.
Huh. Short gold, long oil.
Yeah, that long oil trade the past couple weeks was one of the easiest trades that showed. I didn't take it, but I was talking about longs up to $75 a barrel for a while now.
Yes, you have been.
It's nice to see it play out. I hope
finally broke out of that 3-month range.
Yeah, I want oil to be a lot more tradable in the upcoming months, which we're starting to see it.
You know, regular trading hour sessions have been very, very small ranges.
It used to be the most popular, right, Johnny? Back in like 2014,
everybody
15,
traded it
pre-COVID.
16.
Yeah, but that's when it was when it was trading $120 a barrel, and ranges were $5-6. Right now, we're on an average of about $1 range every day.
What was that?
Yeah, what it took out was the high print, Andre. You know the high print, $159,
$120. Yeah,
our friend's dad knows the high print.
Sucks. Around $120. Yeah,
not in a good way either. Not in a good way.
Not in a good way.
Let's ask Billy Bob.
I gotta watch that. Anyone got a Paramount?
It's great. It's hilarious. It's interesting. We binge watched it over the holidays.
Landman, yeah.
It's one of his best. You know, it just fits his character so perfectly well. He's just this witty not little, but like this kind of asshole type of like, but at the same time as logical as, you know, I don't know, whatever. But it's a really good show. It's really entertaining.
Anyone got a Paramount account? Some credentials they could share with me.
I got you, Andre.
Yeah, thank you.
Password 123. Keep trying. Password 123. Keep trying.
Go from there.
Go from there.
We got a number in 4 minutes. Look at the NASDAQ 21,830. Look at the ES 6051. Anne Marie was talking about 6051's a big level in the ES. Dow finally caught up to ES and the NASDAQ. Just putting in new highs there. 23,250.
Go down to the NASDAQ.
A little mini pullbacks. And after that, again, smooth sailing into that. Again, this is the year of we got the VIP 10 teams getting drafted here at the end of the month. 50 players, 50 people, a team, 500 VIPs.
If we didn't have news in 3 minutes, I'd be short.
You'd be short?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be in a short if we didn't have news in 3 minutes.
Dakota, have you narrowed down some names yet to pull the...
Yes, I did. I have 4 names, and
exciting.
There goes the market.
3-bar reversal.
Yeah. Yes, exactly what I was looking at. But yeah, narrowing it down to 4 names. I'm going to be working with the team behind the scenes to see if we can hold it up for a vote. And let everybody in here decide.
I like Godas. the Godas, and I'll just because you'll be the Goda, and then you'll start to name other players on your team.
Goda's
You know,
I know, but for me,
but
I just
that's just.
I just don't like my name with the goat in it. I know it's a fun joke, but
I know.
the humble side of me is like, no.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's some good names with that in there that I've seen on social media, which is good. There's some other great ones out there too. I don't know.
Apples.
It's such a tough decision.
Them apples. How about them apples?
Them apples. I haven't spoken to Mick for a while.
Nick for a tick. How you doing, buddy? Nice trading last week. Very, very patient trading from Nick for a tick.
DLL.
Profitable though. Number in 90 seconds. And after that,
Nick for tick. How's the baby life, Dad? And Jack, I doubt you're tuning in right now, but isn't he taking out? Did he have it yet? Is he taking off the whole month? Right?
Yeah, he had twins.
He had twins. Yes.
Bargain for one, got two.
That's little tax write-offs. They came out before the first, right?
Yeah, right over the holidays. Little tax write-offs. $74.87. Here we go. It's been quite the adjustment. We're having a blast. MP having a blast.
Good to hear.
5 seconds.
500 people coming into the VIP program for free. This is complimentary. Topstep is investing in these folks because they're investing in us in a way that, like, you tune in and check and fill in the checkout thing every time we come on the VIP. How many we have? 18 of them? 20?
I think we're 18. I think 18 down, 7 to go. We have a lot of 18 for 18 clubs. All right, number 15 seconds. Hogue, you got your eyes on the prize?
I got him.
Let's go. Again, see the numbers.
Factory order is past 0.2%, looking for minus 0.4%. About to come out here in a couple of seconds.
Here we go.
Well, let's see what it looks like. We're waiting.
And click that people icon.
Not just yet.
The people icon on top.
Not really moving.
All the market news you want. Market's waiting.
Minus 0.4% is exactly as expected. Core durable goods revised came out minus 0.2%. They were looking for a positive 3.3%. Durable goods, U.S. durable goods revised was expected to come out minus 0.4%. That came out minus 1.2%. See how these markets treat this. We still have 3 and 6 month bill auctions at 10:30 and a 3-year note auction at noon. That's it for economic information.
Sweet. Hogue's got the house account locked and loaded. Now Dakota.
I'm not seeing anything. I mean, we still have that 3-bar reversal to the downside that can still play out. So maybe there is a small opportunity to short this, but it's difficult to short. My target for a short would be these 760s. And yeah, so far that's the only decent trade I've seen so far, and I still don't even like it.
That's fair enough. 760 downside target. Hoop in the chat says Crew trying to take a run at $75. Yes, it is. High of the day in Crew's $74.96. Dakota's been targeting $75 to the upside. We're almost there.
Andre,
already.
Delta in the NASDAQ now negative 200.
Well, that's okay. It was all right. So short sellers are coming in.
And if they can't break the market, we see what happens.
Squeeze.
Squeezy.
Squeeze the upside. This 500-person VIP league will be the precursor to TTL, Michael. Topstep Trading League.
Could it be? Would it be? Should we be? We call it the dress rehearsal for it. I know that.
I would think so.
Yeah. It's gonna. We want to do the league. We want to do the league right. It's not just like, hey, we got this like leaderboard, and we want you have to all bring it all together.
Right.
You know, what to say? Vision without execution is hallucination. So we got to execute well. Huh?
He's back, baby. He is.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. I could just see all the teams in Vegas, some of the top teams in Vegas. We're all there watching. That's going to be fun.
I'm set. Like last night, I'm doing the NFL is doing their thing. I'm recording it. Like I'm Chris Johnson out of the Ohio State University. Blah, blah, you know, like those little guys that flash in there. Yeah. How they do the whole like set up the stage beforehand. We got the Detroit Lions versus Minnesota Vikings. This hasn't happened, and you know all that. We have the venue down in Vegas, which is way cool. It's in the Luxor. Luxor's not way cool. I've stayed there.
Wait a minute.
Scratching by. Then I went to the Win a little bit later on in my life. But yeah, the venue they have there is an esports arena. So we're gonna make this so like the Barstool's run it before, so I've seen how they do all their. So it will be the World Cup where we have our World Cup.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Hey, we got 5,500 people watching right now live all across the world watching Topstep TV right now. Give us a click subscribe, give us a follow at Topstep TV. 5,500 people watching, 137,000 subscribers. See if we can get a push to 138,000.
I've heard that when you hit the like button on Topstep TV, that there is a 76% chance you'll have a green day.
I think
I heard that somewhere. I need to check my back test on that for 2024.
Hey, that's called that's almost the exact same statistics as if you fade me because I have a 36% win rate.
You know what, Dakota, talk about that really quick. Because people in the chat are like,
right there.
Dakota, talk about that, please. I saw people in the chat. This was like Friday. Oh, you got 35% win percentage. Remember we were sharing your stats, the year-end wrap-up. We're sure everyone's got 35% win rate or something. Explain to them why you're so successful, why it's so profitable, why you're right. 4 out of 10 times, yet you're so profitable. Explain how that works.
Purely just the risk reward. I mean, for every $1 I'm risking, I'm looking to make 2 or 3 on average, right? Some trades are different. Every trade is going to be different. Some might be 1-to-1, some might be 1.5-to-1, and it'll fluctuate. But I like those higher risk rewards, and with the higher risk rewards, typically I have a lower win percentage, and I'm okay. I was talking about it last night. And a lot of traders were asking me how you emotionally deal with it, and I just say you just have to just not give an F. Like, just don't care. Like, you just need to just get to the point where you do not care what happens. It's one trade out of thousands for the year. And it's a hard point to not care because everyone puts so much weight on every individual trade and the money that they see flashing on their screen. But yeah, if you could find a way to just not care and follow your process, you are going to be well above everyone else. I mean, there's a reason why they say it takes money to make money, because when you already have money, you start to care less, and then you could follow the process a little more efficiently.
We always said you want to trade carefree, but not care less.
Yes.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that.
That's the sweet spot of trading. Like, to stay in that spot is also so effing hard to stay in that spot mentally, because you will be challenged a little bit further than your last challenge. And then do you break on that one and then go back to care? Like, my trading psychologist when I was like 22 told me you make the most money when you no longer need it. Like he was a trader. I'm like, oh. Well, and then you kind of digest that, and then after you start making some consistent W's and putting money away, now you're, you covered all your investment as a beginning trader. Now you're like an intermediate or a veteran. You've been here for a while. Like, you get in this little zone where you can pull out because you're confident in all that, and you don't care as much. When you lose, it's not like it tears apart you. No, and you lose again, So yeah, I love that fact that you're in that zone with that. It's to me, I think it's the challenging spot to be in, though. Well, I mean, it's the most profitable spot to be in, though, too.
Yeah, Ben in the chat said it in a good way. Ben Johnson, the best way to not care is to take size that does not trigger emotion. Yeah, that's probably what a lot of traders here do, is they take too big of trading size or position size, whether it's easy to be emotion if you're trading 5, 10, 15 contracts when the most you could lose in a day is like $3,000. And so I think size and position size is very much correlated with what we're talking about.
Smart. I like that sage advice. Also, we got a scouting check-in tomorrow for the VIP. Make sure to stay tuned in for that. That'll be number 19. Closing in on that number 25. But yeah, another check-in tomorrow. Tim, talk to me.
From one contract to two contract doubles your risk. How does that not affect your emotions?
Does it double your anxiety as well? Right? Tim, you've had your same XFA since July or since the summertime, if I remember correctly, right? How have you been able to how have you been able to maintain such consistency and be able to just keep it and not blow it out and just basically exercise the discipline needed to do something like that?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. It's knowing, well, it's managing your risk. So when your account starts to get drawn down, you size down to not be trading too large, and also just knowing your numbers. Like I just know, I know with my system, I know it's a profitable system and that over time it will recover. I also know that there's drawdowns of that system. So you have to kind of plan for like normal size drawdowns that you've seen before in your back test or whatever, and then you can adjust your risk accordingly. So I'm literally trading the minimum size I can right now with that, and I've been trading the minimum size for my system since October, which has been a little frustrating, but that's just like what Dakota always says. It's like profit or process over profits, right? So I've seen in my P&L with the system that it'll have a run up and then it'll either pull back a bit or just kind of consolidate for a while and then it'll go up again. So just kind of waiting for another good little run of P&L to be able to bump that size back up. So it's just having the discipline because there have been a couple times where I've thought to myself, you know what? I know what my numbers are. I know the odds are good of these trades. Screw it. I should just go all in, like max size, And what's funny is I think it was 2 weeks ago, or it was maybe 2 weeks before Christmas. I don't remember what day it was. It was 2 weeks, 2 days before.
Oh,
you're long?
Dakota, what price?
Yep, long 827.
827. Get that right now if we want it. How many times, Dakota? 5?
5.
Ooh, we're in.
We're long. Not quite as good. 29.
Turn down your thing.
CYA is 88. I have the CYA at 88. Straight down. I'm not liking this, Hogue. I'm flat.
No.
Man.
Nope. We tried. Minus 31 points on that one.
That thing dropped. 21,000.
Instantly. Yeah, it looked like we were going to break out of those 30s and completely dropped.
That was a big head fake.
What was that? 21,796. Just a 30-point drop in the blink of an eye. Literally,
bang.
Yeah, 21,000.
That was a fake out. I mean, that's exactly what it was. It was a fake out where we was getting ready to break right there in those 30s, and it was a decision time. And instead of breaking out, we reversed and sold off. Yep, that was a fake out. That's a beautiful example of a fake out in the wrong direction.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, we're just kind of chopping around that 825 level. Just
seems to be setting up a little bit of a bull flag on the 5-minute chart, but
correct. That's what I was playing off, Hogue. I mean, it's a beautiful flagging pattern, and it looked like we were just going to break out right there in those 30s. And I've probably only seen like 5-10 points worth of profit right there, getting it at 28, and then we broke out and immediately got slammed. What? 50 points. That was 50
right back.
And wow, there we go.
Oh, and
Delta got to negative 1,100 on that move. Now it's just negative 700. You got a little too short in the hole down there.
NQ with about a 40, 50-point snapback.
Yeah, what was that?
You got to be kidding. That is the NQ for you. 21,007 or 21,825 last trade. Right back up. Yep. Wow.
So Yeah, I might get back into this one.
Right back to the entry. Dow putting in new highs, 43,332.
Okay, I'm long again. I'm long from 32.
21,832. 5NQ.
21, 821 we're long at.
Okay, my CYA is at 814. CYA is 814.
Ooh, tight.
All right, long. How's the count? Long one from 21,821.
3 from there.
3. Long 3. Thank you. What was that snap at? That was just vicious.
Cool 800 lot at 60.55 even.
Where?
S&P.
Yes, there is.
The spoos. The spoos, Andre.
Yes, it is. 60.55 offered 800 times. MP. Taught me how to read a ladder like that. That's how I learned how to read a ladder.
I know. You know what's funny is when Robin Hood got up there and talked about the Robin Hood ladder or whatever, the girl on there that did the presentation said spoos. And I'm like, how did you know to say this? I swear to God. School. It's an old floor word.
Do you think someone prepped her? Prepped them?
It made her. She knew the lingo, like the floor lingo, futures trading floor lingo.
All right.
Or futures trading lingo in general.
NASDAQ pushing higher here. Why they sell it down to
748
is anyone's idea. Why that snapback was just
breaking through into the 50s.
Here we go.
The question is, can we see 80s? Can we see 80s come into play? Was the ultimate upside target. Right?
Do I hear 80s? Do I hear 85s? Do I hear 90s?
Holy bounces right, Hoop.
Yeah, as quickly as we hit the 80s last time.
Follow through on this one.
As quickly as we hit the 780s.
Yeah.
We're hitting the 880s. Yeah, I know. Close to.
Unreal.
I want to see follow through above 50s. Can we get it?
I know Hogue had a visual target 880 to the upside, correct, Hogue? Was that Dakota looking for 880s?
880s. Hogue had what? 02s? 22,000 or something?
22,002.
Okay, closed one there at 57.
Nice trade.
Nice cover.
Okay, we closed one as well. We're long 2.
Yeah, you can close one here in the mid 50s.
Just did. Another one?
Another one.
I would wait to see if we can get a push into the 60s. I want to see follow through here. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, and that was the first green candle. I want to see the next one have some follow through right now. So let's see if we get a push into these 60s. I moved the CYA up to 28 and a half, but I want to see a push into these 60s, 860s.
5,800 people watching now. Click like, click subscribe, give us a follow. 5,800 people watching from all across the globe. Got Tim B in the house, Mr. Dakota in the house, of course, Michael Pataka making his triumphant return back to TopstepTV. 72%.
Hey, everybody, tell us where you're from. 5,800 people here. Call it a clean 6,000, or if you're always trying to go.
Where are we watching from across the globe?
Where are you from?
Anyone in Switzerland right now? I saw Anne-Marie was in
Where
Switzerland.
you
Saw the Matterhorn. Knoxville, Zona. Yes. Here we go. Here goes the chat. Good luck to our chat mods. Dolby time. Good luck keeping up with this. Maui. Good morning, Maui.
Maui.
Australia.
Very good. Bad.
Sun Valley.
Nebraska.
Where we got in Nebraska? Who?
Abigail.
Nebraska. There's a Nebraska.
Abigail, Nebraska.
Yes. I mean, I love y'all, but awesome.
Iron Condor from Nebraska.
Iron Condor. Indonesia. Very cool.
France.
Dox yourself. In Antarctica. Shout out. Down
Yosemite. Nice.
Orlando, Australia, Arizona, Zona.
Wow.
San Antonio, Oklahoma.
All over the world.
Italy.
Oh,
love you.
Very cool.
Antarctica. Revival? You're from Antarctica? I want to visit you. You're probably our only. Oxford, Ireland, Montreal, Wisconsin. Go Huskers. Brett says.
West Dundee. Shout out to West Dundee. I was out there over the weekend.
Birmingham.
I was in West Dundee this weekend.
Timbuktu. Timbuktu. There we go. Now we're having
Look
fun.
at that. All right. Look at the chat going nuts. Well, welcome aboard, everyone. This is Top Step. North Korea. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
From North Korea. I don't know about that one.
Here we go. And,
they didn't have internet in North
and good
Korea.
talk.
Yeah, North. I don't know about that one. Unless you got some Starlink.
All right, here we go, NASDAQ. I want to see you push into these 60s where we went down. We tested the resistance. That was the breakout, right? We broke out of these 32s and we pulled back. We tested it. Now let's see if we could go through, break a new high of session. I'm going to be looking to post some off into these 60s.
Good stuff,
if we can break through. Looks like we did touch it. We touched it again. Let's see if we can have follow through one more time. Okay, I'm going to close
60s.
off one right there at 60.
Okay, we're long one.
Right.
Anne-Marie's talking about an 862 stop. I don't know if that's she's short or
Mike just got hit.
stop to enter. 862 just got hit, whether it's stop to enter or stop to get out. There are people that trade.
How long you were long 5, Dakota?
Yeah, I was long 5. I'm now long 2 from 32.
We were long 3. We are now long 1.
See why
80% long right now.
Really? Where? Oh snap! Nice catch.
Still.
80% long.
Holy cow!
Yep.
Take note of that, Mike.
Delta's still negative.
Squeeze. 80% long Nasdaq. That's a big one. That's the biggest one we've seen.
You guys are long still. Dakota and House. Yes. House trails. Trails are traders. Dakota's long. House is long.
Tim B, are you flat?
House is long.
I am flat. Yes.
Okay.
Delta's still negative in the NASDAQ 300.
Just watching this Russell here too. Russell's just kind of chopping sideways, not really doing a whole lot.
All right, I'm gonna white eye on that as well. MP noted.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Another push. Let's trade. Nice conviction.
I need to, immediately pull off.
5,900 people watching now. Very cool. Let's get to 6,000.
Invite a friend this year to trade with you. You know how cool Dre and I have been friends for too long, but enough time that enough time that him and I found a common connection with, and it's talking shop, and then it's fun. Segment. Makes trading 10 times more fun. 10 times
less
more
lonely.
Fun.
Less lonely. Makes the bad losing days a little bit easier.
Yes.
Michael, you've got a lot of trading friends.
I got a lot of trading friends. Johnny's my trading friend. Eddie's my trading friend. I've been trading friends with these guys for easy over a decade, 15 years. Eddie, I knew him in the Dow Pit.
Good comedy.
Actually, Eddie was my first trading. Well, not really trading buddy, but yes, it would be. We didn't talk shop as much as we just saw each other every single day and became buddies. So
you always remember your first, Michael. You always remember your first.
Yeah, how about you? Who's that?
My trading buddies.
I know. Birdman?
Well, yeah.
Birdman?
Yeah. You always remember your first.
He was a good trader.
He was a good trader. Now he trades. Yeah, now he's a land trader. He's good at trading
rapper
land now, too. No, not Birdman the rapper. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool if it was Birdman the rapper.
No, I take our Birdman over that one any day.
Same, agree.
All right, back into these 60s here on the NASDAQ.
Come on, push higher here.
We haven't seen any good follow through. We've ticked session highs and then pulled back off of them a few times.
My first trading buddy was Arch. You might read about him in the book.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that book, man. I'm excited to see what you end up coming up with and what you're going to put out.
Yeah.
You made any ground on it, Hoagland? Topstep said it's back in the book.
Show them.
Yeah, I've got like a journal book here, and I'm just keeping it with me. And when I think of things that happened, it's like if you sit down and you try and remember everything, you get nothing. But as things kind of come to me, so I'm just kind of writing down lots of stuff on it. It's not organized yet, but I'm getting some pretty good information, some pretty good stories and stuff like that. So it may be starting to get to come together a little bit. Here we go.
Close another one off right there at 68.
Nice trade. Nice bounce back, man.
Oh, good. I'm going to take that idea. Go ahead, guys. Keep talking.
I feel like the more you do that, you'll probably end up seeing a theme of like your ideas that come through. There'll probably be a common thread in there.
So for Christmas, my daughter gave both me and my wife a book, and you're supposed to fill it out like what your life was like when you were a kid and as you were getting older and all the things you did and all these ideas, and it's really she gave it to us for Christmas. And I mean, I started doing this before, but it's just really kind of a really cool thing, when you're gone and your kids want to take a look at what your life and the things you learned and the things you taught them and all of that.
Here you go, Dakota.
So I'm kind of treating it like that.
Memoirs.
You get treating it like that.
Tell me your story.
I'm flat.
Dakota's treating the market like that with these 80s. Here it's trading up here.
Called it.
Yeah, I'm flat now.
Nice.
If it wasn't for that dang whipsaw that we seen that stopped us out. Yeah. Oh well. I'm flat for the day.
Well, house is now up for the day, so
Nice.
What are we up?
that's
Nice.
good.
Great.
We were down about $2,000 after that first debacle, and now we're up $257. So nice recovery on that.
Nice. Yeah, I was down 3,000 after that first debacle, and now I'm up 100. So
good job, guys.
If we take out
Perfect.
whatever the heck that was 50 points down, 50 points up before that rally. It was probably just stop hunters. Hey, there's another example. If you missed it, MP, I did my end of year review, and one of the things that I've noticed, especially in the month of December, and we just seen it play out again, is my stop loss has been such a better entry than my original entries. I think we seen it on Friday. We just seen it here where my entry was the stop loss. Oh man, that would have been an amazing trade, and it's hard to say because I don't know. Have you guys seen that, felt that, where stop losses can be a lot better entry? I've seen it time and time again.
100%.
To me, that's where you as a trader have to keep like pushing outside of your comfort zone of boundaries of how you think you should be, your actions should be, or what you like. It's so easy. That's why the majority of people like start to do something so easy to be like, yeah, right there. But the hard stuff is the ones that few people see.
Right. Yeah. Then you get through this mental cycle of like, oh, if I would have just gotten my trade originally and not wait for it to hit my stop loss, then trade goes without me.
Welcome to the spin cycle.
And so my goal for this year, one of them is to see if I could identify which market condition. Because throughout the year, I mean, you can't argue with what I've done on this account, but I'm always looking for ways to improve. And I think there's possibly a way to identify when your stop loss is going to be a better entry for the day, or just your regular entry and your regular stop loss. And I think it's very hard to do it. And a day like today, when we're seeing 40-point moves just come out of nowhere, could be a very good example of like, hey, you know what? Maybe today's the day where your stop losses are probably better entries than just a breakout trade or a 3-bar reversal, because we get these random 50-point moves down and up in a matter of a minute.
Yeah. What sucks is you got to get beat up pretty hard until you're like, okay, like my stops are really the better entries, and you had to get hit and hit and hit and hit. That's a painful path to get to that awareness. But then when you get to it and you're still open-minded enough that you're not chasing your money, which is like being a trading combine and be learning from this. Now your kid's college fund. And then you're like, oh man, every time I think my stops hits my stop, it's in like actually a great entry. And then you start to adjust your trading plan, your approach, your setup.
I was 100 points from the bottom of that move. Like that was 100 points for right near where we just got stopped out and rallied.
Wild.
The reality of it.
Well, that's just such a good example, Dakota, of like just using your data to make better decisions about your trading. I mean, that's the whole point of what we're talking about here. But it's like really when you make decisions about your system or about how you trade or your process or whatever, it should really be rooted in data that you've accumulated and not guesswork.
I'm so stoked for 2020. I've always data. How do we feed back this data to help people understand their behaviors? We're never going to tell you buy it here, sell it here. It's not even the business you even want to be working with somebody on in general. vice versa for you guys as well as traders. You don't want to be there. You want to be there where a coach or a digital performance coach or an AI coach can start to help you understand patterns of your behavior. Like that. Then also what the market did after that, or what you left on the table, what you like, all that kind of stuff. Hey, you got out of this trade early. You could have made this. Every time you get out of a trade early, 80% of the time you get out of a trade early, you leave, $500 on average on the table. Stuff like that fed back to you in real time, timely, relevant, in the moment education. That's the future. I have a bet going on here at Topstep, and we're building data lakes. We're building all this kind of shit. Like we have a whole quant team. Because like this data is important to us as a prop firm. It's important to you as an individual, and it should be there so you can help learn to get yourself in a better spot. So I got this investment going on right now because we have all the data. We've never put it in this, like, they did a whole example and they had to use like layman's terms with me, like Lego blocks. They're like, well, if you have them all in here, you got to get the colors over here and you got to get the same sizes with the colors here. And I'm like, thank you. That helps me learn. Yeah, I know. Like, they help you.
Legos can
we can do all this.
You can explain everything with Legos.
Whatever works.
You got to run, guys. Handing the house keys over to JD for a little while. I'll be back later on. Trade well, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Great.
New highs just put 21,884. 884. All right. S&P's pushing new highs here. 60,
200 contract at the high of day. You see that? Did you see that? Or did I see that wrong?
I missed it.
On the NASDAQ, 885.
Oh,
270.
885, 280.
Yeah.
On the offer.
Nice catch, guys.
Watch it break through this. We might see a 10-point breakout right there.
Look at this.
We'll see 95. Really. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Let's see what could get up into those 900s. There's another.
Lads left. 85% of the time you were down $500 on the day, you hit your DLL. Yeah, you know what? We've been watching traders for 15 years and been trading 30 years, because I started in 97, so it's not 30 yet, but you get the point. Yeah, and everybody probably knows this too. Halfway to your loss limit on the day, there's a higher probability, just like eyeball with the naked eye, not even quants coming in here and helping you diagnose or take it all the way back with history. You're like, yeah, they slip halfway to when you got halfway past your DLL, you're going to, there's a higher probability that I've seen in my own eyes that you're going to hit your DLL before you're going to get out of the hole.
– Yes. And the question I get MP all the time is, why would I want to make adjustments or tweaks on a strategy that's already successful for the year? And it's the same thing. You're not making these huge, giant tweaks to a system or a strategy. You're making these little fine adjustments, like tuning in anything, like a guitar or musical instrument or firearm, just anything. You just make these fine little adjustments. The market changes, you change with it, and you try and optimize it the best you can. It's like, okay, I'm, for the month of December MP, for example, I went through the month of December. That was one of a negative month for me. And if I would have just had a 20-point take profit, that would have made $100,000 difference instead of going for longer trades. And it's insane to think little small tweaks would make such a big difference in a matter of 1 month. So little things like that make a difference, regardless of whether you're profitable or not.
Well, I've heard the saying down in trading is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't completely. It's not like you change your guitar, whatever, and you're jamming on the guitar. Like you tweak it up. I don't even know why I use a guitar because I don't play guitar. But my point is, like, you got to make these small little adjustments because you build a foundation. You want to build a foundation, then you tweak around it. As the markets start to give you information, and then your patterns and your own trading behavior that has been in the markets give you more information, and then you make little adjustments. And you have these aha moments sometimes, and then sometimes it takes a while to have an aha moment, and you gotta tough it out.
All right. Well, it is Monday. Again, this is not another. It's only a 4-day trading week, Michael. The markets are closed on Thursday, so we got four. It's just a 4-banger. I think next week is also another 4-banger. Yeah, President Carter, your favorite president, Michael. Dave Morning.
I don't know. That's a good question. He wasn't really around. And it was the early 80s, mid 80s.
Yeah.
I was like 5, so I wasn't voting yet.
Lived to 100. Good run.
Lived to 100.
Good
Would we
run,
give him?
Did he
What would
really?
we give him a grade on? What would
Wow.
we give those that were around those times?
Oh,
What would we
man.
give him a grade on? A, B, C, or D?
Yeah,
Or presidential run? Why? Clint? We threw great
I
people.
don't know.
It's already the past.
I wasn't around. I wasn't around when he was in
I
office.
wasn't around.
I don't have a take on him, but I just know that we are off on Thursday. The markets
I would
are
say
closing.
an A.
F. Look at that. Look at a lot of Fs.
I was not around, but I would say A. We have the opportunity
D
to sit
minus.
here and
We
trade
got the worst. We
Man.
got an F. We got a D. Those that have been around, a J. Wow, a J, an F, a D.
Man,
Ooh, we have a theme,
wow.
guys. Ooh, we have a B here. Max
Everyone's
thinks
giving
it's
him
a
an
B.
F.
Man, poor guy.
It was terrible. D. God. Okay. All right.
I heard he was a good man. I heard he was
All
a good
right,
man. I
okay.
don't know. I heard he was a good person. Anyways, yes. So that being said, all right. Well, while we give out a report card for the newly deceased President Carter, again, the cut markets are closed on Thursday, so it's only a 4-day trading week. I believe next week is also another 4-day trading week. I might have that with Martin Luther King Day. Just back-to-back 4-day trading weeks. Anyways, I got JD waiting. We got some ready with some P&Ls. Stat Pack 1 of the day. JD, happy Monday, buddy.
Happy Monday, folks. I know we already did positive Monday. You know, I was just a baby when Carter was president, but I know he inherited quite the shit show of an economy. It was no good when he entered, and he did what he could. But
There you go.
I kind of agree with Chad. He did better after he was out of office. But anyway,
There you go.
let's take a look at some live funded P&Ls from Friday.
Here we go.
Here we go. Top of the list, Roby, number
Here we go.
63 on the
Yeah,
big
look at
board.
that.
Splitting time between the NASDAQ and the S&P. Took $9,000 out of the ES and just over $13,000 out of the NQ for a total of $22,098. USUP becoming a household name around here. Number 10 on the big board, splitting time between the ES, NQ, and MNQ. Picked up $12,050 in the ES, lost $270 in the MNQ, picked up another $3,700 in the NQ for a total of $15,528 in profits. Andy, number 37 on the big board, trading gold and the NASDAQ, lost almost $3,000 trading gold, picked up almost $17,000 trading the NASDAQ for $13,941 in profits. Carlos, top 20, he's number 17 on the big board. $6,236 trading the NASDAQ. And Ross making some moves. I didn't have his previous rank, but after Friday's performance, he's now number 137 on the big board.
Nice.
5150 trading the NASDAQ. Those are traders taking real money out of real live markets.
Love it.
There
It's
you go.
so sweet to see. That's on a day. That's just one day. Top live P&Ls.
Pro Ball, big leagues.
We're showing live guys. Live guys. Remember, it's just like the live guys putting up. That's like very excited about this because we pulled them up, called them up, and they banged it out.
MP,
Love to
it
see
wouldn't
that.
be a welcome back unless I asked you this question. You see me ask it on social media, on Twitter. I
took a time out. I took a time out from Twitter.
Okay.
I got to hear about this.
Yeah. Fair enough. But essentially, it's so surprising me. Why is Topstep the only one that talks about live traders and puts them on a pedestal? I've been wondering that for such a while now.
A couple other ones are starting.
But I feel
like
Topstep and we're pushing them. Like, why is it that Topstep's the only one that talks about the live traders in such a way that that's the goal? I've seen other places live is the ultimate goal of theirs, but I never see anything. I never see any live transitions. I never really see any live traders. I never see them talking about their live traders. It's always discounts or this or that, and so. I didn't know if maybe you knew something I didn't, and I think that would be just a great question to ask you since you're back.
I don't have any new rants that I didn't already run through in 2024. But I mean, it's the route we want to go, and we're not really we can't always be focused on what the others are doing. What we got to do is what was the whole intentions of why we created the props, the funding industry? Well, first we created it for ourselves because we're like, hey, we're going to evaluate you, put you on a live account And then new people came in here and they helped us learn and get inspired on new and better ways that we could be doing things, but also going directions that we didn't quite totally believe in. So we let that, like, from 2010, because we've been doing this 15 years, we've been letting the 2010 kind of, how we did things. 2016, 17, 18, when we started to adjust, tons of others, like other platforms, came in 2020 to 2024. And then now I think you're just going to start to see, you have to, I think you're going to have to see a live experience no matter what, which is again, the premise and the whole reason why we started it in 2010 was to evaluate somebody in a safe environment, then put them on live and everybody's cheering each other on because we get a percentage split and we got tens of thousands of you that we're backing. That's been always the vision. And have the largest prop firm in a way that we have our own Yankees team. We have a farm system, and then we have a major leagues. In the major leagues, you get called up, we call you up, and you may get shelled the first day and go back down, but you ain't down and out unless you're going to hop around and go after discounts. You stay in that shit league. You're going to come into our league, and we're going to be a little bit more serious, and we want to get you to the live level because we care about the live level, because that sets you up not only here at Topstep, which benefits us, yes, and you, but also benefits you when you go open up your own personal brokerage account, which might be coming along here faster, that Topstep might be able to help you have as well. So you got Topstep can come here and earn a prop account, or you can open up your own brokerage account. We want you set up for live trading, period. So that's what we want to do. That's the world that we're trying to push our community in. Who cares what the other guys are doing? That's my new 2025. Keep an eye on what other people are doing in the space, because that always is a new industry. But in general, yeah, live is the most important. Sets you up for success, real success. There's my rant.
I love you, MP. I love you, MP, so much.
How'd that feel? How'd that feel?
I don't really have a rant, but here we go.
I ran out of energy last year. I was tapped out in December and November. It was a tough. It was a good year, but it was a heavy year.
Yeah. 2025. I'm excited for it. I'm super excited for it. Mm-hmm. Great conversations. I love every conversation we have. I love trading with you guys. I know Peter Brandt reached out to me, and me and him's been talking back and forth a little bit, and super excited for the future. Nice.
He's coming on, I guess, this month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just gonna. The other thing too is I want to focus on more people. That's why at the end of last year, I think when I said I was done with Twitter, it beats you up. You go on there and it's like somebody tags your name, you're a piece of shit. You're like, come on, what? I just woke up. Like, I don't know. So stuff like that, and I get it. It's where people puke, vomit their emotions. I get all that. And you're doing a hell of a job over there. But the point of the story is towards the end of the year is like, guys, come on, we got to stay positive. So the whole thing is like, we got to stay glass half full, and we're going to talk about good things and blah, 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 because it will wear you down. This year is, it's talking about all those positive things and then just building the community tighter in that positive, upbeat, this is hard, but it's the hardest way to make easy money. And if everybody could do it, everybody would do it. And it's not that way. So we're going to all work together, and we're always going to be grass is the greenest where you water it, and all that kind of stuff, not jump around and go off. So we're doing all this like we've been kind of setting that up. It just got really taxing last year on how heavy it was. You saw that. You were kind of in the Twitter space too, towards you Q3, 4.
Yeah, Q4. Not too long. I haven't been on the Twitterverse for very long. But you even pulled out that quote: "The grass is greener where you water it." Jerome, and I
love that quote.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Yes, right.
I don't know where somebody just sent me that shirt. Somebody just sent me that shirt. I just got it in a FedEx thing, and I open it up, and it said, "The grass is greener where you water it." And it's a farm kid watering it, and I just got it. I'll bring it to you guys.
Yeah, I like it. Tomorrow. I like that. That's one of my favorite quotes this year.
I'll wear it tomorrow. How about that? I'll wear it tomorrow.
I like that. Yeah, that's cool. It's so true. It's so true for what we're doing right here.
All right, we got some P&Ls coming. We got some live. We got payouts coming here as well. But right now, take a look at these markets. 21,866 last trade in the Nasdaq. High. We're about 20 points off the highs there. 21,886 high of the day in the Nasdaq. Got a hard lot here at 870 in the Nasdaq. Hard lot offered at 870. Take a look at the ES. It was just filled. Take a look at the ES. 6054 last trade high of the day. 6060. Dow Jones minis, 43,233. 43,233 last trade there. about 100 points off the highs. Looking at crude oil, about wow, almost tapped out of $75 for highs, $74.99 high of the day in the crude. We're about 50 cents off that. Last trade, $74.46. Take a look at gold. Last trade in gold, $26.44 high of the day, $26.63, so about $20 off the highs there. We're looking at a bit of a bull flag here, Dakota. Looking at the 5-minute on the Nasdaq. Am I seeing
I
things
was
correctly?
just gonna say that, Andre, is if we can break through the 71, 72, 73 zone, maybe we get another leg higher up into towards 21,900. Possibly. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, this was kind of the target zone I had when I was looking at that 1 hour chart when we started off, was this level, this zone, these 880s, right? And we still another 1 hour green, red, or green candle. It's just green since midnight. I mean, it's now 12 hours in a row straight green, and here we are. We're testing it. If we're breaking through right now. Now the question is, do we sell off 40 points or do we actually get a nice breakout? Because I would be entering in long right now. This is the exact same setup that we seen where we got that 40-point smash to our stop loss and then we rallied. So curious to see how it plays out now. Still have that 100 contract sitting at 875. There's been a lot of big orders come in and out today. I've seen it on both sides of the market.
Speaking of 300 offered, 300 sold at 21,885 in the Nasdaq. It was about 270 on the offer. 300 bucks traded, and the offer Dakota and MP spotted that out. Got another 100 lot offered here at 75s in the Nasdaq. Hard offer
and 880. Yeah, 880
above it.
And 75.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, there's 100 lot on both of those.
All right. Well,
somebody was asking.
Ready, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No. Go ahead.
What are you going to talk about? Banked new dashboard?
Yeah. The new dashboard is going to be started. When I said it'd be invites are going to be started this month. Rolling everybody onto our new back end, and the new back end will allow you to bank a reset. It'll allow you, when you go to reset, that resets your rebill. So like 30 days from now. So if you reset two days before your 30th day, it will actually then just reset that rebuild date. That's really, really adding a ton of value and clearing up some confusion that a lot of people would get. Bank resets just make sense. If you're up, down, or all around, when you go to get a rebill, you get a reset that you can then bank and use on any account you want. So you have one account that you're trading NASDAQ in, the other account you're trading crude oil in, and you have different strategies there. You can use that. You can use that bank reset for any of those. It's just slick, and then we'll be able to do a lot more. Yeah, the back end we have on. That's why last year was so heavy. The back end we have on
testing. Is that what I've been testing in the background?
Yeah, but there's all new upgrades coming for it this week and next week, and then we're going to start inviting like 100 people a day on it.
Sweet.
And
wow, new highs.
So that's
bull flag, man. Textbook setup there, Dakota.
Yeah, I know. That was a good example of just take my entry and not wait for it to run to where my stop would be.
Yeah. It's always a tough part too when you're making adjustments, is to like when you have a new decision that you're thinking about like that. I've found it's like it's challenging to kind of get yourself, even if you know it's based in your data, like what you said, it still kind of can be challenging to actually like start applying that because you've been doing it the first way for so long.
Correct. Yeah.
Tim, I got a question for you. You're so data driven in your trading, but yet you're a songwriter, which is purely art. How are you both? Very rare combo. How are you? Yeah,
that's true.
I have some weird combo of both sides of my brain that I can tap into, and it's so actually, but to that point though, Andre, like when you're a musician,
sure,
and if you're playing a gig or if you're like recording or anything like that, usually what you're doing, if you're playing with people, especially if you're playing with people that you don't know, you're actually reading off of a chart. And so you're actually reading the music or what the chord progressions say, and you're actually just doing what the chart tells you to do. So in some ways, and music is actually very mathematical. And there's this thing called the circle of fifths, which is all numbers based with how all the different notes and all the scales work together. And you can figure out how to transpose from this key to that key, and then use the circle of fifths to easily and quickly do it. Like there's actually a thing in music called the Nashville number system. And it's interesting. So like there's like the root note is the 1, and then like most major pop rock songs have like a 1, 4, 5, 6 minor. And so it's just like literally a number chart. And so if you're a lot of studio guys or session guys in Nashville are experts at this, and they can, so let's say the song was written in E, but then they get in the studio and the singer's like, actually, I sing this better in A flat. Those players can use the Nashville number system to just go, boom, okay, I can transpose that like on the fly in real time, just reading the numbers on the page. It's kind of, so to answer your question, it's like, it is an art form, but it's also very mathematical. So it's very structured at the same time. So I think, to answer your question, I think it's tapping into like the melding of those two things in my brain.
Interesting. Are you left-handed?
I love trading, Michael. We bring people from
I do too. I love that
all
answer.
backgrounds. It's fascinating, man. It's fascinating. It's so damn cool, Tim.
The game of trading is fascinating. And then you put it on top of, like, you got to play the game on top of these markets that are made up of people's decisions. Some are driven by emotion, some are driven by whatever, some ins and outs. Pure capitalism at its finest.
Are you left-handed there?
Me? No, I'm right-handed.
Okay.
Right-handed. My girlfriend's left-handed, but I'm right-handed.
Shout out to Coach Jay in the chat. 1,000 offered at 60.62 in the ES. 1,000 offers, 60.62.
I'm continuing to see these big orders come through on the NASDAQ.
Size is back, baby.
I've seen a couple hundred just orders just come through and get filled. There's another one sitting at 867, just got filled. There's 100 sitting at 90, 100 sitting at 93. I mean, it's interesting to watch. I don't think I've seen it happen this often.
Size
or maybe
back.
I'm just paying attention more.
This is I think we're reading about it. This is I would consider this the first true week of the trading year. MP, you remember last January how we just got absolutely destroyed? We're not going to do that this year. Last January was very difficult for us. We set ourselves back. Actually, started in December of 2023, carried into January of 2024, and then the next 2 months, we're just trying to dig ourselves out of the hole we created. So it's nice to ramp up, start slow, and build into the trading year.
Crude oil is kind of pushing down lower here.
Oh shoot!
Got a big old move down on crude.
Look at that.
It's getting close to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute chart here. There's a little support level at 74. What is that? 74.09. That's interesting.
Nice.
Yes, it is. High of the day in crude, $74.99. Nice catch, Tim. We're about 80 cents off the highs there. $74.15 last trade in the crude. All right. I do believe we got some live payout numbers from Friday. If JD's ready, let's show them what the people made, what the payouts were on the Friday of this trading. When JD's ready, come on in, JD.
First Friday of the year.
First Friday of the year, indeed. We got those payout numbers ready. Let's do that. Otherwise,
yeah, let's do it. Sorry, I had my camera off. Wasn't paying attention there. Here we go. Live funded payouts from Friday.
Let's see some numbers.
Trevor in the house is $10,000 payout on Friday. Daniel $3,300. Nicholas $2,200. Ganesh $1,400, and Sean V another $1,400. Those are live funded payouts. Taking money out of the live markets. That's how you pay yourself, folks.
Putting it in your pocket.
In your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
That is the name of the game. The game is not just making money. It's also being able to take money out of your account, aka account management, so that you know how much to take, so that if you have a cold streak, you don't blow up your account and you stay always funded live, XYZ, whatever. But you put the money in your pocket. You got to learn to put money in your pocket. You got to learn to put money in your pocket. You got to learn all that whole game of trading starts with foundation. Do I understand bids and offers? Do I understand this and that? Do I understand, do I have discipline? Are my emotions blah, blah, blah? And by the time you get to trading well and consistent in that zone that we were talking about earlier, that Dakota's talking about, then you're like, pay the man his money, Z-man, rounders, fruits of your labor. And then you start to scrape that off your account into your personal bank account, and then you send that off to wherever hopefully you're investing it to. Then it takes the pressure off of you. so then you can then trade better and better and better. So that whole thing needs to work together. I don't know if everybody talks about that. I don't even know if other firms out there who I care less even preach you should be taking payouts. You should be taking payouts. You should be taking payouts. But that is the reason why you take payouts, is to get your psyche in a position that you can then get to where Dakota's is talking about earlier in the broadcast.
So speaking of that, if you're like Trevor, took a $10,000 payout. If you took over a $5,000 payout, here's maybe a $5,000 payout, and come to Topstep TV to join the payout club. Every day in our TV chat, we drop the payout club check-in form where you can sign up for your exclusive 5K hat, like I've got on my head, like MP's showing it in the camera right there. Right now, we can only ship to traders in the United States, but we're looking to expand in the future. Look at that little nice little gift set. You get the pin, you get the cool hat. You gotta wait on it. You gotta be patient.
Yeah, I'm very excited to get mine.
MP.
Tim, it's coming, baby. 2025.
Good.
We'll all be doing the payout club hat.
It's an exercise in patience, right?
Yes,
it's a lesson
in
patient trading. Getting your hat when you
yes, getting your hat in is also a lesson in patience of trading, because it is the area of the company which we focus least on. And people are like, it took me 5 months to get it. I'm like, yeah, it may take you more than that. I don't know. Like this is the last thing that like we're putting like a ton of people on right now, especially as we like work. Some people want to go here, some people want to go there. Everybody wants to go on the package thing together and send it out. So yes, there will be times you have to wait. That's why it's a surprise.
I still need to convince you to get those gold or silver coins.
Dakota's been
I know, I like that idea. I want to talk to you more about that.
Dakota.
You hear this, Dre? Dakota, Dakota.
Yeah, he's been talking about taking delivery on gold, right? He's been talking.
Yeah, let's take delivery on gold.
Yeah,
we'll manufacture it, stamp them.
Has anybody here ever taken delivery of any commodity? I think it would be really cool, to show that content of like, here's what we did. We got long of gold, and then we just held it to expiration. And then here's the email we got from our FCM, and then here's the blah 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 that I had to fill out, and we wired the money, and then the day it shows up. Then it gets you, Dakota, taking it to the guy and melts it down. Then we make. What do you want to make out of them?
Gold coins. We could make. I think it'd be cool to have a Topstep logo or Topstep Trading League gold coin. I don't know. There's a lot of ideas. I've made good friends with a mint, a coin, and a minter here in Utah that's doing some for the supply chain side, since I do have that supply chain background as well.
What's really cool? Maybe at the live funded trader milestone, we give you a coin. Like it's worth sizable amounts, like a gold watch or whatever jewelry, but it's one of those that it's a coin that you can, or however we do it. Maybe the pin that you get at that level. There's something there.
I'm excited for the. You know what I'm excited for, MP, is the charity accounts and trading for charity. That is above anything else.
It's coming together. That just came from an idea in chat. Idea in chat said you should do charity accounts for your on-air people that come on here. I'm like, that. I love that idea.
Yeah, it takes the pressure off of it, right? I mean, it's still.
Yes, it does.
I don't know. Does it? To me, it's going to be added pressure. It's going to be more pressure for me trading a charity account.
Than you lose your charity account.
Kids, man. What about the children?
Yeah, sorry, kid. I bought I bought a falling knife.
Yeah. There's going to be comments like, oh, Dakota now needs set up his own charity to fund his account, blah, 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 blah. You're like, okay, good one. Got it. Thanks, Twitter.
Thanks for taking the fun out of it.
Yeah, thanks for taking the fun out of it. Jeez.
All right, 21,878. 878's last trade in the NASDAQ. We did just take a peek above into the 90s. Sellers did come back in. And that first trade we took when they smashed it to 780s, that was vicious. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing showing. We did see as large as 80% long in the NASDAQ. Of course, we're sitting up around the highs, looking at the S&Ps. 60-60
Am I reading
trade.
This right, Andre? The Prime Minister of Canada is going to be resigning?
Yeah, I just saw that. If it gets dropped in here, put some source. That's pretty interesting. I didn't hear anything.
It's happening.
It is?
Yeah,
that's real.
It's toughened
It's
up.
real, Michael. He's
Yep.
going to announce his resignation soon, but he's going to stay prime minister until they get a new candidate in place. Due to Canada's many issues right now. They're similar to our
Michael.
own.
The governor.
51st state's coming to fruition, huh?
Come on, man. Stop. Just playing into Michael. I just no.
Just playing it. I'm just playing it.
Like
I get drug into it. It's funny.
snowboarder. I have heard that. Oh, there it is.
I'm
The
not
chat's
deep.
getting fired up. Just say a name, and chat just got hot takes. Shit. NQ, there we go.
delay
Young
on
G in the chat. NQ 5-minute chart bull flag forming. Indeed, it is. Nice catch. We did see that showing earlier. We'll see if another bull flag setup is showing up. We are seeing some size coming back in the markets. Again, this is the first real trading week after the holidays. 2 weeks. Most traders take off the first 2 weeks. I'm sorry, the last 2 weeks of. That's all right. Take a look at the calendar. We got the euro close in about 30 minutes as well. We have a 3 and 6 month bill auction at the bottom of the hour as well. But euro close also.
Are you seeing anything on your side, Tim? To me, it's nothing. I think we took the only decent trade, and I mean, I'm happy with myself where I was able to take the discipline and say, you know what, I didn't get in where I should have put my stop loss, and my entry over my stop loss is a better entry than that. But I got back into the exact same trade after taking a loss, and it worked out. So I'm happy with myself on that. Other than that, this price action's been very lackluster. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, we're
good.
kind of just drifting around this level. If I'm looking at the what is this 1 hour? It looks like back on the 27th, in the pre-market or in the overnight, there was a bunch of consolidation from like 897 3/4 ish to like 963. So we're kind of getting into an area where, you know, we're bumping up against those 900s. You're seeing a lot of size there, but it's like, you know, there previously, you know, back on the 27th, there was some overnight consolidation there. So it might be, you know, it's kind of tough to know if it's going to push through that, or I mean, based on, you know, how you look at things when they're extended and things like that on the hour chart, like what you were saying earlier, Dakota, like we're so extended on the 1 hour in the NASDAQ that, I mean, either I could see it consolidating for a while at this level or pulling back off this level before going higher.
Yeah,
So,
another
yeah, I
green
mean,
candle
actually
on
have
the 1
a-
hour.
Say again.
As just like you said, another green candle on the 1 hour chart.
Yeah. So my little system here is, I'm kind of just waiting for another signal. We're kind of just drifting, and then sometimes in this environment, my system can sometimes generate some false signals. So I always get a little nervous when this starts to happen, because if there's not like a lot of like convicting movement, then you can get
You ever
head faked into it.
you guys ever feel, man, I can't trade this garbage?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how it is right
JK. So JK just.
I want to
to
short this.
Yeah.
I want to short
JK,
this
we
right
hear you,
now.
buddy.
Stay patient. It's garbage now, but it'll pick up. Just chopping around. Ooh,
What I would
bar,
like
step
to
down.
see is a run up to 900, an immediate rejection, and then possibly look for a short entry. Because
Yeah.
everyone who's short up here in this zone probably has their stop losses just above the session high.
Yeah.
And I'm over here looking at the DOM, and there are a couple 100-lot orders at 890 and then 893. So I'll be curious to see if we make a nice run up
Nice.
and then reject. We are up almost 2%. What's 2% for the day? I know Coach Jay's really good
Jay
at
special.
doing that calculation. We're up 1 and 1.8, 1.9 almost.
Yeah, that's a Coach J special right there for sure. He's always looking at what's 1.5, what's 2%. He's always on it.
He can call. Yeah.
Look at all right, crude. Nice catch, Tim, earlier. Crude off $1, down $1 off the highs there. $74 even last trade. Peaked at
That thing's still pushing
$74.90.
lower.
Yeah, it is.
That's a move right there.
Yes, it is. Crude is back, baby. Crude is back. It was stuck in a $2 range for 5 months at the end of 2024.
Do you think the resignation of the Canada Prime Minister affects crude?
Well, don't we do the Keystone pipeline from Canada? Didn't that get shut down during the Biden administration? Got turned on during the Trump administration. I think they're going to turn it back on. I don't know.
What are you doing?
What? Liberals are us. I just go to it every day. Come on, Andre.
What are you doing?
Andre always think I'm talking politics with this, like when I just say this stuff. No, we make decisions. There's a group of people up there that swipe with a pen and changes laws, which changes prices.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
it's very true, Michael. We speak the economics, not the politics around here.
If you saw who I voted for in the last 8-10 years,
all right,
I've been all over. I've been all over the board. I've been all over the board.
All right.
I flip a coin. That's how I decide.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm joking. By the way,
taking a look at crude, we got. We do believe some announcements coming up with James in the house. James, if you're ready to do some announcements, I'm ready. If you are, happy Monday, James. How are we doing?
Happy Monday indeed, Andre. I do have a couple announcements for you. Let's go ahead and get started. This is called vamping. Trying to let Gabe take over. Gabe, I think you got it. Anyway, I'll go ahead and get started. Feel free to push us along, Gabe. Stick around today. If you're wondering where group coaching is, we have replaced it. We've changed it up a little bit. We're calling it Lunchbox Trading now. All right, we're putting a new spin on group coaching. 12:30 p.m. every day, we'll be looking at the markets and taking trades while we answer your questions live. If you watched last week, you've seen how this works, and we're really excited about the results, the turnout, and the engagement. So 12:30, Lunchbox Trading. Grab your sandwiches, sit down, and get ready to ask questions. Moving on, did you know that our trader support team is only one phone call away? That's right. If you need them, you can give them a call. That number is 1-888-407-1611. So if you're having a problem, you don't want to feel like talking to Wendy, you're scared of the Terminator and the future that we're living in with AI, you can still talk to a person here at Topstep. Just pick up the phone, give them a call. They're really friendly, but if you are shy or you love our robot overlords, AI chatbot Wendy is still always there for you. She is just a click away. So if you need help, you got help. Today at 2 o'clock, instead of our usual power hour, we're going to have an extremely special guest stop by. Her name is, I'm going to get this wrong. We practice it all night.
Agnieszka.
Here we go. Agnieszka Wood. Yes. She's a trading mindset coach, and she's here to help get us a plan and help us start our 2025 with an edge. You're not going to want to miss this one. So instead of power hour, you're going to see this very special segment. If you're busy later in the day, it will be recorded and posted as its own segment later on, so don't fret. But 2 p.m. Central Time, be there. And that's all I got for now, Andre. I'll go ahead and kick it back to you, but I'll be coming in with some news in just a little bit.
Thank you, James.
Another Hunter contract just got filled at the ask, Andre.
Yep.
On the NASDAQ.
Size is back, baby. Good to see.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really pulling back a lot here, so,
No. Maybe we break for a new session high again. There's 190 and 193. I mean, technically, this is a setup. Yes, buy right here, right now, and target, 900.
NASDAQ can be just like the honey badger. We just don't care.
Don't care is right.
This would be process over profit. Buy here and target 900. Why can't I do that though? I'm having a hard time doing this.
About to pop here.
It's because it's like 12 hours of just pure green, I think. And this is that resistance zone that I was looking at on the hourly chart.
Your boy Trudeau speaking right now.
Out again.
Old Trudeau.
Your boy speaking.
True don't.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,882s. S&P 6058. Keep an eye on that. Wow. Keep an eye on the gold or the crude here. I did see about $1 sell off. That's trade $74.08. Nothing showing on the tilt. Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board. Yep, he is stepping down as Canada's Prime Minister right now. Yep, joining us at 2 p.m. Agnieszka Wood joining us for Mindset Coach.
Is that Polish? No, it's Russian.
Yeah, it's Polish. The name, yeah. Anya for short. Anya.
I know, because I see how you're stressing it. Like you're the king of Polish.
I'm
lingo.
the authority. I'm the authority on this one.
Yeah, you saw that? I felt it. Trust me, I felt it.
I know you did. You knew what I was doing there. I'm the authority on this. You're so good. Anyways, yeah, 50-50 on the tilt.
I felt it, Anjay. I felt it, Anjay.
All right, less of that. Hey, let's do some live funded accounts. See some live funded accounts here. Wow. Man, oh man. We got some big numbers here, folks. Holy cow, is this right? All right, Rami up $60,000 already today. We've got
wow.
Pardon my pronunciation, up $51,000. We got Matthew S, not Matthew Stafford, but Matthew S up $16,000. Peyton up $1,100. We got She up $5,600. We got big ass. Oh my god, Kai H up $74,000 right now. Yo,
hold on. All this is
right now, man.
This is live.
Yes, like 10 a.m. Central. This is as of 9 minutes ago. We got Kachun.
These are live again.
Yeah, up $32,000. We got another trader up $74,000. We got another
trader
up $51,000. We got another. I'm going to Slack. Looking to Slack right now from Brett. Another trader up $60,000. Holy cow. Yeah, we got some big ass numbers getting put up today, folks, and we're only 2 hours into the trading day.
That's incredible.
Holy bananas!
Yeah, it is.
Hey, other firm. You guys keep taking your traders on sim only. We'll take them live.
Wow.
Woo.
Holy moly.
Wow.
Big ass numbers.
I'm curious if anyone held some trades overnight for my slow markets. We talked about the breakout to the long side a little bit. We talked about crude. Man, that is such a beautiful thing to see. That's why I don't want to put the Goda in my name, because
Kai's up 74 grand, was up 50K, 48 at 8 a.m. 2 hours later, let's just add a cool whatever more. 25 grand. Jeez.
Wow. Good for him.
My best trading day in my entire career was 33,000, and he doubles that.
Pretty same.
That's why we created Topstep in the back of the day. Well, the funding opportunity, like evaluate them. If they're good, put them on an account. If they're really good, open them up, extend them. Katie bar the door, wide open. And we used to call it, hey, can we find the Michael Jordan of trading? A lot of them. We used to also call it, can they be mini-me's too? We used to say that too, Dre. Like if they can be mini-me, can they stay disciplined? Can they do these basic things?
Rami.
And put them, it's a funnel too, guys. This is what we're talking about right now. 50,000 from Rami, 60,000 from Rami. All these people that he just listed off. These are a small percentage. These are the small percentage of, because they're at the live level, so they've clearly gotten funded. They've clearly done well in their XFA, and they've done well at their XFA that they've been called up to say do well and even better in this live real money prop account.
Jay.
So kudos to those folks. That's a small percentage of people. Well, you can get there if you jab away, if you're working every day. Open-minded, growth-minded, all this kind of things.
That's
big
amazing
numbers
to see.
Impressive.
The numbers continue to grow.
Ew.
It's hard to stay up at the top. It really is.
It is.
Anything
it
in life.
is.
Yeah.
It is. Big numbers. Great to see. We got a news break coming up here in a little bit. James Ray, we can do some
okay.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious. I'm sure people have asked you this many times, so maybe I just have missed the times where you were talking about it. But is Topstep ever going to consider opening it up to trading stocks as well as just futures, or what's your stance on that?
You know what
This
I've
question.
been told and what we did? It's 2 things. I've been told by my old man, do one thing, do it very well, and you'll be successful. Okay, all right. So, and then I did. I focused on one thing in trading, and I've always been a trader. And then when we did this one, when we launched Topstep, we're like, hey, futures only. And then we're like, looked into like, should we do FX? Should we do? And we kind of dabbled, and we pulled out of that. And then we looked at stocks, and we looked at options, and we looked at crypto spot coin spot prices. But then we're like, hey, crypto's already here in futures. And then we just stuck with futures. It's what we know. So if we go narrow and deep on what we know and we become the best at it as a firm, as a prop firm, as a funding organization, as a platform for you to learn, and everything we can wrap around you is futures, and you're here for futures, to me, I think that's the best fighting chance. And we did that. We narrowed that focus down a couple years ago, and we just catapulted. We're not going to be all things. Very hard to have a mini asset class. You can go to brokerages right now. Like go to futures brokerages. Not a lot of them have every asset class. Now Robinhood, sure, they have, but it's very hard. The plumbing in every asset class, that margins and blah blah blah, and, data and all that, and prices and people that understand those asset classes, and then understand the traders that trade them. So, needless to say, narrow and deep is what we focus on. So we'll be the best gosh darn futures company, prop firm for sure. If we stay narrow and deep focused.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Just the reason I asked because I love trading on Topstep X so much that I'm like, man, I really wish I could trade stocks on Topstep X too.
Good question, Tim.
I totally get that answer though, and that makes a lot of sense as well. Like that makes total sense to me.
Yeah,
I can't.
Yeah, the Topstep X, the Project X guys that built all that. This is going to be an exciting year for them, I think.
Where else you can get direct access to the CEO?
Hey, I wouldn't be opposed for everybody on air to get their Series 7.
7? We're still working on our 3.
I got 3 coming up here, Dakota. We pumped the
yeah.
What about Series 30? Anyone here have a Series 30? Raise your hand if you have a Series.
I got 2. I got the 3 and the 30. Dre, I got 2 hands already.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, I got mine right here too.
Got good news. Alex Ferreira joining us tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central Time. Topstep athlete partner. He is. He's locked in right now. He is locked in.
His copper, the last run on his copper run, stomped it.
Insane.
Got his Ferreira whip of the ski pole. He looked pro ball. He's good.
You don't want to talk about pro ball. Alex Ferreira, Topstep athlete, Topstep partner, going for the gold, Olympic gold 2026 in Milan. Very, very exciting stuff. He'll be joining us at 2 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. Do a check-in with him, see how the season's going, see how his trading journey is going as well.
That video that you showed of him, what was it? It was like a week or 2 ago. That video that y'all showed that displayed some of his stuff was super cool.
He's nuts, man.
Well, I think after the show every day, right, Dre? After the show every day, we end with it. So, guys, tune in after the show ends at top of the hour at 3:00 Chicago time. The show ends, and then we leave his like, I don't know, I'll call it 30 for 30. It's like an inspirational,
I am Alex.
Yeah, I got into it. I hurt myself. It was a bad hurt, and I got myself back in. And every day, routine over and over and over again. 7:30.
10
wake
blueberries.
Up, do it again.
10 blueberries.
Yeah, 23 of
10
them.
blueberries.
Not 9, not 11.
Yeah, 10, not 23. 10 blueberries.
10 blueberries. Messy.
Okay. Want to talk about process?
Specificity, man. You gotta be specific.
Yes, it is. All right, we do have some news coming up. We got a little bit of news break on main man James. Whenever James does these news breaks, they're pretty freaking hilarious. Sorry if I set the bar too high there, but James, come on in. What is on your radar today on this Monday?
Well, Andre, I do have some good news and I have some bad news. So let's start with a little mix of both. If you're looking to save some money, you can be like this man, live in a garbage bin. That's right, out of London.
Not bad.
Artist was down on his luck. He said that he was rented a yellow skip, which is also known as a dumpster. He built the contraption you see on top over it. So this is like a tiny home. He says that his monthly cost of living in the skip is around £30, which is $59 here in the US. Comparably, to rent a studio flat in central London, it costs £1,500 a month, or for you US dollar fans, 2,992.
I mean, why?
Sign me up. I'm up for the skip.
What? There's like a container you can get or a dumpster. I want to start with a dumpster to build a house.
Start with the dumpster. You know, Oscar the Grouch is a big hero to a lot of us.
There
So
you go.
shout out.
I get it now. Get it?
Moving on, here comes some really sad, tragic news out of the Bay Area. That's right. The famous donkey, who was modeled for Donkey from Shrek, dies at age 30. This is the model, the animator, or the actual donkey the animators used for the movie.
Looks like it.
It even looks like him.
Yeah, it does.
Sounds like Eddie Murphy too.
Uh-huh.
But yes, good old Donkey passed away sadly. So pour one out
James,
later for whatever you're drinking.
James, can you keep track of Eddie Murphy's social media? See if he comments on the death and RIP from his homeboy.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
That'll do, donkey.
that would be cool.
Oh, I'm gonna follow him right now. All right.
Yeah.
Beyond that, last night. Oh, chat's gonna love this one. I know how much you love this kind of news. The Golden Globes were last night. The biggest thing to take away was that Demi Moore wins her first award for acting from the movie The Substance, which is crazy if you haven't seen it. It's wild. See it as big as you can. She is incredible in it. Other big names that walk away with a lot of awards last night. The Brutalist, a 4-hour movie that I now have to watch. Amelia Perez. Yeah, 4 hours. It's apparently incredible. It's possibly the best movie of the year. But who's got 4 hours for a movie? I guess I will soon. Amelia Perez, a musical comedy, took home Best Musical or Comedy. TV hits include Hacks, The Bear, and Shogun was the big winner for drama last night. Very cool show. I haven't yet to watch it, but I want to check it out. And finally, in a little local news, the Chicago Transit Authority, better known as the CTA, deactivates their X account. That's right. Looks like, Michael, you're not the only one who took a break from Twitter. CTA is leaving.
I can relate.
They did not really give a reason. If you read over the article, it even ends with no further information about their decision to leave is available. They just said that after careful consideration, they're just suspending the use of Twitter as it's no longer providing the value it once did. Yeah. But to me, the CTA doesn't provide the value it once did either, so I don't know what they're talking about.
Well done, James.
If you want to train with a bunch of cigarette smoke car, come to Chicago, baby!
I know.
Still the best way to get around town. And back to you, Andre. That's what I got today.
Thank you, James.
Grab a pole. Don't worry. It's clean.
Yeah. Deactivate their exit. They're just getting lit up. I'm guessing they're just getting lit up left and right, 24/7.
I mean, build your immune system and ride the CTA.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. All right, new highs, S&Ps. New highs just put in 60, 65, half. New highs put it in there. NASDAQ, still about 10 points off the highs.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
We
We blink and it will be there.
See if we can get to these 900s. We got 75% long in the YM right now. 10 minutes till the Euro close. 10 minutes till Euro close. Fast markets moving along fast right now. Already 1,100 likes. MP is back, making his triumphant return to TopstepTV. Click like, click follow, click subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your enemies to come tune in to TopstepTV. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. Markets just keep buying up. I called right, or always rise, saying markets just keep buying up. Yep, yes they do. Yep. Here we go, new highs. S&Ps.
Does anybody in here in the chat, do you guys trade with a buddy? Is a buddy right now here? Buddy could be anybody, like a family or a friend. Who's yours here? I hope you say me.
I was going to say Andre.
Yeah,
Andre's
thank you.
Buddy.
Thank you, Dakota. Yes. Of course he's going to say Andre. We trade every day, Michael, Monday through Friday.
Am I fast follow?
I got Hogue and then you.
Mm-hmm. But yes. Trading buddies, very, very important. Hold you accountable, pick you up when you're down, pats you on the back, or gives you a kick in the ass if you need it every now and then too. I heard poll up in the chat. Do you trade with a trading buddy? Yes, no, used to, want to. Ooh, good questions. But yes, trading buddy is very, very important. It can be very, very lonely. Used to not be as lonely, but then post-COVID, everyone could trade from wherever with just a fast internet connection. And
Melvin, we are your trading buddies. Yeah.
Big
Tune
time.
into Topstep TV, and we are your trading buddies. We read the chat all the time, right?
All the time. For better or worse, we're always reading the chat. Here to pick you up when you need it. Also here to keep you in check. Also, I see Coach Paul waiting in the wings. Got a VIP check-in. Coach Paul's Profiteers.
80s to 890s is one heck of a resistance.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at the Topstep daily levels really quick. We referenced them earlier today in fast markets. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,870. 870 takes us into zone one. Zone one, 21,870. Yeah, this is there's some resistance up here as we've seen, but we did trip to 896. Volume point of control, 22,010. So always keep an eye on Topstep daily levels. Into the top of the chat, new highs just put in there. Gold or crude dip beneath $74 even now. $73.98. We saw some serious resistance up at $75. High of the day, $74.99. Like Tim caught it. It's a dollar sell-off right from there. Dow putting in new highs. Again, Euro close 7 minutes. And also 3 and 6 month bill auction in 7 minutes as well. Smooth sailing. Hoop saying in the chat. Bitcoin, 103,000 bucks. What a rebound. Dakota, oh shoot. Dakota, what price were you looking at there in the Bitcoin that you wanted to get long at in the 80s perhaps?
88,000 was my first level. We didn't get there.
Wow, look at that MBT chart.
Yet, I guess.
To the moon.
A bad
NASDAQ's looking heavy right now. It's looking like a possible short.
Yeah,
it's tough, but we are heavy. We have failed to push above and hold 90s for the past hour, and so I am actually looking at a short here in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't
I
hate
might
that idea.
be missing it as I'm talking.
Okay. Short in the NASDAQ. We got a VIP check-in. I do believe JD does have the keys to the house. If this is house worthy, not saying it is, but we are looking at a short here in the NQ.
Dre, you see, what's your risk on this trade, Dakota?
Risk would be above 93, 92.
Good question, JD.
Yeah, that's a good question. I missed it. It's valid. I just missed it. I'm saying that right now. I was too hesitant, I think.
Okay, last trade, 21,858. It was looking a little heavy. If we can break beneath the 850s, it might be clearance. Look out below.
There's like a little 3-bar reversal setting up on the 15.
Let's take a look at the 15. Show us what you're seeing there, Tim.
A red candle on the hourly too.
Yeah.
So
I'm seeing
hang on 1 second.
Bar reversal on the 15-minute chart in the NASDAQ. Thank you, Dan Emmons.
So got this got a couple of bars, big bars of extension here. And then a lot of times what I've noticed with Dakota's 3-bar reversals is there's like a big topping tail, but this is like I call this pattern right here like a pin bar pattern.
Pin bar.
And I'm actually thinking of reintroducing this into my trading plan this year, but oftentimes when you see this kind of pattern with like a big extension with a couple of big bars like this on big volume, the price action will often retrace to the bottom of this pin bar right here at least, and sometimes even push like way back into this area where it came from. So you could either short it from the top up here, which we obviously would have missed already, but you could also, set an entry for under 843.5, set your stop above the high, which is the 900s. So, that's something to consider, but then, it could retrace back into, this consolidation area back down there if it gets going.
Good stuff, Tim. Hey, quick results.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm getting in short here if it will let me. 72, 3/4.
I was
many
count
times
short,
five?
75
CYA,
even.
I was count short from
95?
70.
I was count short, 21,875.
75. How many times,
coming in
JD?
at
Three times,
73
three times, three
quarters.
times.
Thank you.
CYA is at 97, 98. We'll
Okay,
see. This
98
is
stop.
not risking too much. 25 points. 25 points on this one. We shall see.
UAA just above new highs. Here we go.
Yeah.
What's your target to the downside here?
I am going to be looking at, let's take a look and see what it's at. 34s, 834s, and
34.
first one's actually going to probably be 44s, 844s. Man, my timing has been so off lately. Because here we are, right back into these 80s. Yeah.
Dre, we're toast.
Horrible timing.
That was quick, too. That was quick.
It's our CYA is there for a reason.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We're going to find out if this is going to be a good example of our stop being a better entry.
Yep, stop should be where entries. There you go. See how Dakota quickly turned that. See how Dakota quickly turned that into. How do I learn from this? Like that's how quickly he did it. And if some people will look that over. So a lot of other people, majority of people will be caught in. I just got stopped out. They'll be feeling some emotion. They'll get drug into it, and they'll do some impulse decision after that. So you got to take these little notes. Like that was a really good shift, Dakota, of just being like, okay, how do we turn this into a learning moment?
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, that's
maybe not. If it stops us out, then we're gonna find out. If not, I mean that's part of this transition that I'm doing. It's the beginning of the year, and it's gonna be interesting to see a lot. Like, if we shorted there and the market sold off, it's like, oh my gosh, that was a great trade, and then I'm glad I didn't wait to get in where I put my stop loss. I don't mind doing it. That's part of the process of trying something new and tweaking and adjusting, and we'll see. You seen me take one loss earlier, one win. I'm 1 for 1, and if this is a loss, I'll be down 25 points.
Euro close, 20 seconds. Get Jerome on the phone ASAP. I know we need the Jerome chant right now. We'll see though. Got the stop in place. Got a risk to find. It's okay. And right after this, we'll have a check-in with JD and Coach Paul's Profiteers. Okay. All right, new 5-minute. All right, Euro close has come and gone. Dow seeing a bit of a bid as well. Stay tuned throughout the day, folks. We'll give you those live funded account updates. See those traders putting up big numbers. About every 2 hours, we get updates from Risk about what some of our live funded traders are doing.
Ooh.
So Dennis DeMiglio. Hopefully I said that right. Man, I like to be you. This is cool. You live in New York. You introduced your buddy and your son who lives in Cali, to futures trading 2 years ago. You've been trading with them, and I don't know if he's your buddy or your son that took a payout. Quick learner now gives me trading tips.
Awesome.
Introduced them to the world. Yeah, I mean, awesome.
I'm going.
Some people are going to pick up on this quicker than you can. If you can introduce people to it, then you're shortening both your learning curves just by talking about it. What happened? What'd you do? All that kind of stuff. And then if they catch on quicker than you, then ride that pony. KB up there, username KB said my friends, my trading buddy's username is I lose all day. Well, as long as they're consistent and they lose all day, keep asking them what position they're at. Just fade it. He's a great trading buddy.
We had a buddy like that. I'm not going to say his name, but we definitely had a trading guy on our floor at the firm, and we get a general idea what his position was, and everyone would fade him. All right, heads up on the SPOOs. SPOOs are catching the bid here. New highs, S&Ps, 60, 67, 60, 68 now.
Dow's pushing higher too, actually.
Yes, it is. Nice
Dow's
catch, Tim.
Big push.
Dow could be dragging this thing higher.
Which is interesting because it was running into a pretty significant resistance area before, but it's just kind of cutting right through it now.
43,373 last trade in the Dow. House account is short right now, getting close to the CYA.
Was it Hogue that said, like, hey, we're really good at calling tops and bottoms, even though that we were buying or selling incorrectly, right? Was it Hogue? Similar to that, like, oh wow, you're good at calling when the market changes directions. Unfortunately, you're buying when you should be selling and selling when you should be buying.
And there's the old spin cycle, the retail rinse sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're still holding offered here, NASDAQ. We can walk and chew gum around here. So we do have the house account trade on, but we also want to do a check-in with Coach Paul and hear about the profiteers as the first VIP session, if you will, cohort, if you will, is coming to a conclusion here. We're in the home stretch, a couple weeks left there, but we got a new one. 10 teams, 50 teams, 50 people a team, 500 new VIPs coming up at the end of the month. So, JD, if we want, we could do a Coach Paul profiteer check-in, if that works for you, buddy.
Let's do it. I'm ready to go.
All right, cool. Take it away.
Monitoring the house count. House count is short at 75. Down a little bit.
Yep.
Coach Paul, head coach of the Profiteers. What's up, my man? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Coach Paul, we've got 10 trading days left in the VIP experience. January 17th, if you are in a trading combine and you have not moved on to the XFA by January 17th, the VIP experience is over for you. We're going to have a new draft on January 27th. Well, Coach Paul, did you talk to your guys last week? Did you guys meet up and talk about finishing strong through the end of this VIP experience?
Yeah, we reviewed what we've learned and what we can improve upon. We got some positive results for the people that really have put a lot of work into it in keeping an account alive, learning the process and following a process, and a focus on risk management. So those people are slowly, that's why they call it, this is not an easy job, and you have to learn hard lessons. And we have a handful of people that are really coming along, and I'm really happy for them.
You sure do. You got a new trader in an XFA today. First day in the XFA for this trader. We're going to talk about him in just a minute. Can we pull up that VIP leaderboard real quick, though, please? You will see Coach Paul's Profiteers started with 38 traders. 14 have finished the experience. 8 traders currently in combines and a pair of traders in XFAs. One's up a little and one is very fresh. I haven't lost a trader. You haven't lost a trader in the funded level since early December, which is pretty decent. Still lacking on the payout end, but those will come. We still got 2 weeks left. 10 trading days left until the end of the VIP experience. Let's switch over to Coach Paul's top 5 profiteers. First show we're going to talk about in just a second. Fresh in that XFA, like I said. We got Matry. We talked about him last week or a couple weeks ago. He's been fluctuating just a little bit. He's up a little. He's down a little. He's got that 25% win rate. Could be a little better, but only down $800. Still plenty of wiggle room for Matry. Cameron, George, and Daniel all fighting their hearts out to get into that funded level account. Coach Paul, what's the strategy for the next 10 days? We're focusing on process over profits, but we got to light a fire under these guys. We don't have a whole lot of time left. What do you want to say to the profiteers out there?
Follow your process. When you follow your process, you can begin to take bigger size, but beware. Don't just put it on to make money. The biggest lesson here is how to follow a trading plan. Once you get that down, the money will come. You said that earlier with the payouts. But unless you can execute a process and you're just trading to make money, and it doesn't sound right, but when you're just trading to make money, you're not really following a plan, you're gambling. So wait for your setup, maybe do a little more size. Time is running out, but don't just put a big, hold my beer kind of trade. I really, the value of this whole thing is this whole process is to learn how to trade a process, not just fling size. So be patient, wait for it, and then put a little more size when your trade comes.
Sound advice, sage advice. All right, Coach Paul, your most recent trader to pass from the trading combine into the XFA was Herschel. Let's pull up that trading card for Herschel. Herschel kind of saw the writing on the wall. Reset this account half a dozen times. Got into this trading combine on January 2nd. Came out of the gates swinging in the new year. Made $2,900 on January 2nd and just over $3,000 on January 3rd to pass through that trading combine in just 2 days. Wasn't joking around anymore. Knew he had to get in that XFA. Came out swinging. He's got average daily P&L of $3,000 right now, and he's just crushing it so far. Well, crushing it from that last trading combine. Today's his first day in the XFA. We're going to catch up and see what he's doing. But is this the kind of activity you want to see out of your traders? Going right into the end of the experience, come out swinging, and get into that funded level account.
Absolutely. I'll use a baseball term. Wait for your pitch. And then swing. But don't just put it on. That's so tempting. I'm going to go back to learning the lessons of proper trading. But once your setup comes in, put a little more size. Now that you're in the XFA, though, don't just throw some size on. Execute like that brought you there. So for those in the XFA, you've earned it. Don't blow it up by trading too big. For those of you who are in the combine, when you're patient and you got a high lazy curveball, knock it out of the park.
A high lazy curveball. There you go. Again, these are the numbers we're showing for Herschel are from his most recent trading combine. Today's first day in the XFA, so we don't have any trade data for him. So these are Herschel from Macon, Georgia. That happens to be the Allman Brothers Museum house right there. I thought Hogue would get a kick out of that.
Absolutely. I was going to say that was my first thought.
Very cool. Yeah. All right, Coach Paul. We'll catch up with you next week. Anything you want to say to the rest of the profiteers before we get out of here?
Yeah, I'll just repeat it. Wait for your trade and then swing. Don't swing at just anything that comes there. And you've worked hard enough. I'm really happy for the people who are still in the combines who haven't blown them up. They are really working hard in the process. Now is the time to take a little more, put on a little more size when your trade comes to you. Just don't swing, wait for it, and then knock it out.
There you go. You got 14 traders active in combines today. So good luck to all the profiteers going into the end of part 1 of the VIP experience. Again, January 17th, folks. If you are currently in a trading combine in the VIP experience, you have 10 trading days left to get in that XFA.
Wow.
Goes fast.
All right, guys. That went real fast, didn't it? Quite a few months.
Yeah, it does.
All right, Coach Paul, thank you for your time. We'll catch up with you.
Happy New Year.
Days. Happy New Year to you too, Paul. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Paul.
One of the best. One of the
Hey,
best.
just a bit outside.
Vladislav asked, I wonder if Dakota's still in his short. Dakota, are you still in your short?
Yes. Yep. Short. 872 3/4.
House account still short from 75
like
also.
That? Did you like that one?
Well, yeah, duh. You might as well say duh, Dakota.
Here he is. MP's back, baby. He is back. Duh. Keep an eye on the Dow's pushing higher here. Vladislav, I got your answer. I got your question answered. He's still short. House account is short as well. Oh, we got
so far. It's been a whipsaw. We were down 15 points, up 10 points. Kind of. We'll see. I'm looking for this market to maybe pull back down towards these 840s. maybe we see something lower. We're gonna find out, or maybe we just get up and hit our stop loss. But market's consolidating right now.
It is.
And right back down into these 60s. Here we go. Is this it?
JD said we're toast. JD said we're toast. You know when JD reverse jinxes this thing, it's always a good thing.
Is this it?
That is a good thing.
Toast. You guys don't know what we're talking about. A few months
what
ago,
is JD?
Look at the graphic. Look at the graphic. That's the toast.
Love it.
We had a trade on, and JD said this trade's toast, and we got like a tick away. What was it, JD? We came like a tick away from our stop.
Mr. Step. Yeah, Mr. Stop by 2 ticks. Nearly ticked us out.
And they didn't win in the money.
Big winner.
Yeah,
big winner after that.
Big winner. JD toast.
Yeah,
I love it. JD toast.
The reverse jinx. We love it.
Are we gonna start calling him buttered toast?
Yeah. Ooh,
buttered toast. JD, buttered toast over there.
Get our minds into the gutter, boys. Focus on the market.
All right, let's see if we can break through these 60s. Here we go. Still in short 5, 72 3/4.
Nice. We have a downside, or are you just gonna actively manage this trade, Dakota?
Actively manage. I'm looking for these 840s to come into play to maybe take a few off right there. Up 14 points, $1,400 on that. It's $100 a point. A handle.
Yeah, we got. We'll do Dakota's end of year email recap. If there's time, we also have live call ups coming your way as well. We got 14 minutes left here in Fast Markets Action Pack Day, first Monday of the trading year of 2025. Feels like the volume has come back. Jay, Coach Jay, if you're out there, how are we looking on volume today? Compared to, I know we're only 2 hours in, but it feels like the volume is back. We see some size orders coming in the seeing the ladder here in the NQ and the ES. But I feel like we are back.
There's a lot more size.
Hey Dakota, how do you feel about trading around the range here? So we're at the bottom of this 3-minute range. How do you feel about
I feel like
off
the
and maybe
going to
a better
840s, maybe?
You think it's going 840 before
it's really
return?
up to you. It's up to you, but my trade is short at 72 3/4, CYA at 98, and I'll be taking profit if we could get down towards these 840s.
Sounds good. All right.
I don't like adjusting trades when I'm in them, to be honest, JD.
Right
there's a lot of self-sabotage that people can do.
Noted, yeah. It's a more aggressive tactic. More aggressive of a tactic, I should say.
You see what Jim and stuff said? Maybe we could have some pulled pork on some buttery toasted bread.
Ooh. I like it. Let's go pulled pork.
There it is.
Sign me up.
Exactly what we created off the TV just for random stuff like that.
Take care of that one.
Throw it out there. I love it.
Buttered toast would go great with pulled pork.
Buttery toast would go great with a pulled pork.
Hey, Tim, man,
to be almost stopped out on a size position, go in, then turn into the money, a big winner.
Here we go. Yeah.
Come on, Dakota, talk to us. Tell us what you're thinking. Your last trade, 21,858 house account, and Dakota both short for about 15, 18 points higher here.
Yeah, I want to see follow through here.
Go ahead.
We haven't seen a lot of follow through in any direction, to be honest.
Nope. We're really just ranging. You see my 3-minute chart up there right now. Pretty sideways up here at the top. That's where my idea of trading around this range came in. Feeling one off and then maybe looking for a better trade location on it.
It could very well make sense, right? You never know until after the fact.
Right.
Dobie would be excited about ranges.
I like the concept of trading around a range. Peeling some of them off a bit. I mean, you have to use it the right time and all that kind of stuff. But the concept itself is still the same idea, but you're like, I really want a better trade position here entry-wise, or average it up or whatever, where you get out of a few. Maybe you leave 1 or 2 on, then it comes back up, taking a little heat on it, add those 2 back on that you took off in the profits. That kind of trading. That's what you got to be in the zone, though, to be kind of really being able to read it that way.
Yeah, you have to really be in sync with the market.
Yeah. So shaking back. Volume's decent. Big orders are out there. Not much for quick follow through, though. Thank you, Jay.
All right, come on, let's get some follow through here.
Push lower.
21,855. Here we go.
55s. House count short from 75-ish.
51.
75 on the
51.
Yeah,
I closed that one there
I like
at
those 840s.
49.
What'd you do?
I closed one off at 49.
Yeah, I like
Covered
that.
one. House count short 2. Locked in 430 in profits. House count still short 2.
853s it's trading. 53s, 51s was the low. 49s is the low ish.
Yeah, I know.
Come
I
back
got
over
lucky
here
right on that
to,
one.
You got
Come back over here to
49s.
my chart. Earlier, I was referencing the 30-minute chart. I apologize. I said the 15, but I meant to say 30-minute chart. But if we look at this pin bar pattern I look at here, it's kind of closing in on what my target would be on the bottom of this pin bar right here. So and that's right near, that's 844 half.
Excellent.
So that's right near where Dakota's target is.
Stuff,
So I like
Tim.
that.
There you go.
44
See some more follow through.
Toast. Butter toast.
Toast.
Pulled pork buttery toast.
You guys, this is what trading buddies are all about, guys. Like, it gets you through the boring times, gets you through the
There's so much
downtime.
boring time in trading.
So much boring time in trading, and that's what trading buddies are all about. You get through the boring times. You always got one eye on the market. Screwing around, but always one eye on the market.
Got 46 right there.
There you go.
46s are trading out.
Covered one. Still short
44s.
1.
Nice trade, fellas.
I got 45 on that one. Still short 2.
Nice cover. 45 cover.
Nice trading.
House count still short 1. We covered 45 half.
Discipline, patience, camaraderie, trading. I mean, just all around on a Monday too. Nice way to start the week. Hogue will be happy when he
Another
gets
one right
straight.
there. At
Gary, what is it? What does it mean with a side of Pelosi?
I mean, no one's as good of a trader as she is. Okay, no one can trade like that lady.
With the side of Pelosi. That has to mean Pelosi has to mean like everything I touch is right. That was good.
Amazing.
No one can trade like Nancy, man.
That was good.
He is. That's the Michael Jordan. You know how we started looking for the Michael Jordan trading, Michael? There she is.
Yeah.
It's Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah. I know. I think those days were numbered. But yeah.
All right. 21.
All right, I'm flat. I'm flat. There we go. 23 points on
House
that.
count flat.
Nice.
House count is also flat. Plus up 1431 on that trade. Very nice.
Wow.
There we go.
Nice trade, guys.
And
Nice
Yeah,
trade.
good
I'm
job
going to
all
hit
around.
this magic button that says lock
Do
me
it.
out.
Lock
all
me
day,
out.
And I am
Done.
Done.
Yes. Done.
Do it.
I am done. Locked out.
Would you lock in?
2,400.
$2,400. If you did that every single day of your trading career, the new beginner trader extrapolation game, you're making 510. You're making over half. You're making 600-700,000 a year.
Yes, you are.
Now,
I
if you can
started
get your
down
average,
3,000.
if you can get your average, here's where I like to turn everybody's focus. Like, don't think about doing that every single day. Think about that, moving your average to that number. Because you're gonna have days where you're gonna make more or less. That's how you make $500,000 a year. Consistent.
Good. Yeah. Great way you said that. Average, because I'll have $5,000 losing days. I'll have $10,000 winning days, but it's more about the consistency and the average. That's the right.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
And I
around
always
the
do
horn.
this really quickly. I always do this where I look at my average. If my day was beating my average by a lot.
Ooh, Tim's short.
Okay.
Short.
If my day was beating my average by quite a lot, say my average is like 1,500, and like 2008, I was doing like 1,500 to 1,800 a day. I knew I could come in there and do that, and because I got myself up from that. Now it took me years. You kind of got to build up to that average, but I'd always pull my average up. My big thing was always trying to pull my average up because at the end of the day, like if I had a $4,000 day and I did like this is gonna pull my average up. And pulling your average up keeps my confidence strong. Because I'm like, I know I can come in here and do this. And that keeps that mindset that you're talking about, Dakota, about that you started off the show with about not caring almost type of deal. That sweet spot of you're making enough money that you can start to take so much pressure off yourself that then you just know you're Barry Bonds type of hitter. You know, when I get up to the plate, like I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, you're always going to strike out every now and then, too. Welcome to the game of baseball, a.k.a. trading. Losses are ordinary, necessary part of trading anyway, so digest that. But then when you get to that certain point, pulling your average up is what it's all about. For me, it was.
Yeah, as you start to take that pressure off. I get a lot of questions, MP, that traders are like, how do I get to full time? Right? They want to get to become a full-time trader and quit their job. And it's like, oh, it's hard enough to trade. It's just so much harder to trade knowing that you have to make money to pay the bills.
Yes. So always keep your day job is what I also say.
Well, speaking of people getting brought up to the big leagues, Pro Bowl this, Barry Bonds that, Michael Jordan. JD, who are we calling up to the big leagues here at Topstep? Who's getting the call up, the tap to the big leagues here on Topstep?
I'm not
Let's do some live call-ups.
Let's do it. I'm not sure what order James has them in, but let's see some of those call-ups, please, James. We got Trin first.
Tuchman.
Trin was trading in 5 XFAs, took a 25K payout from those 5 XFAs and transferred 39.7 over to, I'm sorry, let me repeat that. Took a 50-50 payout. Took a $39,700 payout and transferred 39.7 over to his new live funded account. Solid starting balance for Trin. Moving up to the live account.
Well done.
Nice.
Next.
Nice.
Tyler. Tyler was trading in 2 XFAs. Took a 50-50 payout split. $12,730 payout. And transferred $12,730 into the new live funded account. Tyler from Tucson, Arizona. Nice job there. And last but not least, we've got Kenho from South Korea. Trading in a single XFA, maxed it out, took a 5K payout, transferred the $45,000 balance from that XFA into the live funded account, doing nothing but trading the micro NASDAQ. 50 grand on that XFA, trading micros. You don't got to trade big to win big, right, folks? There are your live funded call-ups from, those are from January 2nd, late last week.
Nice.
Big numbers.
Nice.
Big numbers.
Big numbers.
All right, guys.
Talking about getting lucky, I bottom ticked that 44 3/4 was my exit. Wow.
44
Sometimes you just get lucky.
Nice.
Yeah, 44 3/4.
Nice to get lucky too.
It's a good.
That's awesome.
Were you working a bid, or did you hit the join bid button?
Join bid. Yep, join bid was
yes. Join bid, join ask are my 2 favorite buttons trading the NASDAQ, by the way.
Yes, they
join
are.
Bid,
Mine too.
Ask.
So I am short both Russell and NASDAQ now.
Ooh.
Okay. Short Russell and NASDAQ.
Russie back in here.
Yeah. Russie.
What's your short in the NQ, Tim?
NQ, I'm short from 855 half, short 3 micros. And then in the Russell, I'm short 2308 half.
2308 half.
How many? 5 micros there as well.
Okay. 5.
Ooh, nice drop right there. 10 points in a blink.
Love it, dude. I love all the different ways these guys trade, different ways. Execute, get into trades, get out of trades, where they put their stops. All right, guys, we're coming up on time here in Fast Markets. Tim, make sure you keep us posted on how these trades play out. Get some selling going in here. All right, with that being said, we got appreciations. The first appreciation Monday of 2025. So first, we'd like to let it cook in the chat, little marinate in the chat. There you go. Thank you. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end this first trading session. Keep things in perspective. So chat, what are you guys appreciative for on this Monday? Hope you guys enjoyed some of the trading here, some trading buddy talk. You've got a little mini rant out of the MP himself. So that being said, I'm going to start with MP. MP, what are you appreciative for this Monday or 2025 or 2024? I mean, just thoughts.
I'm kicking it to you. I'm appreciative to you. You had your 1-year official Topstep anniversary, basically being official, but you've started Topstep with me 15 years ago when I used to be like, Dre, do you like this concept? I evaluate you in sim, blah, 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 blah. And we started talking from there. How could I help you become better? You're with that prop firm at the time, so we talked about how they helped you to become a better trader. I was with a prop firm, a different one, back in Chicago. So that was 15 years ago. So that's who I'm appreciative for on this 2025 January.
And for 15 more years to come, I appreciate that for Michael very much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
What's after that? Shut up shop after that.
15 years from now, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Oh, wow. Polish. Andrzej getting some love in the Polska in the chat. All right, let's go to Mr. Tim B from Nashville, Tennessee. Hope you had a good holidays in Indianapolis up there. What are you appreciative for on this Monday, Tim?
I'm just appreciative for just a really good start to the year. Had a couple of good trading days last week. It was a really great weekend. This past weekend, got some good rest. And just I'm excited for the year. And 2024 was a challenging year, and I'm excited to build off of what I learned last year and apply it in this new year. And just excited to have a good start. Excellent. So grateful for that.
Really great. Really great. Look at you on fast markets now, Tim B. Trading well. XFA since the summer, man. That's how you do it. That's called like longevity. The name of the game in this whole thing is longevity. The longer you last, the more money you make. Everything takes care of itself. Anyways, Dakota, it's Monday. Your Green Bay Packers lost yesterday. What do you appreciate what do you appreciate for today?
You know what? Come on. You blew up my whole entire train of thought on that one, Andre. You guys, everybody here, everybody, and it goes from the community that Topstep has built and the Discord to everybody here on air that we've been able to spend our time with, and the amazing things to be coming out. Like MP always drops hints on TopstepTV, even though I like to entice him a little bit. But amazing stuff to come. I'm excited. The Topstep Trading League is going to be amazing. I'm going to be holding the poll on Twitter for my trading league team. I'm excited for that, and hopefully that gives me more of an opportunity to give back to the amazing community that we've built.
All right, awesome stuff. All right, JD in the Slack here says, can we show Dakota Positive Monday real quick? JD, show Dakota Positive Monday real quick. What's it say, JD?
Positive Monday. Dakota, you can have a really bad season, but if you beat the Packers at Lambeau, you are forgiven. Happy Positive.
That sounds like a Bears fan calling in on line 1, 6-7 score, calling in on line 1. All is forgiven. That is
line 1 from Logan Square.
Yeah, from Logan
Phone
Square.
lines are hot, baby.
Yes, they are. Oh, man, I love talk radio. Anyways, guys, great for opening session. Fast markets coming in hot, baby. Everyone's making a little bit of money. Coming up next, we got Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street. He's dropping in. See where he's at. Also, we got James D. Yeah, my guy from Toronto joining us. Traded his XA, lost his XFA. We'll see how he's doing in his combine. Coming up next. Again, that was a hell of a start to this Monday. Anyways, this is TopstepTV. Let's go, baby.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Welcome back, friends and traders. This is your morning recap. I'm JD, filling in for Hogue temporarily. We're coming off a couple nice trades for the house count. House count currently up $1,700 off a Dakota short, playing that range in the NASDAQ. Tim B, our special guest from Fast Markets, is also short the NASDAQ right now. He's in the money. Quite a few tickies, trading micros. Let's get right into the charts. We got Peter Tuchman coming on in a second, and I see our boy from Toronto, Jonathan, in the back. All right. Looking at the, this is a 15-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500 contract. We opened with a considerable gap higher. Never made an attempt during regular trading hours to return to fill that gap. Initial balance low at 60.2875 remains low for the day. Our initial balance high, 60.60, and the orders, no failed auction. It looked like we were going to have one. We came back. We bounced around initial balance high for quite a while. Let's scale back to a 5-minute chart real quick. Tiptoeing around that initial balance high here. Never really came through. We tried to. Pulled back just a little bit, danced around it, and now here we are sitting, tapping on the ceiling of new highs once again in the S&P. Volume's kind of petering out. We see volatility dropping off just a little bit, starting to go sideways again. Does this look like a nice rounding top on a 5-minute chart? It certainly does, but we won't know that for sure until we actually get some continuation lower. Here is our 5-minute chart of the NASDAQ. Same scenario, open with a considerable gap higher. Initial balance low remains low of the day. Low of the day, regular trading hours, 21,785 and a half. We had a couple nice textbook bull flags on our way up. Both of them paid if you tried playing them. We took a couple short trades, or we took a short trade in the NASDAQ. Dakota was up here picking tops, and we did it nicely playing that range. We got short mid-range and fell back down to that 45 level where we covered that trade. Nice trade for a $1,400 winner. House count total is up 1,700, like I said. Right now, we're currently right at our initial balance, or we're back inside our initial balance high. Initial balance high, like I said, 21,886.75. I believe that's the same number I quoted a minute ago. Trading back inside initial balance. So possibly see some continuation lower. Otherwise, we're going to follow suit with the S&P and start tapping on the ceiling of new highs in just a minute. Hogue gave me some insight into crude oil. Here's our crude oil chart. Here's a giant pattern that I was talking about all last week. This giant descending triangle. We had 4 touches on the upper resistance line, a couple touches on the bottom support line. We are trading right at that upper line as we speak right now. Here's our 4 months of ranging trade. Broke through it last week, came up, kissed our weekly kickoff high today, 75.10. We're going to zoom in on that in just a second. And we also touched this upper range bar for our descending triangle. We're trading back below that now. This looks like a decent rejection area in crude oil at the moment. Let's take a look at a 5-minute chart. We're going to zoom in real close. So this blue line here is our upper descending trend line from that descending triangle pattern. So we're trading back inside. We're ranging for the last, let's call it hour and a half or so. We've got our weekly kickoff high, 75.10. We had a failed upside auction in crude oil. Initial balance high was at 74.92. Tested above that, made a high at 74.99, pulled back. Textbook reversal off of that failed upside auction. And now we've settled into a nice little range going into the lunch hours. Gold real quick. Here is our daily on the gold. I'm just going to go to a 15-minute chart. Very choppy price action in gold. 7:30 was our regular trading hours open. Had a nice move lower. Came back down to test. What is that 23.20 level? It was just on the tip of my tongue. 25.23.20. Oh, I'll grab it later. But here we are trading back mid-range, 25.15, 26.51 half last. bouncing in between 26.53.30 and 26.49. That's Friday's value area low and Friday's volume point of control. Just kind of drifting in between there for the moment. We're trading above a couple of longer-term moving averages. We got a 50 period and a 20 period moving average here. Trading well above those on the shorter term, on the shorter time frame, I should say. All right, that's it for your morning recap, folks. Sorry to make that short and sweet. We have Mr. Tuchman sitting in the background. I see him. He's ready to go. I'm going to get out of his way. Andre, Mr. Tuchman, what's up, guys?
Hey, JD. Thank you
What's
for
up, Sam?
the morning recap. There you are. What's up, Peter Tuchman? Happy Monday. What were you drinking? What's in that smoothie? Tell me what's in the Peter Tuchman smoothie. What do you got?
Blueberries, banana, protein, and something else.
I like it, man. Staying true, keeping it awesome. All right, well, hey, bulls are in control today, Tuchman, and we keep seeing higher highs as we continue to grow here. Thoughts? Okay, for the new trader coming into the new year, like, how do you gas yourself up? How do you prep yourself? How do you get yourself into like the making money market, like making money mentality coming into a new year? Wipe the slate clean. What are your thoughts looking into 2025 and things you're thinking of?
Wow. I'll have sorry about that.
We lost him for a second. There he is.
Something beautiful walking by. Anyway, it's all good. Anyway, look, the mindset that everyone should have when they sit down at their machines in the morning is not about how much money I'm going to make today, but how much money am I willing to lose in order to make money? I'm willing to risk $50 to make $200, but I'm not willing to risk 200 to make 50. Because if I have one losers, I need 4 winners to break even. So you got to get in that mindset. That's the wonders of using stop orders on every trade that you have. You can use stop orders trading, NQ, MES, all the futures derivatives that you guys trade at Topstep. Stop orders are imperative on every trade. Sit down at your desk, say, how much am I willing to lose today? And then protect your downside. That's going to give you then also when you're trading, okay, always use stop orders. When you start to make money, always know when to take a profit. Look, there's certain rules that we teach at Wall Street Global that I'm sure David's shared with you when he's been on with you guys all the time about having a plan when you get into your trade. Ask yourself, why am I getting in? Price action and technical analysis are the only 2 reasons to get into a trade. Secondly, have a stop order on every single trade that you do. Thirdly, when you start to make money, start to take a profit. If you buy NQ or MES, wherever you buy them, let's say it, let's just say they're a stock that trades at $100. You buy stuff. If you buy a future at $100 and you have a stop at, at 99.5, right? If it goes your way and you start making money, start taking profits, move your stop order to break even. So now you've made a little money and you cannot lose money on that trade. So never turn a winning trade into a losing trade. This is a smart. Know when to stop trading when you have a plan on how much money you want to make in your day, right? Have a target amount. If you're trading 100 shares, you make $100. 1,000 shares, $1,000. Know that when you hit your target, turn the machine off and go home. That's the best it's going to get. Know when to stop trading when you're making money. Know when to stop trading when you're losing money. If you have 3 losing trades, turn the machine off and go home. You're having a bad day. Doesn't make you a loser. Doesn't make you a bad trader. It just means you're having a bad day. You do not want a revenge trade. You do not. That mentality is super important. Discipline, consistency, and following those simple rules will make you a better trader.
You guys talk about that at Wall Street Global, I'm sure, right? Discipline, consistency, and sticking to your plan.
Those are the 5 secrets of successful trading that we teach at Wall Street Global. Absolutely. And everybody should know that. Trading, whatever you're trading, futures, equities, options, whatever it is, those simple rules, if you follow them, will make you a 50% better trader.
Incredible. Thank you for that. All right. And thoughts on 2025? I know we checked in with you on Friday, but now everyone is fully back from the Hamptons. Everyone's fully back from St. Bart's, from Aspen. Everyone's fully back trading it up again. So just to give a recap, thoughts on 2025. We got perhaps four more rate cuts. We got a new president coming in. Thoughts on 2025? I know it's early, but 100%. Still.
Okay, so look, I think we're going to start. All eyes are going to be on, obviously, the economic data coming in. Are we going to go with, look, one of the things that sort of knocked the market off its beam a couple of weeks ago was the fact that the guidance going forward for rate cuts, we got cut from 4 down to 2. We were going to have 4 in 25 and 4 in 26. Now we're going with 2 and 2. that doesn't mean that's etched in stone. That means that based on the economic data from a couple of weeks ago, the economy was doing actually better. And so the Fed decided they don't need cuts. Why am I going to shoot bullets out of my gun if I don't need to? So that's why they cut them. In fact, that cut, even though it had a negative effect on the market, was a function of the market, the economy being better off. So it was an example where good news was bad news. So look, the market's in solid shape. The economy is in good shape. We've got 2 days into the year, and the market is up. It's going in the right direction. Bulls are clearly in charge so far. The question is there anything that can get tossed at this market that's going to dislocate this incredible rally that we've seen? 2023 was up double digits. 2024 was up double digits. I don't want anybody to listen to this BS that a lot of the mainstream media are talking about, that the last time we had 2 back-to-back double-digit growths was in 1997, and that following that we had the internet bubble, and that the market crashed, and that's supposed to have some effect on 2025. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. We take each year as it comes. If the market's strong, the economy is strong. You know what? Look, we could get some labor numbers come out on Friday this week that could change their whole position as far as how many interest rate cuts. We'll take that when we get it. But right now, on a day-to-day basis, this market, look at NVIDIA today, right? This is a perfect example of when I tell people that when a stock gets sold off for any number of reasons, look for a one-off or whether the market gets, NVIDIA got knocked off its beam and sold off for the last 3 or 4 weeks or almost a month. It was trading in a range, right? Nothing had fundamentally changed in the company except it was a little overbought. It was technically a little bit frothy. And nothing fundamentally changed in the NVIDIA story. And today is a perfect example. If you had stayed in it or you had bought it when it was trading at a discount, today you're really happy about that, because today the news that came out was super good. Stock's up $6.50, right? And it's got a great future left in it. So people need to understand that when stocks sell off, when the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater, these are nothing but buying opportunities. If the story has not fundamentally changed, when a stock goes on sale, that's your opportunity. You don't run from the theater screaming fire, fire. You get in and you start chipping away at those, whether it's a trade or a long-term investment.
I like that. Mr. Tuchman, I know you're our perma bull. Before we get you out of here, I've got one question for you. I don't know if I've ever asked you this. Have you ever been scared that the market was selling off and selling off? I know you're the perma bull. Has a market ever scared you, like, oh crap, this thing's really going down and this thing's not going to stop?
Yeah, I think it did during COVID. You know, those days where we opened and closed at the same time. You know, that was a scary time. I think it was scary because the sort of the fear that you saw in everybody's eyes was not only a financial one, but if you'll go back to those days around March 15th. I mean, I got COVID on March 15th, right? I was like patient zero. And, you know, and I was like, I got really sick. I almost died. I was given like 4 days to freaking live. It was pretty shitty. But I had 103.7 for 4.5 weeks. So I almost died. I got meningitis. It was a shitstorm. Anyway, at the end of the day, those days where we opened and closed down limit every day, it really looked ugly. I mean, you know, look, I know in retrospect, it was a great buying opportunity, but at the time, you know, you didn't know if your grandmother was dying in some nursing home or whether, you know, there were people dying all over the streets of New York. So I think that was probably the scariest time. I would have to say also the crash of 87. I was a clerk. I'd been on the floor for a couple of years and I was a clerk. And the actual fear in people's eyes on those days, I remember I was trading a stock called Digital Equipment. The symbol was DEC, DEC. Stock opened at $168 on that day, on that Monday, Black Monday. And it ended up closing at $48.
What?
That was, I mean, you have to realize that was the largest percentage sell-off in markets history, I think. But that was a lot of fear in people's eyes. So that was kind of scary. But besides that, you know, a couple thousand points here or there doesn't really, you know, that's all in a day's work.
Nothing shakes him now. Hardened veteran joining us from the New York Stock Exchange, Einstein at Wall Street, Mr. Tuchman. We'll check back in with you on Friday again, Wall Street Global. Go check it out. Thanks, Peter. Have a good Monday.
Love, guys. Be well.
Take care.
Happy trading.
Happy trading. All right, let's bring in James D. and Dolby Time. Oh, Dolby Time has found himself back in the wilderness. Dolby is back in the wilderness. He was in the log cabin last Friday. You know, it was his birthday weekend. It was like he wanted to get back in touch with nature. Also, we got James D joining us from Toronto. First of all, James D, your prime minister resigned today. What are your thoughts? You're on mute. I got to hear your thoughts. You got to be off mute. Hold on, James. James, you're on mute.
Double mute? That's like $20.
Double mute. That's a double whammy right there.
But his house does look nice, though. Oh, there you
are. All right. First of all, okay, your prime minister resigned. James, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so he announced that he was going to resign, but he hasn't technically yet. They're still looking for a new Liberal Party leader, and when they find that, he's going to officially step down. So it's like a quasi-win for us today, in my opinion.
Fair enough. What is the general sentiment tone? Like, I guess everything's very polarized right now, but was this a surprise, or did you guys see this coming?
He's been in office, I think, 7 years. So it's definitely not news. I don't think it's a surprise for anyone. His ratings are terrible right now. Obviously, you can look at the Canadian dollar versus the US and come to that conclusion on your own. At the end of the day, I don't want to get too political. I think that Canada just needs some change, and this is a step in the right direction for that. So,
fair enough. All right.
James is
also,
our
happy birthday. Yes. It was also my birthday yesterday. So,
hey, Capricorn.
Capricorn's running around here, man. Little Capricorn takeover here on this Monday. All right, let's get into it, guys. We're starting to see some selling here in the ES and the NQ. All right, now we're kind of accelerating the downside here. Last trade in the NQ, 21,826. Now 825, 824 is trade now. Look at the S&Ps, the ES, 6057, about 11 points off the highs there. Right now, we are watching this sell-off happen. House account was short. We took little profits. Maybe there's some more out there to downside. All right, James, how's the trading going? Thoughts on this Monday?
Man, very bullish. Not what I expected. The overnight, super strong. We opened up also super strong. I kind of expected a little bit more strength. We got one close above, so I've marked out IB here with this blue box. So obviously low, high, and then the midpoint there. We did get one 5-minute close above that, and for me, that's a long signal. We did not get that. I'm still in another trade on another account here. It's a very simple like IB continuation strategy. So I think every time I come on, I say something about the edgeful stats. They're always super handy, but when you get a break of IB in either direction, there's a standard like 30 to 40 point move on average in that direction. And so when we got this close here, I was basically just looking for an extension. What I do is I'll enter on the close, a 5-minute close outside of IB. The stop loss becomes the midway point, and then you just put your TP at 0.5. It has a pretty good win rate. It's above 75 over the past 50 instances. So I'm just waiting for that to play out. And then I've got another combine here where I'm just going to take some discretionary trades on air with you guys.
Stuff. All right, Dolby. Sweet. Starting to see some selling, more selling coming in here. Look at the ranges. What are you seeing here, Dolby? Time 21,823 last trade in the NASDAQ. Let's go to your charts and walk through your top-down approach when you look in these markets, Dolby.
Oh, let's go from the tippy top. Okay, let's start with the weekly. I'm not seeing a consolidation on the weekly. What I do see, though, is still higher lows. So I still like being bullish overall until we can at least get back below 21,000, like 200s, and maybe test this higher low trend line that we got here. But we can zoom in even further to the daily. There could be a bear. This is a bull flag. Could be or a pennant formation could be setting up in the short term on the daily. There's still no consolidation really here for me. So this still looks bullish. Going to the 4-hour still looks bullish. Go to the 1 hour, still looks bullish. 30-minute. Okay, 30-minute, we're finally starting to get some sort of consolidation. Draw one there at the tippy top at around, say, 21,860s. We had a really nice one this morning at around 7 o'clock, and then that vicious sell-off happened and then it ripped right higher. Of course, it needed some liquidity because that's what NASDAQ does. And so we ripped down to 21,642, shot back up, and that's kind of like the 30-minute range break. 15-minute, we had a really small one. I think this is where you guys got short in the house account. Actually, was off the 15-minute range high. I think Dakota took it for the 3-bar reversal potentially. And then 5 minutes.
872. 872.
870. Yeah. And so I think right now we're just living in a world where we're breaking down from the 15-minute range and trying to reestablish where it wants to go. In the near term, I am definitely looking at, I heard James say midpoint. I'm looking for the midpoint in this 5-minute range we had at 9 a.m. Central. And that would be 21,814. So I kind of want to see how NASDAQ behaves at 814. We're kind of getting down there, and it is slowing up a little bit. And if we can get down even further, I would still look for longs around like 780, but I wouldn't want anything kind of in between those areas. So a little bit of resistance becomes support. Let's see if people switch sides, and then off to the races we go.
780, perhaps along 814 midpoint. James and Dolby talking about 814s. Last trade 21,830. Again, we have a 3-year auction at the top of the hour, so that's not until about 40 minutes from now. Take a look.
What
We
would
just see
it
a big
take
sell
for
off.
you guys?
Go ahead.
What would it take for you guys to get long around here? I'm just thinking, you see a day like this where we basically we set IB low at the first 5-minute bar of the day, and then we move essentially higher for the first hour. Typically, what does the close on those days look like? Are we going to retrace the full move? Are we going to retrace to the midpoint? Are we going to end up closer to IB high or IB low?
For longs, 820s. I think 820s, 814s. There's like, you could probably risk 20 points and have a lot of upside there. I mean, there's always a risk of it, shooting straight down, but that risk always exists no matter what. But the 1 minute is starting to tighten up a little bit too as well.
A failed upside auction there, so
it's possible. The other alternative, but you said longs, right? Like, what would it take to get long? I would say just
or
a limit
my bias
order at
is
821
long right now. What would it take to flip that to the short side?
Oh.
Well, if you like
Would we want to
stair
even
step,
be the looking short?
Good question.
yeah, I mean, if you like stair step shorts, you could draw it at like 840s. Let's see, 860s. It's been kind of messy on the stair step for this downtrend. But I would look at maybe shorting 840s, just the top of the 1 minute range, or get long at the bottom of the 1 minute range, and hope that 814 holds for the long. And if it can kind of maybe consolidate in that area, it could potentially even add as well.
Okay.
840s.
I like that. I've been trying to think from a more like meta perspective. What are the majority? Actually, Andre, do you have tilt up right now by any chance? Did it even out since this morning?
It is now 68% short in NASDAQ, 67% short. We did see as high as 80% long this morning in NASDAQ. So now it's flipped. The shorts are starting to pile in a little bit. Average price they're short from, 21,829. So right about here, point of entry.
829. Interesting.
Wow,
okay, in my mind, that tells me a lot of shorts could get popped off on a day like this. When you had majority long, everyone decided as a group, okay, well, now we're going to flip short, but they're not in the money very much. A little pop up could start to blow out the shorts. And then we could see, I don't know, ES was making new highs and NQ was failing to do that. So there was already a discrepancy there. Maybe we see more of that.
I like where your head's at here.
Yeah, it's always interesting seeing like, I love the long average and short average because you can kind of get an idea of just like how aggressive shorts are based off of the distance of the average to the current price. And so like a short average of 828, I mean, these are new shorts. Because if you were Dakota or the house account, you were short around 875s. So you're already 40 points in the money. So these are, I would say, newer shorts. So this could be momentum traders. So I kind of like that idea that you have there, James. And I wish I had more time because I would love to do more analysis on like the average, how close it is to the price. If NASDAQ jumps 20, 30 points, is that going to really change the short average as people get stopped out? Because, I don't know how big people's stops are, but I have to assume around 20 points, I'd say, just based off of like the parameters at Topstep. Maybe you're risking 40 or 50, but that's, I would say, more on the unusual side. But I think longs here are very interesting. Maybe a little expensive for my taste, but very interesting.
We had This wick from 12 o'clock was interesting. I did try to take a long off of that, thinking that it was just blowing off the long stop. So like if I was long and we put in that double bottom at 21,844, that would become a natural stop area. We then wicked through it on the 5-minute with an above average volume. That, when you're seeing it in real time, looks like stops just got hunted, especially when you're going to close back above that with a huge wick like that. So I tried to take a long there. That did not pan out. I was able to recoup a little bit. When this candle closed, I realized we were not going to be getting that move back up. Flip short a little bit. And now I just took a little short off of that wick on the other side, see if we can't move lower and maybe test the midpoint of IB here. Because honestly, I want to be long. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just not combine right now, but unless we get some like solid long evidence, I don't think they're here. There it is.
Ooh.
Whoa, what was that?
That was fast.
Sellers coming in. What price are you short from, James?
830s. 21,830.
30s, not 21,830. James short.
And then if we do close below 805, that would be when I'm starting to flip my bias to the short side, because we've given up 50% of the regular session move already. We do also have a lot of wicks down here, though. Like that's an area where sellers tried to push price lower but failed.
So what's your? Are you more of like a diamond hands trader? Will you hold on to this for a while?
In this combine, no, probably not. Because I'm trading of like a full NQ, but on the MNQ. So these trades are probably going to be shorter.
Yeah.
Actually, don't want to take a loss on this, so I'm going to move that down.
We got very close to 814s, and then it just ripped like 15 points.
This was some of the trades that I took this morning. I caught, I don't know, almost 100-point trade. Let me delete this.
Oh, nice.
I got in basically right at the open and then closed it right at IB high, which was awesome. I ended up getting stopped out on that combine, which is super unfortunate. And it sort of touches on the point that Dakota and MP were talking about, which was your size. So actually, update since the last time that we were on air. I took a payout.
Congrats.
I did not.
Yes.
Thank you. I took the payout. I took the max size, which is not what we discussed on air. But I'm happy I did because I ended up blowing that XFA. Yeah, full transparency. I ended up blowing that XFA a few days later. And I don't know why. I mean, everyone goes through this, but the psychology of trading. You make a plan and then do the exact opposite. And it's difficult. It's really difficult. And what I've come to realize is what puts me on tilt more than anything else is trading too much size. I start to trade too much. The losses get too big. And so I have 2 accounts right now. This one I just sort of got right before we came on air because I wanted something to be able to trade. And that's why I'm trading more size. But I'm going to be trading the combines exactly like I would trade an XFA, which is something that I haven't done in the past. The target.
I like that idea. Yeah. I like that idea a lot.
Everyone says that's what you should do. And it is what you should do. Because in reality, if you're not practicing how you're going to play in the game, what are you practicing for? Nothing.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
So, yeah.
It's confusing too because you don't want to switch up when you get into XFA and all of a sudden you're like, not only are you in a new environment, but you have a new rule that you haven't even practiced preparing for yet. And so you might as well just do whatever the rules are for the XFA in the trading combine. And also going back to your comment about size, when I was doing trading combines, I always felt that anytime I sized up prematurely, my mind just I feel like I couldn't handle the profits. It's not like I wasn't worthy, but to some degree, it's like you're a little bit like fish out of water. It's like you don't belong in this 5-lot area. Like you need to go back to ones and twosies, and then eventually you can build yourself up slowly to that level.
100%. And I think it's TopstepTV gives so much valuable information. One of the takeaways was from Jake Ricci's 1-hour session a few weeks back.
He's coming back.
Saying if I'm going to trade, good. He's He's awesome. I think Dakota really needs some friendly competition too. I feel like Jake could do that for him. So that'll be
Ooh, he's
interesting.
up
I
there.
like that.
He is up there. I won't say where he's at, but he's up there. Top 10.
Fair enough. He was saying for one NQ, I need $1,000 of drawdown, which is
It's like
honestly
50
great
points.
insight from somebody who does trade that product regularly. Which means if I'm going to be trading one MNQ, I'm going to need $100 of risk per MNQ. And it's, I was saying I have X amount of balance left in my XFA. I'm going to trade $200 max DLL in a day, and then you end up trading 4 micros. That goes against what you're saying, and you're obviously going to get blown out before you have a chance for your edge to play out. Which brings in the whole, I don't know, the stats of trading. What is your risk of ruin? Even if you have a profitable edge, if you're sizing too big, there's a high probability that you'll lose the account before the edge can play out in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so nice about micros. Like, micros did not exist. Most people don't know this. Micros have not been around forever. Like, they're only maybe 4 or 5 years old. So way back in Topstep days, everyone was trading E-minis all the time. All the time. There was no micros.
Isn't there even a bigger one? Just like a regular sized NQ contract?
The bigs.
Yeah, there were bigs. Those are nuts.
Big.
$250 a
Yeah,
tick.
you got an NQ with size, man. There's like size lords out there trading 1,000 points, $1,000 a tick or something.
Yeah, man. Those guys had stones, but that's all they could trade. Yeah. So that's all they knew. Also, speaking of Jake Ricci, we'll be back on Wednesday, Fast Market, so be sure to tune in then. Well, friendly competition for Dakota.
Yep, on Wednesday. It's coming Wednesday.
Nice. I will make myself available for that.
Nice bounce at 814. That was that midpoint we were talking about, James. That just 20 points in an instant.
That's a solid engulfing on the 1 minute. That could be.
It is.
I'm gonna take a little stab there.
For shorts or longs? Because this would be top of range for shorts. Longs, nice.
You and I are different in that way.
Oh,
I don't think I've ever once traded a range in my life.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of practice. Well, it's weird because if you manage the house account, you're putting on someone's trade that's someone else's idea, and it's
true.
I like buying bottoms and selling tops, and momentum traders want to trade momentum, and it just feels so foreign to put on that trade. I'm like, this does not feel right, but it can be right if you're fast in, fast out, and it's your plan and you know what you're doing, then yeah, you can absolutely make momentum trades work. I just can't comprehend them.
Sure. Well, funny enough, whenever I'm trading ranges, I feel like I'm always jumping in and then the range breaks. That just Murphy's Law for me. I don't know what it is.
That's funny. That's funny.
But yeah, we do have a nice double doji. Double doji on the 5 minute there. And that is sitting right where we have all those wicks. And there was a gap, like a fair value gap on the 5 minute, which was sort of right around the zone that we're in. It didn't play out super cleanly, but this could either be a great continuation to the downside, which it looks like it might be.
Yeah. So that would be stair step short would be 835s. Would be
got 100 lot here. 100 lot here on the NASDAQ ladder. 825s bid 116 times. 21,825 bid 115 times on the NASDAQ ladder. Sorry, go ahead, fellas. James is currently short from 830, correct?
Long.
You're long
for just red because it's losing me money right now.
I had a minus sign. I had it says minus from 830. You are plus. He's long from 830s. Thank you.
I might actually not.
Thank you, sir.
I might cut this in a sec because this is not looking very good. If you see, look at that box that I've drawn out here between 828 and 832. We had those 2 wicks that came in and got rejected. And dojis, I find, are more actually continuation candlesticks than they are reversal candlesticks. Right?
Doji's like the spinning top. Doji's spinning top, right? Tiny body in the middle and long wicks on either side.
Exactly. Yeah, it just has long wicks and a very small body. I don't know if a spinning top refers to specifically one where the body is higher to the top or the bottom. You know how a top has the handle?
Yeah.
I don't know. A doji, I think, is just indiscriminate. Either way, it doesn't.
What is doji? Obviously, doji. It's just thin, basically. That's what it tells you. The last 5 minutes is very thin trading. Correct? Is that essentially what you gather from that? What
what do you gather when you see dojis? I mean, I know what the pattern is. I didn't know the name for it, but what does that tell you?
Well, it just means that buyers and sellers are equal, essentially. Because if when buyers are strong, they're pushing price higher, sellers are strong, they're pushing price lower, and the price hasn't gone anywhere, but it's tried to go both directions, it means that there's essentially an equilibrium in what's going on, and people have agreed temporarily on what the price should be.
You know, Brendan Douglas in the chat.
time.
I thought doji was when it closes, where it open. Pretty much, that's what James is saying, Brendan. I thought the doji is when it closes, where it open. Yep.
Yeah, if you look at the candlestick at like 11:25, I mean that's a really good example. Even 11:30 on the 5-minute. I mean you have almost equidistant like wicks on either side with a very small body in the middle.
Doji equals indecision. Thank you guys. Awesome stuff in the chat and here on TopstepTV. While we're at it, James D is always joining us. One of our fan favorites here at TopstepTV. Give us a like, give us a follow, give us a subscribe, all that good stuff. We're closing at 138,000 subscribers here. James D is long right now, 21,830. And shoot, we got about 20 minutes left here on Trade with Topstep.
You still liking your long,
New Year,
James?
Less, but we haven't really moved lower either, to be honest. So we did kind of, if we look at that 5-minute range, we did just break that 5-minute high from the previous doji, and then it kind of rejected. And so I feel like direction is still unclear, which makes this trade not the best in the sense that their direction has not been chosen, and I'm just sort of anticipating that it's going to be to the bull side. It is not.
Do you like? Ooh, got a little bit aggressive here. I mean, do you like longs down here? Because now we're at bottom of 5-minute range.
Let's see.
A little long of a candlestick though. That's a spooky 1-minute candlestick.
I kind of love fading those candles because it gives you a great point to manage your risk, and the upside is big. Like in the off chance that they do retrace that entire candle, I might actually take a stab when we close that candle to the long side.
All right, let me know if you hop in. I'll hop in with you on that one.
Yeah, 3 seconds, and I'm in on the long.
So are we long 2? What's your stop at?
I'm gonna give it maybe like 5 points, and we're done.
5 points.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even have time. Okay, our stop is at 21,800.
21,800. Dolby, what price are we long from?
We're long 21,808.5. Our stop is at 800 evens. James was super fast on that one. So we're still alive. Actually, we'll hang out in this one.
I got
James,
back
what
in
would be your
with you. I think
target?
I just got woken up.
Hey, water's warm. What's your target?
Right. More. Jump on in.
I'm gonna take some off around 8:30s if we do get back up there, but then I'm gonna let some ride to potentially high of day. Okay, just got stopped at
150 bid on 800s.
Okay, now we're
filled. They just smoked that bid.
All
right, pushing lower here.
We do.
That was 797. 800. We're starting to see some bids pop in here on the NASDAQ ladder, and they're hitting the bid. 21,799 last trade in the NASDAQ. We are flat now. Go ahead, Dolby time.
I'm just trying to see like where we rejected, like what time frames. Like something that can be useful is look at like what time frame your level got rejected at. So for NASDAQ, I'd say like 21,000, like 900s, and then I like looking at like a big time frame and then seeing what other levels are relevant, because maybe that's the time frame that we're playing, and we're playing in like a 4-hour chart. So if that's the case, then I kind of want to look now at like 21,000, maybe 760s for a potential pullback. Maybe 60s. Even 21,760. Yeah, so 760s or like 740s, since we had a large time frame rejection at 21,900. So this could have some legs to the downside.
I'm looking at the low of the 5-minute candle from 1010. That huge, what is that? 80. It's like a 50-point wick just to the downside.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe a little stop run there. That would be a very attractive target, I think.
That's what I grabbed a quick short, just thinking we're obviously moving violently to the downside off of some momentum here, and that is the first visible target to me. We could, we could push down to the open as crazy as that would be and retrace the whole day. I'm not going to bank on that just yet, though. I want to see how we interact with this level between maybe like 750 and 800, that 50-point area. There should be a lot of liquidity in there.
Yeah. Cool. I think there's just definitely some long. Ooh, let's go. Let's get down there. So what's okay? There's our 780s. Yep. There's our 780s.
The trading. Sorry. VWAP 21,769. 769 in the NASDAQ. We've seen some selling in the ES as well. 60.47 last trade. High of the day 60.68. So about 20 points off the lows there, off the highs there. Look at the Dow Jones. Dow Jones selling off as well. About 150 points off the highs. Sellers are in the house. Look out below.
I took a long from 779. Also, I kind of closed out the short and reversed there at that level.
We'll take 786s. Upside target and stop. Long 2.
It's going to be a bit of a scalp at the moment, at least, because we still have a lot of bearish momentum. So it could just be like a 1 minute, a quick one and done kind of. I might just take my money at the close of the 1 minute here in like 15 seconds.
Okay, let me know. House count is long 2, 21,786 evens. Stop.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Really good. Could be a really good bounce.
Yeah, please.
Get out.
Nice. You're out?
Out.
All right. We're up $93. Turn that ship around, baby. Nice job, James.
Oh, you said ship, right? You said ship.
Ship.
Hey, this is PG. We keep it PG here, guys.
Just making sure. I heard that. Nice little quick turnaround there. Nice little stab and get in there. Nice little bounce. We bounced it off the 775s. What's up?
Yeah,
James?
what were your fills on that, Dolby? I got like 20 points off of that in 1 minute.
Not nearly as good as you, but let me check. We had 786s and covered at 797. So like 13.
Okay, so 10 points. You still got 10 points out of that. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Got back to break even, which always feels good.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong
with
that.
30, 45-minute session. Not bad. Anyways.
Okay. How about this? If we crack 775s to the downside, a short with the stop above that wick on the 5 minutes, or on the 1 minute.
You want to do like a stop sell?
Yeah, just like a flagging pattern. There was one bullish green 1 minute candle, and the rest will be continuation.
There we go. We're starting to see it coming to fruition right now. 777s last trade, 778s. These guys are looking for 775s.
Yeah, here we go. Above 799.
Okay, we're right for short. And you said stop at what? 796.
799.
Okay. This is some now we're risking $1,000, so this better roll.
We trading. We out here trading.
Damn. You can okay.
Was that too much?
That maybe like a 1-to-1 on that, because that's just a continuation pattern. We had a lot of selling.
1-to-1.
The buyer stepped in. We cracked that new low. If there is going to be continuation, I think 799 is a good invalidation point there.
This is exactly that trade that gives me the heebie-jeebies, because it's like the exact opposite of what my body's telling me to do. But it can work. It can work. But this is momentum trader meets range trader.
That wick on the 1 minute, not a huge fan, but a lot of the time they do run that. They will re-engage the price down at the bottom of that wick again by 70.72.
I hope it happens. You know how like you said, every time you do a range trade, you just get like insta stopped out. That's how I feel with like momentum trades.
Fair enough.
Like every time I'm like, oh, this momentum's really good. And it's just like my like intuition is like the exact opposite of momentum, and I just get crushed. I cannot read momentum for the life of me. Oh,
you guys in 3 NQs?
2.
2.
2's the base.
CYA. We got our CYA. What's our CYA, Dolby? I think you.
799.
799. Last trade 780s. 70. I'm sorry.
Honestly,
79 last.
What, flat?
No. If it takes us out, fine. But if we do get back to that level, I was looking for maybe a 1-to-1, but we can maybe reduce that to like 0.5. So maybe a $5 take profit on that. Just a quick.
See if we can.
I mean, we do have a lot of things in our favor. RSI on the 1 minute went as low as like, I don't know, 25. And typically when, it's just weak. When we see weakness, you want to sell into the weakness. Obviously, you need a good invalidation point for the trade, but there's a high probability that we do kind of touch that level again.
Love it. Hope this is useful to chat. This is like two different styles simultaneously talking about the markets. It is.
And
we're getting close.
No,
Go back down. Go back down. We want all of our 1 minute range traders to hop in and short this thing right now, right here, right now.
JD with the toast. This trade's toast, JD.
You can take it off. You can take it off.
No
take it off. It's probably going to get stopped.
Really? No,
Take off one. Take off one.
Okay.
The chance that we get one tick from the stop and don't get stopped out is just very low. So if you get a better chance to get out,
reduced risk.
There you go.
I like that. We got on this.
It is a nice range, though. This is a nice range.
James coming to you next. Yeah. Not James Harden.
Can we add up here? Can we add to the short? Oh, James, sorry. Harden.
I want to see more follow through. And then if we do get back down, the target could be, there's the pre-market high at 761. That could be a good target.
Yeah. I got that marked on my chart too. So there's like that little wick, kind of like a doji a little bit at 630.
Yeah.
I think that's where I got that line from. It just looks attractive. That's like half of what technical analysis is. It's just drawing whatever the most obvious thing on the chart is, because you want to have other traders also responding to levels. That's how you get good participation and action for your entries. You can kind of tell. Yeah. What do you got?
I'm gonna move my stop up just a smidge to 804 because we now have that double top, and I could see them trying to just like run it up. But I look at the 5 minute, and it's still very bearish. So they might just try and pop it aggressively before they move it lower. But I'm confident that we are going to move lower over the next like 20 minutes.
Are we going to add more at 797?
Overtime. All right. Well, while we do that, we'll keep an eye on this. While these guys manage this trade, I want to bring in James Harden, that is. James, I think we got a little announcement and an on this day. Class is in session with Professor Harden. Whichever one you want to do first, go ahead, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and start with our Discord. Did you guys hear? Our Discord is now over 100,000 members strong. All right. It's the best place to go to connect with our coaches, meet other traders, and best of all, it's completely free. There's nothing to lose by joining it. If you hate it, you can delete it. God knows I've left many Discord channels in my life. But if you haven't given it a try, at least log in, chit-chat around. A lot of good stuff there. I know our coaches are in there. You can talk to Coach Paul, Coach Hoop, Coach Jay. They all offer classes in Discord once we're off air. And it's a really helpful area. People in that Discord taught me that you can hide what games you're playing so that everyone doesn't see you play the same one game every single day for the rest of your life. It's kind of embarrassing. But also, while we're here, in lieu of Eddie, he's out today, but we don't want to let this drop. So on this day in history, here at Topstep Behind the Scenes, we have a lot of different people trying to help out. Danielle generously offered to give me today's On This Day in History. She provided an image and said, I'll be back with more to follow up. No follow-up, so let's just take a closer look. All right.
Cool.
That was awesome. I don't know what that is, Andre. I was not provided with any further details, but don't worry, I do come prepared. Here is one I do have more information on. On this day, 1974, January 6th, in an effort to conserve energy during an oil crisis, daylight savings time began several months early in the United States and was slated to remain in place for more than a year. The move, however, proved hugely unpopular, and its duration was later amended. I can't understand why that would be unpopular. Who doesn't love waking up in the dead of night, finishing work? Once again, it is the dead of night outside. My personal favorite. But that happened. And I'm learning about this oil crisis for the first time. We had the U.S. come up with a tagline, "Don't be foolish." We should bring that back.
Nice one.
Ooh, crafty.
Yeah, Chrysler.
Yeah.
Chrysler needs to have "Don't be foolish."
Mad Men marketing.
And then, I have a follow-up from Danielle. Nothing better than live TV. Here we go.
Nice.
The electric telegraph was invented in 1838. So that's an electric telegraph.
There you go. Look at that thing.
Can somebody tell me what a telegraph is? Is that like a text?
It's an app you can download on your phone. You can have it. It doesn't track your data. You can talk with whoever you want. Telegram, right? Anyway, back to you guys.
God, thanks for throwing it in my lap, James Harden. After that, thanks for that. All right, hey, we did see some selling coming here. I heard James D say he is out. That was a profitable trade, I do believe. 21,781 last trade, correct, James?
Yes, I managed to eke out just a small profit from that.
Oh, nice. We did not.
I don't know what happened. I think I might have closed half, but I ended up. Yeah, it was fine. It was good.
It was fine. Everything was fine. It was good. That was great. Yes, profits are good. 21,784 last trade in the Nasdaq. Still seeing some more selling here in the Dow Minis. The YM 43,225 last trade. Also, look who's selling off. Crude oil down about $1.30 from its highs. Last trade $73.61. We're about 8 cents
go
off
fill up
the
the
low.
tank.
Yes. What was be foolish? Be foolish? What was that tagline?
Yes. Be foolish. Or don't be foolish.
Okay, wait. Actually, let's look at this. Let's look at crude for a sec. That low at 73.53 looks like a target for this move. And we just kind of put in an extension to a little flagging pattern on the 1 minute. Like you had the move lower, some consolidation, another move lower. Do you think we're going to try and target those lows from the overnight?
What price would that be, James?
Probably
73.53. So 10 cents. Can we get 10 cents out of that?
That's a safe bet, I would say.
What a bounce.
Wow, look at that bounce
right off VWAP. I don't love it.
Yeah.
I'm green.
769s was VWAP. We bounced about 30 points off of that last trade. 21,798. Auction in 5 minutes. Thank you, Joe V in the chat. Yeah, we got 3-year auction, top of the hour. Typically doesn't move the equities too much unless it does come in out of whack. As I said earlier, it's a poor bid to cover, poor demand for the 3-year debt. You may see it reflect in a sell-off in the equities. So make sure to stay tuned for that. We got 2 minutes left here. And coming up next, we got a little shoulder tap coming up. Who got a shoulder tap today? Ooh, JD and Mick. And we got the new segment, Lunchbox Trading with JD and Hogue. We got power players, JD, Dolby Time, Caesar E. Then Trading Edge with Agnieszka. Did I Dolby Time? Agnieszka. Or yes?
I think it's Agnieszka.
Agnieszka Wood. Mindset coach for 2 p.m. in lieu of Power Hour today. Agnieszka Wood joining us at 2 p.m. Central Time. That is here on Topstep TV. But yes, Lunchbox Trading coming up. Go ahead, Dolby Time.
Stair-step shorts have been working.
Yeah.
So stair-step short is just. Oh, you did.
Yeah,
where?
I layered
800s?
Short. My first entry, I entered 5 around 94s, and then another 5 around 80s, with a stop above that 1 minute wick at 8:05.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm targeting like the open essentially. We just got another. If you look at the 5 minute. We had the double doji, a move lower, and then we just put in another double doji kind of. This could be like the final leg of the move lower.
How much do you use candlestick theory in your trading?
It's a tool in the tool belt, right? It's not. I don't think it's so much to formulate a trade idea. So. For example, I was looking at the charts overnight, and I was sort of mapping out what I expected the first 2 hours to look like. And I was right, thankfully. I saw, we opened the regular session, RSI was above 70. I was like, we're going to get some bullish momentum here, and we're probably going to close near IB high. And we did. So that would be a trade idea that had nothing to do with candlesticks. But then you're looking for an entry, and you can start to look at the candlesticks different behavior patterns per se.
Oh, there's like a whole You can go to like Candlestick College, and they got, I mean, all sorts of patterns and setups.
Used to play baseball there. Anyways,
Candlestick Park, that's a better
I
reference.
dropped
Candlestick Park, they used to play baseball there. Anyways, that's it for now. We'll trade with Topstep. Dude, James D, as always, we love having you in. But I'm really pumped for the shoulder tap coming up next. Obviously, we got Mick in the house. But let's see if we can get a recap of some of those live funded account traders that we heard putting up massive numbers for a couple hours ago. A couple people over 60 grand. 3 people are over 50. Were over $50,000 in profits about 2 hours ago. Let's see where that happened. A high of $74,000. Tune in for shoulder tap. We got JD and Mick on the other side of this. Let's see what those numbers are at. If we can get a quick recap there. Of course, we'll go over some trading cards as well. Then we got Lunchbox Trading. We got a full day pack here on Topstep TV. James D, as always, a fan favorite. The only time I'll be seeing you later this afternoon. Anyways, Topstep TV, shoulder tap coming up next. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Welcome back, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. It is that time of day. It's shoulder tap time. We're going to roast a couple of traders. We're going to praise a couple of traders. We're going to see what's happening in the markets. Mick, we've got some live. Oh, pardon me. We've got risk manager Mick, the head of risk, joining us today. Mick, what is happening, my man? I hear we've got some big numbers coming out of those live funded accounts today. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, we've got this nice move in the equity indices. So, with most of our traders trading equity indices, we are seeing some big P&Ls on the board today. We've got Kai, leader of the pack, up $75,000. It's just day 2 for him in his live account. So that's a really good one. Ramey up 60 grand in his live account. Shen up 53. Kai Chun, who we'll be talking about, he's up 33 grand. Matthew up 17 and Romaine up $14,000 today. So we've got Matthew snuck. Oh, I mentioned Matthew already. Michael 9 grand. Nadav 8,800. Ting up 8,100. A lot of big P&Ls today for these people that have put some size on and stuck in the markets for a little while as they've been moving around.
That's awesome. 75 grand on the second day in the live funded account. That is how to start a new year. Coming out swinging.
I know. I was thinking. I was like, oh, we called them up at the right time. Taking the money out of the markets there. 75 is a great day. So very happy that the risk team got this trader out of the XFA or XFAs and trading live. So it's always really exciting. I mean, it wasn't too long ago, John, that we had our biggest P&L day from one of our live traders, which was, I think, right at $102,000, maybe $102,900. That was a very exciting day. So it's always great. And heck, when I signed in this morning, is when I started seeing these big P&Ls. So it's always nice to see. I'll tell you, I've said it a bunch of times, John, but I think you know this too. It's like most of the money for day traders, or big money for day traders, is made catching a piece of the trend for the day. It's not, going in and out 100 times a day, trading the size. You could, I think someone could make more putting a 5 lot on and riding it for, a period of time, catching a piece of the trend for the day versus someone who's, back and forth trading 50 lots all day long. I truly believe that. It's what I've seen. So just putting that in a little perspective here.
But yeah, we were talking about one of our live funded call-ups earlier this morning. We had a trader, the name escaped me, but yeah, trading in a 50K combine, nothing but micros, hit that 50K ceiling, took a 5K payout, trading nothing but micros. You don't got to trade big to make it big in this business.
Well,
but this guy that's
you can also trade 150 micros at a time. There's your 50 lot there, which if you're going to do that, I understand people wanting to have like the big clip size, as they call it. But, if you're trading 150 micros, you have to look at the breakdown on fees and commissions on those, because while micros might cost, they're priced lower, they cost significantly higher if you're looking at it from a fungibility standpoint, 15 minis to the 150 micros. So I guess we pay for our kicks, though, if we want those.
Always take commissions into account. Or don't, whatever floats your boat. But this guy that's up 75 grand right now, is the risk team in contact with him? Are we talking to him, trying to get him to lock in some profits?
Yeah, we've spoken to him. He's going to keep more than half of what he's got.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well done. Big shout out to the risk team, helping traders lock in those profits. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's dive in. Let's do some trading cards here, John.
Let's take a look.
Cool. First and foremost, let's talk about Kai Chun.
Very popular name. We hear his name at least twice a week around here. He's on one of our boards, a payout board or a P&L leader. But we hear about Kai Chun quite a bit. And he's in the top 10 on the leaderboard.
Rightfully so, John. Rightfully so. He's been in this account. You've heard about him because he's profitable. The guy, very last bullet here, I'll just jump to that. He's got 100, I think it's actually 122,000. Call it 125,000 in payouts. He's taken $125,000 in payouts from this live account. He's one of those names that I mentioned who's up big today. He's up 33 grand on the day today. And he's traded in this live account with the prop firm for 131 days. Today's 132. So I want to compliment him on that. He's been trading well. He's been trading well for a long time in this account. And, it's funny. He's, despite the great metrics here, or excuse me, the great profitability, the metrics, are something to look at. But it's all working out for him. 14% winning days. Well, before I get to that, average daily P&L, $813. So every day that this guy comes on and signs onto the computer and trades, on average, he's making $813. 14% winning days. Best day being 36,000. He's very close to eclipsing his best winning day ever in the 131 days that are on this trade report. Worst day, it's only $2,346. This is actually a 50K account. We've expanded the daily loss limit for this trader. So this is someone who can put up 36,000, 33,000, an average on all of his winning days, $14,000, all while risking anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000. But we got him up at 2,000 right now. So
yep.
That's
just looking at that. I was just looking at that, scrolling back to his early days when he had a daily loss limit of $1,000. He's done significantly better, expanding his risk to $2,000 daily loss limit. The very first day he expanded. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it works for people. I can't tell you how many times I've heard someone, squeal that they need to risk 10,000 to make 5,000. This is not the opposite of that. This is the opposite of that. So risking 2,000, and it's worked for him. So definitely, as a reminder, when it makes sense, we will make exceptions to the risk parameters. We can expand those if the shoe fits. We can do that, all within reason. So, like you said, it was a good one. I'm seeing that this trader locks in a lot of their big winning days at their high water mark. So clearly framing out the trades. They have an idea of where they think the market will go to if they're right, and it goes there. And, speaking of today's trading activity for these people that are up big money on the day, talk about catching a piece of the trend for the day. You look at those hold times, John, 7 hours on average in his winning trades.
Incredible.
7 hours.
He's not trading huge either. A couple trades a day.
He's trading mostly ones and twos. Today he's got he had 5 on today. That was just big for him. But like I said, he's a shining example to back up my my comment earlier. Make quite a bit more money trading 5 lot and holding it for the trend versus slinging 50s back and forth. He's making less than 4 trades a day, trading ones and twos, but not afraid to add if it's working in his favor, and that's how you get these big winners. So I just love that he's selective. I love that he's patient with the trades. Like I said, clearly framing out the trades. This has been very good activity, and I don't care so much about the 14% winning days or the 21% winning trades. Those are low numbers, but it doesn't frickin' matter based off what he's doing, because he's profitable with what he's looking to take out of the markets and what he's risking on a daily basis being low.
Yeah, that average winning day versus average losing day. Killer, absolutely killer. $14,000 average winning day, average losing day just under $1,300. So
yeah,
just killing it there.
It takes him 10 losing days to wipe out the profits from one of his winning days. Put that in perspective. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that could, if they reflected on that themselves, would fit into that category. That's basically saying for every that's basically saying I make $1,000, takes me $1,000 losing days to wipe that out. So that's a pretty powerful statistic there. 10 losing days to wipe out one winning day. I know a lot of people that are backwards on that, but in line with that metric, check your average winning day, check your average losing day on your trade report. That'll tell you where you may need to make some adjustments to what you're willing to risk on a daily basis.
Very good point. Very good point. Big shout out to Kai-chan there.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Next person I want to talk about is Romaine, and Romaine, this is a shoulder tap. I got to give him a shout out because he's up 14 grand today, but big shoulder tap here for performance thus far in his account. Romaine's traded for 33 days, which is a good chunk of time. Over those 33 days, the P&L has panned out to being, minus, he's almost losing $1,300 a day over 33 days. 21% winning days during that time, with only 24% winning trades on the gold and the NASDAQ. This isn't that great. And again, I want to give him a shout out for snapping his losing streak. It was, what did I write down? 6-day losing streak for over $18,000, almost $19,000, while he, puts up the 14 grand today. He is going to need to make sure that he locks in these profits from today, though. I know that's been an issue. John, you'd probably pointed out, I might have skipped ahead, but you would have probably pointed that out on the trade report from looking at it. There have been a number of days where Romaine's been up significant profits, up 5,300, then ends down 3,300. I'm
looking at that right now.
I looked through them. I mean, 33 days isn't a ton to sift through, but those metrics are there, and something that needs to 3,900 down to 3,300. That's a problem. Got to lock it in. So I hope that my guys have reached out, guys and gals have reached out to him about locking in. It's part of this $14,000 day.
Yeah, this looks like another set it and forget it kind of trader. When you're taking $10,000 swings, or up 5 grand, and you're hitting your daily loss limit down 3 grand. That's really not very good trade management. That tells me that you're not paying attention to what you're doing. Basically, you're putting a trade on and taking a swing in either direction.
It's a little bit of the set it and forget it on some days, but mostly, unlike what we had with Kai Chun, who was trading small size and holding it for a long period of time, Romaine's trading big size and holding it for a short period of time. On a lot of these days, we talk about people getting benched early. There's some days where they haven't been in the markets for very long whatsoever.
Yeah, well, when you're trading big size, it doesn't take a lot of time to hit that DLL.
No, it doesn't.
About that.
No, it doesn't. But they are, relatively selective. Only 3 trades per day, so even fewer trades than Kai Chun, but they are doing more size.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I don't have a lot to analyze here on this card, like I typically would for a card that I select. Excuse me. The biggest thing here I wanted to talk about was the average daily P&L, the minus 1275 that's up there.
Mm-hmm.
Number of days and the number of days traded, 33 so far on the trade report. And then those stats combined with the position sizing of, that Romaine's bringing. If you are losing money regularly on a daily basis, so minus 1275 every day over 33 days, you've got no business trading size. That's what one lots are for. That's what the micros are for. I don't even like the micros, but that's what the micros are for. If you're not profitable, how can you justify putting more leverage on? Now, certainly, some of the big winning days he's had, best day, $14,130. Average winning day, $5,000. Those are coming because he's, trading the size and being right. But, like the last second to last bullet I have here, if you're losing money on average every day, you don't trade size. You go to as small as you possibly can. And then when you find yourself, it's like the same thing with scaling, your trading and scaling your business when you're profitable. It's like, oh, I make money regularly. Why trade smaller? Why not increase my size? Because if I'm consistently profitable and I'm making X and I increase my size a small degree, I'm going to still trade the same strategy, no different, and be consistently profitable. And I'm going to make that much more. Mm-hmm. So that's how you scale your business to get bigger and better. You don't need to make big leaps. Where I don't go from trading 5 lots to 50 lots. But it has to go the other way too. If I'm not making money, I have no reason or justification for trading anything bigger than a 1 lot. And that's what they should be doing. I think actually, it looks like towards the end of November, they kind of scaled that back a little bit after they started licking some wounds at the end of November, but they're right back into it. Actually, November and December. No, excuse me, just November. Yeah, they're right back into it, trading a ton of size now. So Romaine actually, he's up 14 grand today. He had about $1,000 in his account coming into today. So he gave himself
less than $1,000.
Yeah, less than $1,000 bucks. So he gave himself a second lease on life because he's got about 15K in the account now, but that's only 5 losing days at 3,000 or more. And, he's coming off $18,000, $19,000 6-day losing streak. So he could very easily be putting himself back into, the same position back against the wall because he had his back against the wall this morning. And it's not a good place to be. Most traders, I know for me, John, if I trade smaller than I can, have that peace of mind, get to sit on something, and you don't want your back against the wall to be affecting your psychology while you're watching the markets and influencing your decisions, because it will.
Yep. Quite on the opposite spectrum of what we talked about with Kai Chun. I think this trader would do magnificently narrowing their risk parameters just a little bit. Cut the daily loss limit in half and see what happens. Maybe give yourself a couple more days in this account. You gave yourself a little reprieve today. That $14,000 win a day. You got 15 grand in your account right now. Like Mick said, that's 5 trading days. You cut that DLL in half. I mean, just looking at this trade report, if this guy goes down 2 grand, he's hitting that DLL immediately. So backing it off to 1,500 might be just what this trader needs to hang on for a little while longer. Account balance high up at 40 grand. Definitely has some wood to chop. So that might be your first step. Scale back a little bit and cut that daily loss limit in half. That's my humble opinion, but it might help you out.
Humble opinions are good. It's good to be humble. I mean, this is one of the most humbling businesses ever. And, it's a business, John, that attracts a lot of people who have high levels of confidence in themselves, that may get humbled, or they keep doing things, with that high level of confidence. But if you're looking at your trade report and seeing that you lose $1,275 every day, $1,275 over 30 days, that's humbling. That should be humbling. And when you're humbled, you got to scale back your size, Romaine, and make some adjustments. A $1,500 loss limit would be a fantastic idea because nobody should have their back against the wall to the degree where, especially with, what started with a $40,000 account balance. It's not where they're at right now, but they have 15 grand in their account now. You do not want to be positioned to lose your account in 5 days. You do not want to be positioned to lose your account in 5 days, especially after you're coming off a 6-day losing streak, because it can happen. And that's not the first 6-day losing streak. This trade report's riddled with losing streaks of.
It certainly is.
I'm sorry. It's part of their trading right now, but there should be adjustments. You're much better off, like John said, cut that loss limit to 1,500. Give us a call. Email us if you're in France, and trim that loss limit to 1,500. You just went from 5 days to lose your account to 10 days. And, we say swings at the plate. Give yourself 10 swings at the plate.
Yep. 5 winning days out of 33. The math is not on your side with that daily loss limit right now, Romaine. I hope you reconsider your risk parameters.
Mick, that's what I got on the cards, John. I don't know if there's any questions or anything like that we want to do. I want to see.
Sure. Let me
going
scan the chat right now. I don't see much happening. No, not much happening in the chat. But equities are still moving around. We're chopping around. We made our way back down to 744 in the NQ, which was. Go ahead. What's up, Mick?
I was going to say, speaking of moving around, how about the Nat Gas? That's been the leader and the laggard on my quote board the last several days.
I haven't looked at the chart yet today. That day last week when it was up 25%, though, we were hemming and hawing about that one all day long. That market was moving. I know you love it. Is that go ahead.
Is that what?
I was going to say, is that a trade you might have put on for yourself? But you were about to say something.
No, it's just caught my attention. I mean, I like the natural gas. I like trading natural gas. I haven't had it on in a while. Last time I did trade, I've just been so busy. Last time I did have I put a nat gas trade on. I think I had 600, or not 600. I think I had 300 ticks on it. Held it into the weekend, and then it opened like 200 ticks lower. So it's like, and you see the big gap there.
Yeah.
You see the big gaps. I mean, I was still in the money really good on the trade, but it's like those weekend gaps in the nat gas are crazy.
Incredible,
crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the rhyme or reason for it, which makes me, hesitant to, carry any big exposure or anything like that, over the weekends.
At this time of year, it's all weather-based, especially the Midwest where we're at. We're in the city of Chicago right now. It could be 50 degrees one day and then 20 below the next. And it's those huge fluctuations in temperature that drive nat gas prices at this time of year. So it's something to keep an eye on. If you're trading nat gas, keep your eye on the weather patterns. And I know it's not a very liquid market. It could disappear on you. Blast shield down and you time warp 50 handles in whichever direction. So you got to be conscious of what's happening. Stay up to date on your fundamental analysis. Trading nat gas.
It's interesting because there's pretty good volume there on the average daily volume, but just like you said, the market depth isn't always there, and those prices really get pushed around. Opening bids and offers are not where the last trades were in many cases.
Mm-hmm. Hitting the market button is ill-advised. I mentioned it earlier. We're talking about our favorite buttons on the Topstep X platform. I love the join bid, join ask buttons. Trade in the NASDAQ. Slippage in the NASDAQ can be an absolute killer during times of huge illiquidity. I'm sorry. That's the word I was looking for. When you see the ladder just disappearing, you're looking at it and everything's gone. That's not the time to be using a market order. Again, my humble opinion, trade the way that suits you best, but I am a join bid, join offer kind of guy trading the NASDAQ, and I assume I would be the same way trading nat gas. Hey, Mick, look at that. Our half hour is up. That went by real fast.
All right. I hope these big numbers keep getting larger, and everybody trade well and be safe.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mick. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time. Have fun at lunch today. Tell the boys we all said hello. All right, stick around, folks. We've got Hogue coming in, and we are going to do some Lunchbox Trading in just a minute. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back. TopstepTV. Let's go.
am. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Lunchbox Trading, formerly known as Group Coaching, with a bit of a twist. It is us. I'm JD. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland over there. We're going to take some of your questions. We're going to look at the markets. We're going to put on a trade if we see a good setup. Oh, there it is. My camera's backwards, too. All right. And we're just going to talk straight markets here. Hoag, what's going on? We got the house count up a little bit of dough. Right around $1,700 for the day. We made a couple good trades. What are we looking at right now? Is anything catching your eye? We're kind of ranging in the equities. Crude oil in an about phase.
I mean, this is the S&Ps. This is the 5-minute chart. Opening range still remains the low of the session. So that leads me to believe that overall buyers are still largely in control. However, we did look above the initial balance high. We spent a little time goofing around up there. No real acceptance, rejection of that. Leads me to believe that it's possible that we could rotate all the way back to the initial balance low, which would take us back down to the bottom of the opening range. So there's some potential change coming here. We're below day session value. I'm not looking at any trades against day session value low here. I'm seeing value low at 6,043 and a quarter. We're below that now, but we're still above the opening range. We're still above the IB low. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ seem to be kind of stuck testing last week's high, this purple line right here. Last week's high in the S&P is 6,036 and a quarter. And then same kind of situation here in the NASDAQ. Tested down to it, 21,742 in the orders was last week's high, tested down to it. Got the 200 session moving average, also possibly lending a degree of support down here, but I'm going to try and be really patient here. I do like the long because, again, the opening range remains the low of the session. Again, we did trade above the initial balance high. We're unable to accept that, and that kind of lends to rotation to the initial balance low. So if we were looking at anything, I mean, we're back inside the opening range in the NASDAQ right now. We just tested down to it in the S&Ps. We can get a cheap long. I like a cheap long, but I really want to stay patient here because the market is tested above the IB high. Is it going to test below the initial balance low? If it does that and comes back inside, then I think we're looking at a rotational day the rest of the day. So we're going to try and stay patient here. At least I'm going to try and stay patient here, JD. I'm not sure what you're seeing. You know, we've got kind of a little balance area here, and we seem to be holding this 100 session moving average on the 3-minute chart. Not necessarily all that impactful. Here's the 30-minute chart. IB low, opening range. IB high, looked above it, failed. Are we going to test below the initial balance low is really the question. Again, having trouble with last week's high in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps for continuation to the downside. Kind of like that level for a potential for a long, because we can keep it pretty cheap. We can keep it around 20 points in the NASDAQ if we get to that, back to that last week's high in the NASDAQ. And what would that be in the S&Ps? That would be 36, 28, 8 points of risk in the S&Ps. We'll see what happens here. Okay. I want to see this on the 30-minute chart.
So playing the bottom of this range to the long side for a nice cheap trade. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Sometimes the cheaper trades are the better trades. Some of the best trades come out of being thrifty, right?
Some of the best trades I've ever taken were taken almost purely because they were cheap.
They were cheap. Yep. Get familiar with your setups, folks. If taking cheap trades is part of your trading strategy, make sure you know you're getting out before you get in.
Yes. And apparently we were having a little bit of a difficulty with the link for the questions. We have fixed that. We do have a few questions coming in. Of course, we're going to address as many as we can in the time we have. But hey, JD, it's good to be with you. I hope you had a nice weekend.
Oh, yeah, always. You also, Hogue. Should we hit a question real quick?
Yeah, why not?
First question comes for the risk team, basically. Does the risk team ever call scalpers, scalper meaning holding trade less than a minute per trade, to a live account, or is that the style trading just too risky for them? Or is that style of trading just too risky though? Well, it's all at the discretion of the risk team who gets moved up to a live funded account. It's a very manual process. What was that? We got a doorbell?
I fat figured a button. My bad.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Gabe. I got all excited. Like a door, like my dog when the doorbell rings. Huh? All right. Yeah. Total discretion of the risk team who gets placed into a live funded account. They take traders. They'll track them for a few days, a few weeks even. They'll scour over their trading data, their trading style. We'll talk to them on the phone. Typically on the phone or in a Zoom meeting face to face, so that there's a very tedious vetting process on who gets called up to a live funded account. Hogue, in your experience, is scalping a no-no for live funded traders? It's really not, from what I see some of our live traders doing.
No, I don't think it's really a no-no. High like very short time frame scalping is kind of a no-no. But if you're holding trades for a minute, 30 seconds even, I would certainly call that scalping. And no, it's not too risky for Topstep or for the risk team. It just really matters on your performance, how you're doing it, how well you're doing at it. Being a scalper to me is too involved, too energy involved. I much prefer looking for longer time frame opportunities. And to be honest with you, Beast, I think a lot more of our more successful traders are the ones that are taking those bigger bites out of the market. Yeah, there's probably some scalpers, but again, scalping, you have to define that. Is scalping a 1 minute trade? Is it a 30-second trade? Some people would call a 5-minute trade a scalp. So it really depends on your performance, how you're doing it. And no, I don't think anything's too risky. Just a matter of your performance, how you're able to do it. And boy, it takes a lot of energy to be a scalper. It did back in the day in the pit, and it certainly does still today. We're taking a look below that last week's high in the S&Ps now, and still holding it in the NASDAQ.
We just kissed it in the NASDAQ, came right back through. I drew a little range box on a 3-minute chart. We dipped right below that line, tested that 743 level again. 743 is last week's high, and we're right back inside range once more. So pretty much trading sideways. That's what we come to expect during this hour. That could all change in the next 45 minutes or so. But for now, just doing the drift. All right. Nailed that question. We got a whole new we got a fresh form for the new year, guys. Big shout out to Rad1Z for having the very first comment / question in the new Lunchbox Trading document. And it just says,
this
thank
is
you,
fun
Topstep.
too. This is fun. I like having you on here and having somebody else to talk to and maybe look to take trades. And I like this new format. So this is it's fun. I think we should expand it.
Yeah, for sure. 1245. We're at the bottom end of this range again. Hogue, is this trade looking cheap enough for you yet?
I'm really looking for some sort of reversal pattern here that I have not seen yet. Looking at the NASDAQ, I'd be looking for some sort of 3-bar reversal or a hint of one. I still think we're going to go down and test that IB low. There it is.
There it is.
Here we're checking down to the IB low. There it
What a
is.
move.
Just
There we
took
go.
it out. All right, now if we see some sort of failure or rejection below that IB low, because we've traded above the IB high, the market is likely to kind of return rotational. So now I'm monitoring for some sort of failed downside auction here or an auction fade down here, some sort of reversal pattern against this low. Then I think we start looking for the long. We may be late to the party if that's the case, because we really just ran a whole bunch of stops below that IB low, a little liquidity grab down there, and that may have just put in the low. We'll see. Still watching for some sort of reversal pattern.
Very good. Man, what a move that just was. We had a whole bunch of liquidity there. All right, let's grab another question while we got a few minutes left.
All the stops were down there, my friend.
They hit them all too. Yeah.
Yep.
Doug C says, I'm close to taking my first payout. I see where I could take payments to single member. That's about payout. You're going to have to contact support on that payout question. The problem with doing this live is we don't get to vet the questions before we.
And
yep.
We're not tax people, so I would definitely contact a tax professional about that question.
Absolutely. We are not here to manage your finances. All right, next question from TO. I mentioned that join bid, join ask button. What does the join ask and join bid buttons do in the Topstep X platform? Well, instead of going straight to the market where you're getting the best available fill, whatever last price was traded on the bidder offer, that is where your bidder offer will be placed. So it's not technically a market order. Let's say it's 5 bid at 6, and you place a join bid order, you're going to be on the 5 bid waiting to get filled instead of going to the market and paying up 6 or higher. Is there any other way you can think of to explain that? Does that sound pretty simple enough?
No, I think it's perfect. I mean, I heard you saying earlier you like the join bid, join ask in the NASDAQ. And I do too, because the NASDAQ is so volatile. If you can save that tick, why not save the tick? So join bid, you're going to be on the bid. You're not going to lift the offer. Join ask, it's going to place your order on the offer, not just hit the bid.
Honestly,
full button.
Your probabilities of getting filled hitting the join bid, join ask button are very, very high in the NASDAQ. Hitting the market button, your chances of being a victim of slippage are also very, very high. So take it with a grain of salt. Personally, I don't like giving free money to the market, especially in the NASDAQ where that slippage can absolutely kill you.
Yes.
If you're trading.
You can also get left behind too. I mean, you join the bid and the market takes off. Your bid's just going to sit there and wait for it to come back to that level. So there's good and bad with everything.
Yeah. No FOMO though. Move on to the next trade.
No FOMO.
And never chase. Never chase it. All right. Checking back in on the markets. We're still trading lower in the NASDAQ here. We're back below.
Yeah, we're giving up that IB low. Not looking for the long yet here.
IB low in the NASDAQ is 21,723 half. We are just below it right now. Dipping our toe in the water, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where we close that next 30-minute bar. We close the next 30-minute bar above that level. Then I like the long. But then we'll be out of time, JD.
Yeah. Where do you have our downside gap fill in the NASDAQ at, Hogue?
Downside gap fill. Which gap?
Overnight gap.
Oh, the session gap?
Yeah.
Friday's high was 21,559 quarter.
559. Okay, I got that.
Oh, yeah, that would be a nice move, wouldn't it?
That would be an impressive
Let's
move.
see if we can accept below this IB low first. Again,
doesn't seem to want to
probability
pop.
states, once we've traded outside the initial balance on both sides, probability states that the market's just going to become rotational and range bound inside of that. So that's what we're waiting to see, is where we're going to close this next 30-minute bar. If it's inside the initial balance, probability is going to be we're just going to go into a range bound day the rest of the day. But if we open below it, that's going to leave single TPOs. That could certainly change things. We've got weekly kickoff high that we broke out in the overnight session down at 21,650. You can see once we went above it, we checked down to it a couple of times before the open, found that we, found buyers down there. So if we do get that opportunity, that could be another opportunity for another long if we get that big move to the downside. What do you suppose the probability of closing the session gap all the way down to that 21,559 quarter is today, JD? Relatively slim?
I mean, the way it's moving right now, I'd like to see it done in the next hour. But yeah, I would say it's relatively slim that we make a 300-point move or 250.
Yeah, I think somebody was saying in the chat earlier, when a session gap isn't closed in the first hour of the trade, it's almost 80% that it will not get filled during that session.
I believe it. Yeah, that sounds like an edgeful stat. I could pull that up.
Right. Yep.
I'll have that for the next segment. Seeing a little bit of strength coming in. Minor buying right back up to last week's. What is that? Last week's high at 743 in the NQ. Trading just below that right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's getting whippy.
Let's see where this closes, this 30-minute bar. If it closes above IB low, more probability of rotational trade. If it opens below it, could be sellers coming in from that point forward. We did leave the opening ranges at the dead low this morning, JD. And that's usually buyer control. I'm surprised to see us back here, but if the buyers remain in control, this could be a nice opportunity for a long. Lots of opportunities for longs at lower levels as well, with the lack of the gap close, the weekly kickoff high, the naked point of control that hasn't been tested. That naked point of control down there is 21,641.
641, just below weekly kickoff high.
Yeah, and that's really where the overnight support came in, was right against that naked point of control. This low right here, 642, this low right here, 641.75. Nice little double bottom there against a naked point of control. Still hasn't been tested in the overnight session. We're already seeing a little bit of rejection below the IB low. So again, if we open the next 30-minute bar above that IB low, then I like the longs against the current session low. Well, we'll have to see how that plays out.
Makes good sense, though. All right, Hogue, we got about less than 5 minutes left. Oh, you just mentioned naked point of control. Right. Question for Martins. You just mentioned naked point of control. Can you explain what the naked point of control concept in TPO charts is? Thank you. What is a naked point of control, Hogue?
Okay. So in volume profile or market profile, the point of control is probably the most popular price of the session. In volume, profile, it is the single price that has the highest volume. In TPO profile, it is the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. It's the price that's most visited over time in TPO. It is a comfort level. A lot of trading has gone on there in the past. People remember that, and those naked points of control become weaknesses in structure or visual targets for price to revisit because, again, they were comfortable levels. I don't like trading point of control. Point of control is a very popular place for two-sided trade to occur. I don't want to trade where two-sided trade is occurring. I want to trade where the auction is dying in one direction or another and then take the opposite move, or get into an auction that is very strong in one direction. So the points of control, I call them, they're basically just little comfort levels. They're areas where a lot of trade has occurred, and when you extend them beyond the current session, quite often they become visual targets. Markets are extremely visual. Price remembers levels, so we tend to go hunting naked points of control. If you were to reverse engineer a lot of the weekly kickoff levels, a lot of the weekly kickoff levels are largely based off of previous non-rechecked or naked points of control. Very often, if there's a reason around a naked point of control, that's where it's going to go. But again, those weekly kickoff levels, there's a lot of calculation and a lot of thought that goes into those. And if they end up near a naked point of control, that's where that's going to go, is pretty close to that naked point of control. We can see, this week's weekly kickoff high actually ended up very close to a naked point of control from last week, which was 21,641. 21,650 is where the weekly kickoff came in with other calculations, but it was very close to that naked point of control. And we still haven't rechecked that naked point of control in regular trading hours. Only in extended trading hours have we revisited it, and it became supportive. So there was that naked point of control, that comfort level, and then the weekly kickoff high that when we broke above it, when we came back to it, became support again. And then we, of course, left the opening range at the low of the session. We continued to try and push higher. We're using new market generated information. Now we looked above the IB high. We couldn't continue. We've rotated below the IB low now. Does it look like we're going to go back and retest that naked point of control in regular trading hours? It all depends on where we open this next 30-minute bar, whether it's inside the initial balance or below the initial balance low, to where I would look for an opportunity for a trade in and around this. And it's looking very much like we're going to just open this next 30-minute bar right on that IB low, which just further complicates things. But points of control are comfort levels. There are areas that were very popular, levels that were very popular in past trading. And when you remember those levels, the market remembers those levels, and markets are very visual. The market will go seek those comfort levels upon returning into those areas, if you will. I hope that helps.
Very good, Hogue. Yep, that was a great explanation. Thank you. I hope everybody in the chat was listening to that also. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for Lunchbox Trading today. We did not get a trade again, but we did spend quite a bit of time looking for one. And thanks for your questions. We appreciate it. Hogue, always a pleasure, my friend.
We could have taken a trade and we'd be right where we got in right now, probably.
Yep. That's the way she's moving right now.
Yep.
All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with Power Players. We've got Caesar, live funded trader Caesar, making his debut on TopstepTV. He's been with Topstep for a couple months now. He's making some moves too. So we're going to talk to him about his strategy, what he's looking at in the markets, how he found Topstep, and maybe we'll take some trades too. So stick around. We'll be right back with Power Players. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. back, and it's time for Power Players, and we got a fresh Power Player for you folks. Making his Topstep TV debut, we've got live funded trader Caesar from California, and Mr. Dolby Time. Caesar,
Howdy.
What is happening, my friend? Welcome to Topstep TV. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you
I
sad? Are
am
you happy?
nervous. Thank you for having me here.
Our pleasure. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be here. All right, Caesar, you haven't been training too long, really. Just a couple of months you've been here at Topstep, and you made your way into a live funded account. How did that happen? Tell us. Well, first, how did you find Topstep, and how did you make your
Uh,
way into that live funded account in just a matter of a couple of months?
yeah. So the way I found Topstep is I was learning to trade with a group of traders, and I was trying to do a forex challenge like on another platform that I'm probably not going to name because it's going to sound like negative PR. But I wasn't aware that the challenge had daily profit limits. I knew I had like a max daily loss limit, but not a profit limit. So on on the challenge, I hit like 6K in profit, and it stopped me out. And I thought, oh, well, what went wrong? And it locked me out. Like it reset my earnings, and like, okay, I'm not trying to spend 500 on a 100K challenge. I'm gonna take a try with Topstep because the 100K challenge is $100. So I immediately loved it because it let me do large lot sizes that wouldn't be available on the forex because of the margins, and that's where I started just stick with Topstep. And I failed a few challenges before I got into the express funded, and I managed to go live after just 10 days 10 trading days doing gold on Tokyo session. I hit 50K in 10 days, and that's when I got called up to live.
Awesome. Were you trading size? Were you trading big, small? What do you consider big size?
Well, I would do the 10 lot on if I found like a good trend on gold, like it's gonna go in one direction for a good minute. I would just do a 10 lot and just let it ride until it would reach the peak or like the bottom, and as soon as it started reversing, I would pull out. I would say floating is my trading style. I'm not really a scalper. Like some trades, I've had trades go up for like 2 hours where I'm just staring at the screen and seeing that profit go up. And as soon as I consider, okay, I'm above my daily goal, but let me see if I can push this further. And as soon as it starts reducing, like, okay, I'm out of the trade. I'm done for the day.
Fair enough. So when you were making your way through the trading combine to get into the XFA, that was during that big gold rally where it was every day just going up and up and up and up and up. Did you find that?
Yes. That did help, but I did I actually failed my first express when that rally ended and just started
When
to
it ended?
dump. Yeah, I was just like, okay, it's going down, but I'm gonna get on a buy. It has to go up, and everything was rallying. Some some people like to think that gold has like some sort of correlation with like U.S. stocks like Nasdaq or like the Dow Jones. One of them's doing good, the other one has to do bad. But everything was rallying at the time. Um, I did correct my strategy after that rally ended, and that's I passed the combine again, and I got my express, and I just started finding the trends, uh the trends on gold during Tokyo, and that's how I pretty much passed my XFA in around 10 or 11 days.
Nice. Yeah, I'll never
I
hurt
don't
being
hear
on
a
the right
lot
side of the
about
market.
Yeah, no, that's the fact. Also, never hear about the Tokyo session, which is pretty sweet, Caesar, that you're able to get into an XFA and pass into a live account in a trading session that I don't know, we almost never talk about. How did you get into trading the Tokyo session, and did you trade like the New York Open before, and you just found out that that was kind of your bread and butter?
Yeah, so at the time when I started to get into trading, I was still working my 9 to 5, and I was night shift, right? So I would start my work shift at for what me and Cali time would be like 3:30 p.m. and I would get out at midnight, and I would get home like at 2 a.m. and I probably have like 3 hours to sleep. And like for me, New York opens at 6:30 a.m. So I would try to get onto New York Open, but like me being on reduced sleep, like my reaction time was probably not ideal for like those huge spike movements on New York. So I blew so many accounts on New York because I didn't take profit, or I didn't set a stop loss fast enough. So I just ran with Tokyo because it starts like at 5 p.m. for my time, and I'm wide awake by that time. That would be like you know I guess like a second shift for trading, if I could categorize it like that. So that's where I found myself to be more comfortable during Tokyo.
Wow, that's cool. Hope that's inspiring to people in chat who think they have to trade the New York Open to be a profitable trader. I mean, these markets are moving 23 hours a day. So it's awesome that you found your niche in the Tokyo session.
Is it still kind of your bread and butter? Are you still waiting for those late night hours?
Well, I have been looking at gold during Tokyo. This past month, December, hasn't been moving too good, so that's why I've been looking at Nasdaq now. And well, I do find some good trades here, here and then. Like maybe the one I'm in right now, I would say that's a good entry for a one contract on normal Nasdaq, not minis. But yeah, I mean, I guess it lost its momentum that it was going all the way up, and I doubt it'll reach previous day close before the session ends. But it may, just start consolidating here and kind of like float downwards. With not as much as momentum as it went up, but I'm in a good sell right here. I would adjust my stop loss. Yeah. But.
Walk us through this trade that you put on. You're currently short at 21,724 in the NQ. Walk us through your setup.
So,
what were you seeing when you put this trade on? And
when I put this trade on, so I try to like check multiple time frames. I was looking at it at the 1 minute. Let's see. I got in here when it was kind of like consolidating, making up its mind if it wanted to go back up. And I set my stop loss here at this candle where it just started to make the big drop. And I think probably got around here. It almost pushed my stop to the limit. That happens so often with me. It just almost grazes it, but then it just started to trend downwards. I did also look at the 30 minutes. I like looking at the higher time frames because sometimes they let you know what's going to happen beforehand. See, it started rallying, and we just started having nonstop red for multiple 30-minute candles. So that entry was kind of risky because it was like on this level where it went up previously. It could have gone up, like the previous speaker was saying, but for me, I just think it was going down. I'm not too technical with my trades. I do respect like price points and like previous day closes, but the market just does what it wants sometimes or most of the time. So I just did my decision was doing the opposite of what it looked like it was going to do, and it's working out right now. Yeah, I don't want to be like too technical with it, but sometimes everyone thinks it's gonna go up, and then it just boom, bounces down. It just does whatever it wants.
What are we looking at on your chart right now? What are those indicators you have up?
Yeah, chat asked about.
Okay, so the only indicators these lines I draw these manually. These horizontal lines, like when the market closes, I just draw these as previous day close. So I use those to like make my decisions. Like sometimes it starts like hovering between that level, and then when it breaks up to the upside, to the downside, that's when I probably get into a trade. These little dots, it's the parabolic SAR. I just use like the manual, like the default settings. Let's see. And this channel looking thing, this is Ichimoku clouds.
We were just talking about that on Friday, I think.
We were. I'm not
so this kind of I may not understand like completely how it works or what you're looking at, but it kind of lets you know where the volume is going to be. So green means buy, red means sell. Sometimes on some time frames where it stops moving, maybe we'll find one right now. We're probably in a channel right now. Okay. Oh yeah, see, it's bouncing off of this channel. Like it was, we're in the cells, but this cloud is green. So the candles are like bouncing off of it since there's a lot of like buy orders here. That would be my way of interpreting the clouds. Like I could be wrong, right? But that is what I'm seeing right here on the 15. Sometimes you find like on other time frames, you see there's lots of buys on the 5s. Yeah, right where everyone was saying it's supposed to go up, but I guess the sells are winning right now. Yeah, I get how it just bugs out like that. You see, we had all that buy pressure here, but the sells won and it pushed it out of the cloud, and now it's fighting the one on the 15 here. But I'm still, it just bugs out always. That's what I like.
And what about
but
some moving
viewing it
averages
from
too?
like yes, I have moving averages, but sometimes they decide to not appear. I do have like the SMA. I have VWAP. Most of them are in default settings. But sometimes they decide to appear on my graph. Oh yeah, here they are. I'm colorblind. Yeah, so everything's trying to go under those moving averages, so that's also helped my decision with the sell instead of the buys.
Nice.
On the 30s.
Should we hop in on this short, JD? Were you short at again? Hold on, it's up there.
Short at 24.
I got in at
24.
So we're not too far from your entry. Have you? What's your stop? What's your exit strategy on this trade?
My stop loss, or
where are you going to be getting out if we come back to your entry price, or around your entry price? Are you adjusting your stops?
Yeah, I think I'll adjust it right now. I hadn't adjusted this whole time since the interview started. I'll probably just since it's already pushing out, I will take a loss of 90 if it pushes me back out. I think the most I had at the time was sit at positive 500. We're gonna see it. So here, we're gonna see it challenge this cloud, this sell cloud. Maybe it breaks through. Maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, it'll probably just push back down. But that's up to like that's up to all the orders that are in the market right now. Like just it lining up with the indicator doesn't guarantee anything. See, now
like
it's
that
pushing
statement.
down.
I like that statement.
Yeah. I just had to say, that's just how it is. Indicators won't guarantee if something's gonna go the way it says. I think as traders, we have to be able to see the future. What's gonna happen in a few seconds, a few minutes, 15, 30, like an hour. And sometimes indicators, won't tell you what's gonna happen.
Yep.
And
there's
you
leading
use your own.
There's leading indicators and there's lagging indicators. You should know the difference between them and which ones you're looking at. But we're getting a little more follow through to the downside. We just kind of kissed the top of that 5-minute range. Dolby, do you want in on this trade? I think it's still a cheap short right now at the top of this.
It is a cheap short. It's definitely a cheap short. Let's place an order at like 719s. We'll sell 2 at 719s and see if we can just get to the top of that range. Unless you think it's going to pull back. It's not going to pull back, JD, in which case we'd want to take it like maybe right now. But a lot of higher lows so far. Oh, it's just running. Thanks, NASDAQ, for doing what you do. Caesar's happy
No
though.
chill. No chill, NASDAQ.
No chill.
Oh yeah. I'm just happy NASDAQ's not making me look bad on live television. Like having me lose a bunch of money.
Jumping on TopstepTV, calling out trades.
Yeah.
You still have 25 minutes, Caesar. There's still time.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. Make a fool of us. Yeah.
Well, if I were to close it right now, it'd be in green, so that's all that matters. Like not ending the day red.
Yeah. I think I had a level at 693. I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, I see why I have 693s. It was like a high of the 4-hour candle at overnight, 1 a.m. So maybe there's a little bit of price bounce there.
Yeah,
but if we could get below like 693s, I got 642s as the second sort of target. So almost 50 points lower from where we're at.
Yep.
Yeah, if we don't hold 693s, Oh, Jay, this is kind of bearish. Should we just try to short one and then maybe get a second one?
We could do that.
Right, let's do
Some
that.
lows.
Let's do that.
But Hogue mentioned a naked point of
short.
control down at 641. That's a target just below our weekly kickoff high at 21,650. So that's a decent target area, 640 to 650 area.
Yeah. All right. How's
If we
the short
continue
one?
lower.
21,708. And then Caesar,
for
where's
sure.
your stop right now?
I just had my stop barely above, you know, where my profit was. I will have, you know, I will slide it to have me take me out on positive. Let's see, I'm on 200.
Okay.
Oh, and I adjusted it too tight. It stopped me out. But let's see.
Caesar's live account locked out for the rest of the day, so we're on a combine right now.
Yeah, this is a combine. Yeah, I may just get in with another sell right now.
We're gonna add to it's
right
at
back in.
720.
Right back in. Add in at 720. What was our original entry price, Dolby?
708.
708.
So we're dollar cost averaging, as some people like saying it.
All right, house count. Short one at 708. Working
Yeah.
another one at 20. Just kind of bouncing around here. Not a whole lot of movement right now.
Not a whole lot of momentum. Yeah.
We'll work this range with Caesar here. It's starting to get a little bit wiggly though, which is kind of interesting, especially for a 1 p.m. segment. I don't know if you normally trade the 1 p.m. segment, Caesar, but like between 1 and 2 p.m. Central, it tends to get a little bit slow and choppy.
Yeah,
this actually has been pretty good thus far, but we're getting some wiggle in the ladder here. So hopefully we end up getting a move to ideally to the downside, but we might get some action by 1:30 here. Where's your stop now on this new trade that you have?
Oh, I had it too high. I had it like that. I'll just say how it just bugs out, and I had to like refresh. I had it somewhere. Let's see. I had it at 29. Guess I don't want to have it like below this cloud. Yeah, because I set it under this cloud and it just bounces off of it and comes back down. That'll take me out. So I had kind of like halfway through the cloud.
Cool. We'll do 730s and we'll short another one at 720s. I get this up to 2. So we do have higher lows, but we also have been stair stepping down for pretty much the entire day ever since we made those highs at like 21,900. Let's see if we can continue this downtrend here into new lows, very close to being short 2. If we don't get filled, it's okay. But I like this trade. It's a good cheap trade, JD and Caesar.
Working second offers at 20, you said?
Yeah, 20 half. So like right, just a tick above highs.
Did we just miss it? Printed 20 half.
We did not get filled. Nope. We weren't in the queue. It's like a queue of like 5 people. We must have been the fifth person in that queue.
Yep.
The ladder's not.
That's the difference.
Deep.
That's the difference between sim and live, folks. We were working the offer. I printed. Should have high ticked it. Didn't get it.
Oh my god, JD. Oh, 15 points later. That's a bummer. Anyway, Caesar, what are some of your goals for 2025 with your trading here?
Well, my first goal of the year is to this week focus on getting my first payout because I haven't traded since Thanksgiving. So yeah, I'm kind of I'm kind of rusty, and well, I want to get back in that groove that getting your payout feels like. Once you get your payout, you're like, okay, it keeps you motivated for your trading, and I'm trying to get that this week.
Was it a planned break to take off pretty much all of December?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a planned break. I think like on Thanksgiving, I passed my XFA and I got called to live, and I think I didn't receive my credentials until like by the end of December. So what we decided is like, okay, just give it to me January because the month's about to end. Like the data payment, the data fee.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I've been on a break for a month from Topstep. So I'm trying to.
New account.
New year, new me. Yep. New account. Not trying to blow it.
No.
No round tripping or plan accounts. Starting the year with a plan for a payout, that's a good way to start the year.
Yeah, I just have to say how it is,
Build up that confidence
focus
early.
Focus this week on getting a payout, and little by little hit the goal. I do have to make some adjustments to my strategy on the live, but I think I got to figure it out today on market open. I'll find some moves, and we'll go from there.
Nice. Well, Caesar, we are now short 2. I think we're both shorted around the same price, 21,714s. We're at 14s and a half. We need some lower lows here. Having a hard time doing it, but we will see how this plays out. NASDAQ can flip at the drop of a hat.
It could just change its attitude like midway.
Yeah, I mean, we could shed 50 points whenever it wants to. But I did like the 5. I think it's still pretty solid. It's a good idea for a short here. If we do end up running up against sort of like long time frame support, so be it. But I think in a vacuum, this is a good stair step short here.
Yeah,
do we have
created
more though?
What's the time frame on that chart, though? Is that a 1 minute chart?
1 minute.
Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute because it's telling me like why it's going sideways, and it's probably going to challenge this cloud here. Sometimes it's kind of rejecting.
Oh, I see. That's like right there. What am I saying? I have my own cloud. Damn, there we go. All right, I'm in the clouds with you.
In the clouds, yeah, we're up in the clouds right now. The NASDAQ clouds.
Yeah, I got the Ichimoku cloud on now, and we are just at the kind of just entering in the shaded area here of the Ichimoku cloud.
Checking in on the chat. Hailfire in the chat. We need context. You want to spout out some dumb stuff like that? Then add some context to it and explain yourself.
Oh, I'm missing.
How's it kind of short?
Quality check comments.
Context.
Hailfire says, "There's a dumb spot to short." He says, "Why?
Why?" Also, why
are we shorting?
I see a textbook bear flag here. We're sort of right at the upper end of a 3-minute range. There's a lot going on. This is a excellent place for a nice cheap short. That's why you initiated it in the first place. But why? Why is this a bad spot? Tell us.
Why are you long or are you just not short? I mean, this makes sense to me. I mean, this is stair step lows.
Yep.
You just take this trend from the high. This is all downtrend, and all it's been doing is just stair stepping lower. I mean, if you draw a lot of those where support becomes resistance and vice versa, and we're just doing it on let's say this is like the 3rd or 4th stair step down. So I'd say it's right about our entry. So, I mean, if we were to go back and look at this chart, I wouldn't probably change any of my thoughts or ideas here. We are still in a downtrend. We have not switched to resistance becomes support. We haven't flipped. So this is still guilty until proven bullish.
Correct. I see a little bit of follow through.
Yeah, so whoever was in the short with me, I guess we're kind of up right now.
We're definitely kind of up right now. So let's talk targets here. We got 2. Are you in 2 or 1 right now?
I'm in a 1 contract. Not trying to go too heavy. It's just it's a combine. So
yeah, well, you got caps too. Let's see if we could 680s for 1 JD and then maybe hold the rest for a runner.
I like it.
Cool.
Hold one into the close.
I doubt it'll
possibly.
I doubt it'll challenge previous day close today.
Oh, I think you just broke up a little bit. Oh, or was it me?
300.
Oh, it was
in like 2 hours, which I don't sound.
I think we're losing them.
Come back. Get out of the clouds.
This is a great opportunity. While we get Caesar back, we're going to bring in James for some announcements. You ready for it?
I think I'm doing the announcement.
Oh, go ahead then.
We're doing the X announcement. I think James has a logo or something. I mean, he might be actually working right now to get Caesar back on here. However, if you don't follow us on Twitter or Twix or X, please do at TopstepTV. That's where you're going to share all of your hashtag Power Hour content. Send us your, battle stations. That's always a fun one. If you have any pet pics, animals trading, that seems really cute. Interact with us. Whatever you guys want to share with us, please do it at TopstepTV. We are marching with our subs up to like almost 4,000, I think. So it's getting there. It is getting there, but it is very much fun. I am on that all the time, interacting with y'all. So share your stuff. Also share your data too. I don't know if you can, if you don't know this, but you can actually go to your trade report and directly share a link to your trade report with other traders and also with us. So that's pretty sweet. Definitely give us a follow at TopstepTV on X.
Dolby will find your content. Just share it.
Somebody's
got an eye on it.
This 5-minute is still holding up. Pretty good. Caesar is still MIA, but we've got good movement here so far.
A little bit of follow through the downside.
Yep, we could maybe walk our stop down to about 724s. Because to be honest, probably don't want to get all the way back up there.
We just broke out to the downside. We broke through the ascending line from our little bear flag.
Yep.
So we were getting some follow through momentum to the downside. I think moving a stop, not the worst idea. I don't want to take a loss on this trade now.
Do you want to go to back? We can go to break even. I just feel like every time I go to break even, I just want to take profits immediately, though.
Yeah,
but we can, because that's the worst, man.
I did that just on Friday. I moved a stop to break even on a great trade just because it was taking too long to play out. I was in a long trade in the NASDAQ for a solid, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 minutes. I was in the money a little bit, maybe 20 points, and I just wasn't going to follow through I wanted. So moved the stop to break even, came and took me out, and then took off to the upside.
It's almost like the market knows. It's like no risk-free trades, right? So either have a little bit of risk or accept all the risk. But like the whole break-even thing, it's just like you're just begging for the market to slap your wrist. Yep. No risk-free trades allowed. Caesar, you back?
Looks like we got Caesar back.
Off. Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
Still hanging in this trade?
I'm still hanging in the sell, yeah.
Hell yeah. Diamond hands, baby.
Diamond hands.
Diamond hands.
693 bounced again. It's the one level that I am looking at. Very
693.
21,693 was the
below 93. Do you want to add another one?
We could do it. I just have terrible luck doing it, but we could try.
As soon as you add, it's gonna reverse. Don't do it.
I swear, like
this happened to everyone. That's why
he said it. He said the quiet part out loud.
Yep. Yeah, some traders have like superpowers, right? Where it's like, I can always just buy market in. It always works, or I can always sell highs. It always works. I have like a couple anti superpowers, and one of them is like stop buy, stop sell. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you.
That's God himself right there. Look at it. It's working. It's working.
Keep
Say
going.
more.
Keep going.
Keep on doing it. We lost like 10 points.
Picking up on it.
And then he stopped.
Jerome.
Dropped 10 points. There we go. Oh, this is working. Yeah,
Jerome.
Keep it up.
Mo started it.
Hey, we'll take it. We'll take whatever bearish price action we can get. This does feel like it does want to roll all the way down, though. It just inflicts some more pain. But if we get break even and it rolls over, JD, I might lose a keyboard today. Might lose a keyboard.
Don't move the stop. Don't move the stop then. Let it play out.
We're good. We're good.
We
got one at 680. TP1 680. Diamond hands the rest. I think we got it.
I like it.
Jerome.
Feels good.
Jerome.
Where all my bulls at in chat? Did he disappear? Or there's they
got their money and left.
Bulls got paid earlier.
Oh, okay. 693 bidded below and jumped back up 10 points.
Little rejection right there. Major rejection.
So we're doing a good job of making lower highs and lower lows right now on small time frames. So it's kind of a shift. But let's see. This is still very rangy. This is kind of pretty typical for the one.
Yeah, it's
1
just
PM segment.
sideways city at this time of the day. I don't like it.
Sideways City. It's like a sitcom title.
Sideways City.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good title.
That's a good title.
All right, we're right back to our original entry again.
Well, almost. We'd be stopped out if we were. But we are at break even right now. We're not going to take a loss on this one.
What's our average price? Say
average
14?
Price 21,714. Yeah, we got that excellent dollar cost average down where we sold one at like 722s or something. Where'd we get in? Yeah, that was awesome. 720s.
Nicely done.
Was our ad. So a good example of how, adding when a trade is going against you works. You just already have to have like kind of your risk defined and like what like your level is that you are maintaining. But as long as you keep that, then yeah, you can, average down. But it's not quite the same. Okay, Cat, you gotta go.
The cat didn't cover the trade, did he?
Nope, but it's why I don't have hotkeys, JD. It's why I don't have hotkeys.
That's pretty funny. All right, house account is short. Caesar is short.
Yeah, I'm still in the short.
They're still short.
Kind of just going sideways for a bit. Probably do that till the end of the trading day.
I think we got one push. We got one big push left. NASDAQ always has something in its pocket. A little surprise.
Oh, yeah.
So what's the biggest range we have right now? I'd probably say the 15-minute. It's probably the biggest range, and it's pretty fresh. But you could kind of draw a box from, let's say, 676 to 724. I'd say it's about the 15-minute range. So the longer it stays here, the more of an explosive move outside of the range we should expect. So as long as we don't get stopped out, and this does break to the downside, this could be a pretty sweet trade. And JD, is this not a perfect example of cheap trade? We had someone in chat say, go long, go long, go long, but the risk reward and the opportunity in this trade was, pretty clear.
Yep.
Pretty clear.
I agree 100%, especially after the nice V-shaped formation that we have, straight up, straight down. I just hit my microphone. Straight up, straight down. So you're basically in the market environment like this, you're looking for a pullback to get short, which is exactly what we did. We had a nice bear flag setting up on a 3-minute, 5-minute chart. I could pull it back up on my charts.
Let's see if we
broke
can
out, trading below that now. So we know what our risk is. We trade back inside of this little mini bear flag. Maybe we consider just cutting this trade, but for right now, we're in the money. Momentum still appears to be to the downside, so we're in a good spot. We'll let the market dictate when we're wrong.
1-minute range forming just above 693s. See how that plays out. Caesar, are you at a point like in your trading career where you see your setup and you just get excited to take the trade, or do you still have some like reservations when your setup appears?
Yeah, I do have some reservations. Like, let's say my setup could appear on any determined market open, like on Tokyo Open or New York Open. Like you could have like your pattern and your strategy saying, oh, it's going to go up or down. And like
I wonder if you have the mouse bug.
Clear
hey,
that
Caesar, stop moving your mouse when you're talking, and I think that fixes the issue with you disconnecting like temporarily.
Oh, really? Okay, so
yeah, this happens every now and then. It's a really weird
little bug. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's a little bug. So if I see my setup lining up with like let's say New York Open or Tokyo Open or maybe London Open, I try to avoid taking a trade, because if it's too obvious, sometimes that market open and all the volume that's coming in will just mess with your trade, or it'll take you out, or like it'll push your stop loss to the limit, and then it'll go the way you saw it going. So I try to stay away from bells from market opens whenever I'm trading.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fair enough.
Do you feel like you could? Yeah. Do you feel like you could trade any market with like your system? Do you think you could trade any market in front of you?
Well, the only instruments I've tried to take trades on is gold, Nasdaq, and I think US 30 would be the Dow Jones, right?
Dow. Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't really tried to take trades on anything outside of that, but I think for any instrument, New York would probably would be the best session because of all of the movement. There are days on Tokyo, like let's say December, like doing gold on Tokyo was really slow. There were days where it was just bouncing between it wouldn't want to move more than $3 either up or down. It was just ranging. I like to try to find trending markets to get my plays, so that's way I can just set my trade and just watch it go in that direction instead of having to swing it. Close the trade as soon as it reaches a bounce level and then hop on the opposite direction until it reaches the top side bounce level, so to say, and just being going up and down like sells and buys. I try not to do swings. If the market doesn't want to give you a trend, I guess you will have to take a swing. But scalping and swinging is not really my style. I like doing floats. Just set up the trade and watching it roll.
693s. 100 bidding
process,
at 100 got filled. 100 got filled at around, was it 87s?
87s.
New lows. Yeah, new lows here, at least within this microstructure that we're looking at. Let's see if we end up.
House count working an 80 bid to cover 1. House count short 2 working 80 bid to cover 1.
Jerome.
It looks like there are some buyers, stepping in and buying up some of the bottoms of these wicks here. It's just what time frame are these traders? Because if they're long time frame, it might be a problem. If they're short time frame, they could already be selling and getting out here. This could just be going back lower. Okay. God, man, you see profit, take profit, Shady. Sometimes you don't press the button fast enough.
Got a 15-minute candle about to close in a few seconds. See what this does.
Okay, back to the top of the 1 minute range. So the 1 minute range has now stretched highs and lows, but we're still kind of back in it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Say, I think the real question here is, do we move our stop back up? But I don't know if we do that though. Because if we can close below 713 on this new 15-minute candle, that would just really embolden this range a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you're going to have a trade to hold into Power Hour, Mr. Dolby.
Well, we'll see. We will see. We got Agnieszka coming up, so I'll probably flatten this no matter what. Also, we're pretty close to getting break-even here. I mean, we're only about right on time. Right on time,
Just
Nasdaq?
a couple ticks away.
A couple ticks away, yeah. Because we're at break-even right now. 713s.
There we go. Rejecting off of the cloud on the 1 minute.
Yeah. Man, it's really been a wild one within this 1 minute range here.
Seeing a pretty deep wicks on that 15-minute chart.
Oh, yeah. Very, very deep. But we're still within range. So, like, the argument to move your stop back, like to move the stop back up to say like 724 is just having the stop within the range. Oh, look at this, JD. Goodness gracious. Back down 10 points. That was pretty fast. It's almost 15 points. And sellers came right back in. This is super chop right here. Chat, what do you have? Anything good? Richard Harris. Hello, Richard Harris. Always active in chat. We got a megaphone. A 1 minute megaphone.
A 1 minute megaphone.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
Higher
little baby
highs,
megaphone.
little baby one. Higher highs, lower lows.
Oh, hey guys, a little bit of housekeeping. Before we get out of here, we never got to our hot streaks this morning. We've got, all right, we got the house count short, we've got Caesar short. Here are your funded trader hot streaks. Closed out on Friday.
Megaphone.
Yep.
Nice. Very nice,
Game's
Dolby.
pretty good here.
All right, funded trader hot streaks. Here they are. We lost Ali last week. Ali hit the max loss limit, so that moved Torero up to the front. Torero now at 38 days worth $9,802. Big numbers coming on the hot streaks. We got 3 newcomers too. Gardeliz was here last week, 36 days now. We're at 12,942. Then Daniel, Wang Ying, and Julius. Solid numbers coming from these 3 traders. Daniel now on a 34-day heater worth $18,637. Wang Ying, 34 days worth $17,749. And Julius at 32 days worth $9,500. Those are some big numbers for those respective hot streaks. Big shout out to Daniel M., P&L leader on your hot streaks list for today. We're going to follow up with some of these traders for tomorrow too. Yep. I like seeing those kinds of numbers on the hot streaks list.
And man, NQ really wants to get us stopped out here.
Yeah, it does.
Please don't though. Or we're asking.
Please,
Jerome.
Please.
Jerome. What's our risk? I think our initial risk on this trade, if we went to top of the 15-minute range, is like $350, maybe $400.
It's pretty reasonable.
So, yeah. So that's kind of like the argument to not go to break even, is because if you're playing like a true range kind of trade, like you always want your stop to be outside of range, because anything within range is 100% acceptable for price action and price movement, and you want your stop to be in an area. Okay, we're break even. Minus 399. So let's see if this does get up here. We'll do a little like paper
House count's flat. Is that what you said?
Yes. Right, because now the 15-minute range is still within the range. It hasn't broken out yet. Let's just see theoretically what would happen if we had kept our stop, say, at like 725s, which is outside of the 15-minute range. Would we still be in this trade by the end of the segment? We'll find out and see.
Interesting, yeah. Will that be the liquidity grab before the move lower continues, or since we made a higher low, is this sort of a reversal pattern setting up? Only time will tell, but house count scratch to trade basically. Caesar sticking with his short.
Yeah.
What's your stop at again?
Sticking to.
Where are you covering the
I
short?
have it. Let's see. I have it. I have my stop at 21,723, more or less.
723.
Yeah, just
right about where we were.
If I was looking to get short, I would want to. I would take your stop for sure. That's the juiciest and cheapest trade, because the trade's still valid, right? It's a 15-minute range. It's still a valid.
It's a good point.
Still a valid trade. Range has not been broken yet.
But once it does break, like it'll just go hard in either direction, and
it'll just melt. Yeah,
I'm looking. I want it to melt. Yeah.
That's why the ranges, big ranges, like 15-minute, 30-minute ranges, like intraday. I think those are like the most realistic to be tradable, and like you can get good positioning in there. Be very, very lucrative formations. I find that on like 4-hour daily ranges, they're kind of hard to intraday trade, just because the wicks are so much longer than whatever your stop is going to be, unless you're trading micros and it's super wide, super wide. But 15, 30 minutes intraday are just the best. 5 minutes also very good. But bigger the range, bigger the profit potential. It's bigger the move outside of it. Oh man, JD. This is a good lesson, chat. This is a good lesson. It's all about
we talked about
the stop.
Yep. We talked about it while we were doing it too. We didn't want to do it, but it was also dangerous holding a trade into the next segment. We didn't get to manage it.
This is where things get difficult, right? Because it's like, oh, let's go to break even, and part of me is like, oh, let's just take the profit, and we can always re-enter it. But you go to break even, you get nothing. but that fear of losing ends up making you not win.
Yep. Yeah, the fear of losing makes you not win. That's a great point. Should get that on a t-shirt too.
Yeah.
Topstep swag.
Dolby-isms.
Yeah. Well, I
A
want
couple more minutes, guys. We're going to give this 2 or 3 more minutes. We're going to bring Hogan for the afternoon recap, and then we've got Power Hour coming up. Dolby's going to stick around. We've got Agnieszka.
I think Andre's doing it.
Agnieszka. Andre. Just Andre? Andre and?
Yeah, just Andre.
Agnieszka? Okay.
Yep. That was such a good example. We should have to like timestamp this as a perfect example of accepting risk, moving stops to break even, and the repercussions of all of that. Yeah. We had salad hands. Got Caesar.
Micromanaging. Overmanaging a trade.
There we go. Breaking through. Wants to break through now.
See?
Let's go
move without it. Yep.
It's always the darkest before the dawn, especially in the NASDAQ.
Jerome.
Gotta behave on my live appearance, NASDAQ.
This is a good trade, though. I mean, I wish we had diamond hands. We had Caesar.
I got taken out once, so I had to re-enter.
Yeah. Well, the trade's still valid. It's still a good trade. You just got to get that big break. This hasn't happened yet, but it looks like it really wants to. There's just so much pain below, I think 680s. We're so close. It's only really 20 points, which is a sneeze for NASDAQ.
Yep. Just not getting any real movement right now.
No, pretty typical.
2 more minutes.
Yeah,
2 more minutes.
That's what it looks like at this time of the day. Just consolidates or ranges.
Yep. We got Hogue coming in for afternoon recap.
We got Hogue coming in for the afternoon recap. Actually, we should bring him in right now so we don't lose any time with Agnieszka. So, guys, Caesar, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time. This was excellent. Caesar's still short. He's hanging on to it. Diamond hands, taking it all the way down. Runners are for the auto liquidator, right, folks? That was a joke. Runners are not for the auto liquidator. Dolby time, thanks for joining us. Guys, this has been a great session. We have a new power player. Congratulations, Caesar. You are now a power player here at Topstep.
Oh, man.
Life under trader.
I have no idea how I got here, but I'm here now.
You're here.
One trade at a time. One trade at a time.
One trade at a time.
All right, folks, we're going to step out of the way. Hogue's coming in for the afternoon recap in just a minute, and then we've got Power Hour with Andre and Agnieszka. So we'll be right back. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome, everybody, for the afternoon recap. I'm Hogue. Thanks for joining me. We're going to keep this brief. We got a very special session coming up here, Trading Edge with Agnieszka, and we're looking very forward to that. So, all right, look at the NASDAQ. Yeah, this is a 3-minute chart. Let's look more like a 5-minute chart. We'll get more information on that. Internet IB high. Tried to hold above it. Failure. All the way back to the IB low. That's typical of what happens when you have a failed upside auction. I wouldn't really call this a failed upside auction. This was just the market ran out of buyers. Sellers took over through the IB low. When we open that next 30-minute bar below that, we should probably be looking for shorts. Shorts have been holding. It hasn't been very gratuitous, let's say, to the downside. But we're still holding shorts. The house account had a couple of shorts on. They salad hands or paper hands out of those. Hopefully Caesar's still short this one. I think there's probably still some space to the downside, perhaps all the way back down to 21,650. Excuse me. 21,650, the weekly kickoff high, and that naked point of control that still remains unchecked. S&Ps. Very similar situation. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. Opening range was the dead low of the day. Unable to hold above the initial balance high, the market began to rotate back through the range, took out the IB low. Once we get a 30-minute bar that opens below the IB low, that becomes resistance. We should be looking for continuation moves to the downside. We traded down to the weekly kickoff high already in the S&Ps, 66,017. We're currently taking that out. We've also got a naked point of control right there that we just went and took out. And we were talking about naked points of control quite a bit during Lunchbox Trading. We're seeing some opportunities there now. Take a look at crude oil. This is the 30-minute chart. Here is the open. The opening range was left at the low of the day. The market pushed higher. Got pretty close to weekly kickoff high, 75.10. Where did we get to? We got to 74.99 within 11 ticks of weekly kickoff high. Initial balance high was put in. A failed upside auction above the initial balance high took us through the initial balance low. Acceptance below that. Where did the market target? It targeted a naked point of control. The naked point of control from back here on Thursday. I stretch it all the way across. Where did the market target? Naked point of control. Comfort level. An area where a lot of trades occurred. Market came back to that level to see if there's any business left to do there. For all intents and purposes, this market is closed, but you never know when there's opportunities in gold. Same situation. Market opened, leaving the opening range at the dead high of the day, had a poor low on Friday, indicating that the downside auction was probably not over. We had lots of weaknesses in structure down below. We had a gap. We had a naked point of control. We had another naked point of control. All of those were targeted on this move to the downside, putting in the IB low, and then just falling into range-bound activity. Great stuff. Good day in the house account. We're up a little bit, so that's always good. Really special situation we got going. We're trading edge with Agnieszka Wood. Really looking forward to hearing what she has to say. She is a mindset coach, mindset trading coach, training mindset coach, and she's here to help us make a plan and get our edge in place for 2025. Looking forward to being there and watching this. I will be here with all of you. Enjoy this session. Get a lot out of it. Pay attention. It's going to be some really good stuff. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Yes, yes, yes. We are very, very excited for this. Typically, it would be Power Hour, but no, not today. Today is Trading Edge with Agnieszka Wood, joining us from Naples and CEO of headcoach.com. We're very, very excited for this. She's got a lot in store. She's a mindset coach as well as a trade plan preparer. So without further ado, Agnieszka, welcome to Topstep TV. What do you have in store for us today?
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Andre. I'm so excited to be here and share not just my knowledge, but my experience and just, to talk to traders as my passion to help traders to get on the path to consistency. So I'm very excited for you for me to have the opportunity to be here. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. So we're going to start off. She's got a little presentation for us. And then after that, we'll do a little bit of Q&A. You see pinned to the top of the chat, got the form to submit your questions, and we will go from there. So without further ado, Agnieszka, take it away.
All right. That's awesome. So today I would like to talk to you guys about Trading Edge. I know that a lot of times there is we talk about, do you have an edge in trading? And I know when I started trading, I really had no idea what it even meant. So we can actually share the slides because I want to talk to you a little bit about myself. So Andre, if we could share the slides. Fantastic. Thank you. So just to give you a little bit of background, yes, I am a trading mindset coach. I'm also the CEO of a Head Coach, the online platform that is basically meant to help traders to reach consistent profit. That's where I teach my programs. That's where I coach traders from. But for all, I'm a trader. So I started trading in 2010 without really any preparation or special background. I studied marketing and management. I studied linguistics. So I was definitely not on the spectrum of numbers, financing, and economy. In fact, economy was absolutely not my interest. So when I started trading in 2010, I kind of rolled into it, introduced by my present husband. And, he was trading and I was curious. Basically, that's how it started. And the first years, I lost a lot of money just trying things out. And finally, I started seriously trading in 2014. And when I say seriously, I thought I got serious, and how it showed in practice was that I followed a course to learn technical analysis. And after 3 months of paper trading, I went live. And to make things even more serious for myself and call myself trader for a living, I quit my well-paid job and put myself under financial pressure. Of course, I had some savings, but as you can imagine, there was definitely some pressure to make money there. And the first 2 weeks went fantastic. I made $10,000 in 2 weeks, just, right off the bat, which made me absolutely ecstatic. And unfortunately, I got into a short squeeze, and in the next few days, I lost the whole 10,000 and pretty much all my confidence in myself, in taking trades. So I would jump in, jump out, and then chase, and trying all kinds of different ways to make my losses back. To make a very long story short, and it was quite a long story because I was stuck in that cycle of fear and greed and hope and frustration for 2 years until my body said, that's it. I got pretty good wake up call from my body, sort of a life threatening situation where I woke up thanks to that, because it was caused all by stress. And the only stress source that I had at the time was my trading. So I knew that I had to change something because being in that situation wasn't good for anyone and definitely not good for me. So forwarding the story a little bit faster, I had to go through a total transformation. And when I say transformation, was I really had to dig deep and see what is standing me in my way to consistency. Why am I pushing so hard? Why am I fighting the market? Because I was constantly fighting the market. And if any of you have that situation right now, you might be recognizing the stress and the frustration, but also that feeling of, if I only can stop losing, I'll be there, right? If I only can do this, then this whole beautiful life is going to unfold in front of me. And that's what keeps you in the cycle. So that hope, that feeling of I'm almost there. You are sort of on the edge, but that's the wrong edge. This is not the edge you should be on, because it's a false hope and it causes you to repeat the same sabotaging behaviors over and over again. And when I say sabotaging, is pretty much the habits that make you lose money, that help you to go back after the loss, that commitment and perseverance. You go back and you think, okay, if I just try it again harder, now it's going to work. And as you have probably already discovered, it doesn't. Because when you do something that doesn't work, no matter how many times you are going to repeat it, it's not going to work. And it didn't in my case either. So I really had to dig deeper, and the sort of journey of self-discovery, I call it. And it took me a while. It took me probably a year to do that, and then another year or so to start building my account back up and making my trading a reliable source of income. That's where I got my experience, and that's what I took and put together all those steps that I took into the programs that I now teach to traders and help them to get out of the cycle that I was stuck myself on the path to consistency. It's just the difference is that it took me a while, and I had a background of neuro-linguistic programming and being a life coach, so I had a lot of background that I could use to do that, and it took me about a year. But now, because I know exactly what to do and how to do it, I help traders to do that in 12 weeks. So as a trader, I am still trading every day. I day trade and I swing trade. It depends also a little bit on my workload from other areas, which is a head coach, but also on my passions and the projects that I am implementing. And I manage my own retirement accounts. And just last year, the 2024, because of course I did just the evaluation, I closed the accounts with 62% growth and 70 to 30% win ratio. And my profit factor varies. It varies a little bit between the day trading account and the swing trading. It's somewhere between 6 and 9. So if you are not familiar with profit factor, it basically tells you how much money more you make than you lose. So yeah, let's talk about why consistency feels so hard. Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult to actually do something that you know you should be doing and just do it over and over again? It's very easy for dogs to come back every day and eat the same meal because they don't have this extra part in our brain that remembers what they have eaten yesterday. So we can feed them the same thing every day and they will be perfectly happy. But we have that memory and we remember all the things that have happened in the past. Very long time ago, but also yesterday and also 5 minutes ago. So the trade that you took and you lost is influencing your next decisions. And it's triggering a lot of things. So consistency, to repeat something over and over again, there's just so many different factors coming into it that you are weighing in your head while you're making your decisions, that it makes it very difficult to just do what you know you should be doing. Simply repeat the same thing over and over again. And the market is triggering what I call a squirrel syndrome. If you're familiar with the squirrel syndrome, oh, squirrel, oh, another squirrel.
Yes.
You're getting completely distracted, right?
Yes.
And that's how the market is constructed, right? You have all these different tickers on your screens, and some traders have, 12 different screens they look at. Then there is this news feed and social media and all these things that come at you. And now try to focus. And maybe you think you can do it, but your brain might think completely different about this. So what I really love, what you guys at Topstep are doing, is you are actually creating the environment for traders that keeps them more disciplined. You are forcing those rules on them, because without the rules, people have really trouble to stick to something, to stick to what they should do. And there is this paradox, because when you are a trader, you come into trading because you want to be free. And just look around. You have the freedom. It's just you and your computer. You open your account and you can do whatever you want. And what do? You just keep making decisions that hurt you. So most people are really not ready for that type of freedom, because it takes a lot of discipline and it takes responsibility. So you guys are helping people to take that responsibility. So that's what I really love about that. Because the moment that you are taking the responsibility and acting in your best interest, which means a lot of times taking a loss when you need to, now you can handle your freedom. Now there is no problem. You see what I mean? So having too much freedom without taking responsibility, that's anarchy. And that's where things get out of control. And that's where you start blowing up your account. So most traders, unfortunately, do not acknowledge that, because, it's not so easy to say, I am not a responsible person, right? It requires you to really look deep and say, yeah, I said I'm going to do A, but I did B. And then I did it again and again and again. So that takes some courage to actually look at yourself and admit that maybe, just maybe, there is a little bit of that lack of integrity, right? So, and let's be fair, when you step into learning how to trade, there is really not so much promotion or material that tells you, okay, these are the mental skills that you need to establish, you need to master, that will help you with consistency in your trading. A lot of focus is still on strategies. And just to give you a little bit of context, only 3% of day traders make consistent profits. And most of them cannot even make the minimum wage with day trading. And that shows you that without having an edge in trading, it is nearly impossible to realize your goals and your dreams. And over 80% of traders quit within the first 2 years. And I cannot blame them, because if you are constantly on that roller coaster, suddenly the perspective of working for a boss and coming home and have I don't have to think about work now, and I know I get a paycheck, suddenly seems very attractive.
No, it does not.
Right. So, and these are not just a number. This is really a reflection of how difficult it is to succeed without having a solid edge. And the scary part is that most traders don't really even realize that they are missing it. So this, I love this quote from Aristotle. We are what we are repeatedly do. And excellence is not an act, but a habit. It's really that simple. Consistency is built through repeated actions and habits, and unfortunately, traders often struggle to establish those. Does this sound familiar to anyone? I don't know if you have. Do you have a chat there? Does it sound familiar to anyone? What I'm saying, or is everyone like, I have no idea what she's talking about?
No. I'll say this. I think we said that within 2 years, 80% of traders quit. I guess my question for you, if you don't mind, why do you think that is? Is it simply just because they're not, no profits? I guess would be the easy answer. Is it just they get defeated, they get down? Obviously, 2 years, you're not making money. How do you narrow, if you don't mind me, how do you narrow that learning curve? How do you take that from, they start getting traction, start, finding confidence? I think you mentioned confidence is it a little bit, and maybe habits. Here's this quote: "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. Is it because of poor habits? Is that the reason why they're quitting within 2 years? I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it is because of poor preparation and unrealistic expectations. So you have to imagine, like, if you want to become a pilot, it's not enough to learn how to fly, because for example, if you have a fear of flying, you will not ever become a successful pilot, right?
Right.
You will probably crash the first real flight.
Not good.
So not good. I also like to compare that to, if you would like to fly to a moon, right? We have astronauts. It's a very high performance and very lucrative and very different job than anything else. Trading is a little bit like that. But most traders think that it is very easy, and that, you cannot blame anyone, because if you look in social media, that's how it's being portrayed, right? That's how I stepped into it. Oh, it's easy. You buy low, sell high. I'll be fine. But that mental side of it is completely forgotten. So it is not enough to have a rocket ship to shoot you to the moon. You have to have also proper equipment, right? So, okay, you have your platform, you have your charts and everything. But now those people have to practice, their health has to be on point, and they have to practice all the forces that are going to come at them. They have to know how to move in an environment where there is no gravity. In trading, this part is completely forgotten. How do you operate in an environment that is completely unpredictable, absolutely uncertain? Like anything can happen at any moment, and you have no control over it. Most people are not used to exist in this kind of environment and forget performing. And what happens is, like, when all these triggers, the market is triggering you, and it triggers emotional and triggers mental triggers, basically on the inside of you as a person and your nervous system. You're just reacting. You're just being reactive, and that's where the survival instincts kick in, where your fight, flight, or freeze response kick in. Maybe you recognize, you see your trade going down, you see your account being drained, and you're just sitting there and you cannot move. And later on, it's like, why didn't I just get out of this thing? Because you are dealing here with forces that you are not able to handle, and you have never learned to handle. So this is a matter of skill, I think, and preparation.
Okay, so to that point, what are the forces that you were talking about that you are not prepared? Like forces in terms of what? Fear, greed, anxiety, panic. What are the forces?
Yes, so the forces. So yes, emotional triggers. So definitely those emotional responses that trigger physical but also mental processes inside of you. So yes, panic, fear, and greed, this is all physical and triggers your nervous system. But there are also mental triggers that are going on in your head. So, like, for example, your internal dialogue. And you come into trading with that baggage, with those memories.
Of course, yes.
And every time when something happens, it's being connected by your brain to something that already happened by association. So when you are making a trade, if you didn't know how to disconnect from your previous losses, now you are just trying not to lose.
It's true.
And unfortunately, what happens in how we operate is we get what we focus on. You get what you put your attention on. So if you trade not to lose, guess what you get? You lose more. But it is not easy to disconnect from that fear if you don't know how. If you don't know how to regulate those emotions, if you don't know how to focus, how to basically use your mental skills to do that. And it's a matter of practicing those skills that you, like you go into the gym.
Right.
The more, just like focus skill, right?
Absolutely. Like I guess to this quote, excellence that is not an act but a habit. It's exactly what you're saying. So please continue on.
Yes,
But yeah, I just got a
exactly.
couple questions just to clarify. This is great. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
that's very good. Very good. So, that's where those common struggles are coming. You're constantly second guessing yourself, and this is what you were talking about, confidence. Confidence is not something that just comes from nowhere. Confidence is based on your behavior. So if you keep breaking your rules, after a while, you cannot trust yourself. So deep down, you might be thinking, oh yeah, I want to be confident. But the truth is, you don't even trust yourself anymore, right?
Yes.
If you don't, like, it's very easy to give an example. Like if your friend is making, an appointment with you and cancels every time, the next time he wants to make an appointment, you're like, yeah, I don't even trust it. I'm like, I don't have confidence that this is going to be something, right? So that's what happens with yourself as well. The confidence is not out of nowhere. It's slowly broken down. So, when you start on the wrong foot and you start building those bad trading habits, no wonder that after a while you don't have that confidence because you have shown yourself you're just not to be trusted. And then, you jump from strategy to strategy and you hope that this will be the solution. A lot of times traders feel like the market is there to get me, right? It's like, and this is not working and that is not working and they know where my stops are and all this kind of thing. So you always, right? There's this conspiracy theory, like they know what you're exactly going to do. And you know what? It even doesn't matter. Maybe they do, but that doesn't matter because if you have a plan and you follow it and you have a sound plan with strategy that gives you a certain positive expectancy, it doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. You cannot base your own success on what everyone else is doing. But that's what most traders are unfortunately doing.
Agree. Common struggles, yes. Emotional toll, strategy hopping, yes. All the time, strategy hopping. Because, well, here's the question: if you have to adapt and change your strategies, correct? Common struggles. If this strategy isn't working, this plan isn't working, we're always looking to evolve and always looking to improve it, correct? It's not a static situation. We have to evolve and be dynamic. So I guess the question is, how do you know at what point? I mean, is it just black and white? You just look at your P&L and say, hey, I'm down $5,000 using this strategy. It's time to change it or tweak it or completely overhaul it. I guess would be my question. How do you know how much to change or adjust your plan or strategy?
That is excellent question because this is exactly where the problem is. Most traders are changing strategy after a week of strategy not working. So you have to see if that strategy, first of all, has a positive expectancy. Is it working for someone else? Was it working for you in other market conditions and now conditions have changed and now the strategy is not working? Or is it that you are doing something and that's why the strategy is not working? And that requires you to actually look and analyze your trades, to analyze the situation and also over a little bit longer period and not just, I tried this new strategy a week, it's not working, new one. Because that keeps you at the same point all the time. You have to understand that in order, like the word consistency is over a longer period of time. You cannot measure consistency over a short time. That just doesn't exist. So most traders give up too soon and make the conclusion my strategy is not working because it's easier. Because it's easier and it gives hope. Maybe the new one will work. And this guy is making money with this strategy, so let me try. And then the second part is the strategy alignment. It's like, is the strategy aligned with you as a person? Or are you trying to swing trade or trade, I don't know, on a 1 hour chart and you are just being bored and just start trading out of boredom because this is not the person you are. I mean, I can tell you if I put my 1 hour chart, I feel like I'm watching paint dry or a tree grow, And I'm like, what am I doing here? And I get frustrated, and that's the worst thing that you can have, frustrated in front of the chart, right? So I'll talk also a little bit more about that.
Okay, please.
So the biggest misconceptions are that, you know, that the edge, having an edge is actually having a foolproof strategy. But there is no strategy that works 100% of the time. That's the thing. And it doesn't have to. That's the beauty of it. In trading, you can make so many mistakes and still be successful. But a lot of traders are perfectionists, right? Because we are ambitious people, we are high achievers, and we want everything to work like in a clock. Swiss watch, right? And that, unfortunately, you got to let that go when you want to be successful in trading, because it's unpredictable and you have to move on. It's like moving with the flow of the market. It's not just, a cliche thing, just, go with the flow. No, you really have to do that, because the moment the price moves and you get stuck on an idea that you had 2 hours ago, you are out of sync. The market has moved and you're still stuck in the past, stamping your feet like, yeah, but I want this to work. So now you're not in the flow. And then some other people, think that it's a shortcut to copy someone else's system. But then again, you might not necessarily be aligned with that system and not execute it consistently. So it's really worthless, no matter how great it's working for the other person. So think about it. Imagine a professional athlete. They can have the best training plan in the world, right? But if they don't stay focused on it, if they don't stick to their routine or manage their emotions under pressure when they actually have to perform, they're not going to succeed, right? And that's the same in trading. It's no different. It is not about the tools. It's about the trader who is using them. And that's the missing link that a lot of traders, they put their focus in front of them instead of back on them. And I like to say, just try to see that screen that you are looking at every day as a mirror.
It's a mirror.
Everything what's happened. Yes.
Yes, it is 100%. It is a mirror. And yes, please go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fascinating.
Yeah. It's a reflection of yourself. So all the mistakes that you are doing and the results that you are getting is a reflection of your actions. And if you are not seeing that, and you might not know what to look at, and that's where you need to learn those skills. But if you're ignoring that this is the case, then you are just keep fighting yourself. You think you're fighting the market, but you are actually fighting yourself.
I agree, 100%. Yes, the tools only get you so far, and by tools you mean indicators, all
strategy,
your
even
strategy, news sources, all that. When at the end of the day, it is about the trader. Did you get enough sleep? Did you prepare? Are you did you preparation for the week? Are you mentally in a good spot? Are you on tilt? We have some questions about that after this, but yeah, please. This is
okay.
really good.
Sure. Okay, so just because your strategy is only really as strong as your ability to execute it, like you said, and if fear and greed or hesitation takes over, then you will simply deviate from your plan. And then suddenly your best miracle strategy, this is not going to save you. Even with a great strategy, it only will work if you follow it. We said that this is the basic thing. And if you really reflect on it, you will see how much true it's in there. And then probably what many traders then do is after a webinar like this or after a presentation like this, they just go back and keep doing what they're doing. So I really hope, guys, that you don't do that, because this is such an important thing that really makes so much difference, and it really helps you to get that edge in trading. So you need that strategy. I mean, you need a strategy that has positive expectancy. Let's settle that. So that means that over a series of trades, over a period of time, your strategy statistically is likely to be profitable. It's not about winning every trade, but the average win has to be greater than your average losses over time. So, and then secondly, you need that consistent execution. Because if you cannot, it's like having a high performance car, but then not knowing how to drive it. You have this amazing potential in your hand, and you know it because it's like, oh my God, and this guy made so much money with this, and look, for a week I was able to make it, and now I lost everything. So you have this potential, but then you don't have the skill and the focus to handle it. And that's why you're getting nowhere. And that's what gives you that trading edge. This is those elements together in balance, working together. That's what gives you the trading edge. And like we talked about, so this is where most traders look for their edge, is they focus either only on strategy or they look for a holy grail. Anyone? I know I was looking for a holy grail for a long time.
Always. I'm still, and Jessica, I'm still looking for the holy grail. Real quick question. Does the holy grail exist? Does it actually exist?
No, it doesn't. Not yet, it does, but not outside of you.
Well, why do I keep looking for it if I know it doesn't exist, but I still keep looking for it? Yeah, I still keep looking for it, but I know it doesn't exist.
Yes. So the question is, what is it that you are actually looking for? You're looking for a solution, right?
Yes. 100%.
So yes. So the solution to what problem are you looking for?
Ooh, wow, that's a deep question. The solution, problem I'm looking for, I guess, profitability, validation, fear, to not be scared, to be able to look at myself in the mirror and say, hey, you know what you're doing. You can keep up with the competition. Yeah, like you said, self-validation as well.
Yeah. So do you see that, like, if you really take that as like, okay, so these are my problems, it's like, how can trading strategy solve these problems? That's
a hell of a point.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's like you're sick, but you're going to, to a tennis court look for a solution. It's like
there's no equivalent. Yeah, it's false equivalency, of course. Yes.
Yeah. Remember that to get a good answer, you have to ask the right question. And that's why, because the question about like what is really going on is not asking the right way, traders go and try to change strategy. But the strategy is not the problem, it's the other element that's missing. And those elements, dealing with your fear, dealing with self-validation, those are all internal problems. Market has nothing to do with that. What market does greatly, and I am personally very thankful for it because it changed my life as a trader, but also as a person, is the market helps you to find those answers because it triggers you every time. And it's uncomfortable, but that's when the biggest growth happens. When we feel uncomfortable, just like when you go to a new place, you travel somewhere and you feel uncomfortable. That's where that growth happens, right? And that's how your growth will happen, when you dare to say, you know what? Okay, so I am fearful. What am I scared of? And then you start looking deeper and actually start solving those issues, because a lot of times those are connected to our past. And I'm not saying 40 years ago. Yes, sometimes it's the case, but sometimes it's, to things, even that to our expectations, to our unrealistic expectations. There are several truths that we are using to live our lives, our beliefs.
Sure.
That are simply not translatable to the market. But if you don't know better, you take them and you bring to the market and you expect it to work. The market is so different. Just like working hard. This is the best example because I know everyone can relate to that.
Okay.
Something is not working. More charting, more trading, more YouTube videos. That's not the problem. The knowledge is not the problem. That's not what the problem is. So you have to solve the real problem in order to get the symptoms out of the way. And a lot of people, unfortunately, just touch up the symptoms. And it helps for a while, because when you get new strategies, like an Advil pill, now it's the new shiny object. Oh, this strategy is going to work. Squirrel.
Squirrel, yes.
And you feel like you're making progress because, oh, you know what? Now I have a new strategy. Now I have to set up all my charts all over and all this indicators. So you feel like you're making progress. You get enthusiastic. But a week later, you are exactly at the same point where you were, if not further away, because you're just starting building the house over,
Interesting.
So
it's deeper. It's deeper than just profits and losses. It's much deeper than profits and losses. It's much deeper.
Oh my gosh.
Self-validation. Like the market. Yes. The market it triggers things that come from within as opposed to anything else. The strategy could be profitable, positive expectancy. And
Right.
like you said in the previous slide, the execution could be the the bottleneck or the point of failure. So yeah, like you said, it's one big mirror. It's one big mirror, and Jessica. So yeah, please go on. This is illuminating to say the least.
It's awesome. So yeah, really the key to developing your edge in trading is the balance between your strategy, making sure you are aligned with your strategy, execution, and your mindset. So this is like in a very simplistic way said, this is a holistic approach, so to say. It's not one or the other. And the funny thing is that a lot of times people think it's that way, that it's one or the other. I mean, this is the way that I've learned, technical analysis. I had no idea, even though as a coach, that you need any psychology in trading. And I think my thinking is also that's also the reason why a lot of people get into trading, because now they don't have to deal with all that shit. It's just numbers. It's the screen. And, now I can be just on my own and nobody's going to bother me. I have no boss telling me what to do. But guess what? You sit there and now you are confronted very strongly with yourself.
Yes, you are. It's only you. It's you and the screen, Jessica. It's only you and the screen. So what do you do? Yes.
Exactly.
I've got the freedom. I don't have a boss. I can make $1 bazillion. But that's the moment of truth when it's just you in the market. Now this is when shit gets real. So now what do we do?
Exactly. So yeah, it is really to just realize that you cannot go around it. Maybe actually in other jobs you can go around it because you at least have other people to blame. But here you have no one to blame but yourself. You can try the market. It doesn't care if you blame the market, right?
No, it does not.
So yeah, this is really, where do you start is assess your strategy first. Does it have positive expectancy? And is it aligned with who you are, with you as a person, with your personality, with your risk tolerance? Are you aligned with it? And then build emotional resilience. So dealing with emotions, I don't even say managing it, but regulating it. I sometimes say managing just for people to kind of relate more to it, but you're not managing anything. You're just regulating your emotions, because what you are actually doing is you're regulating your nervous system, the physical body, because that's where the emotional response comes. You feel that physically and you got to regulate it. And there are tools for it. There are ways to do that. And you just simply have to learn it. Point. There is really nothing abracadabra about this. And you have to master your execution. So you have to prepare and stick to your plan. And there are also mental skills to do that. And of course, you have to have a plan.
Yes, you do. Of course. Of course.
So
yes.
With that, once you have that, you can really start making steps forward and finally break from that cycle, which brings you so much frustration. And I know, as anyone else, who has been stuck in there, how badly it can get. It's just it's not just your money. It affects your whole life, your relationships, the way you sit at the dinner table, like sleepless nights and wondering, oh my God, what's going to be tomorrow?
Yes. Antisocial. I'm antisocial. I get short. I get stabbed. And you know what? And the problem is, unfortunately, we take it out on those that are closest to us, which they're our support system. Those are the ones that are least to blame.
Yeah.
And we internalize it. And then, I don't know if the words reflect or deflect or project, perhaps is the word.
Project. Very good. Yes.
Yes. And then so that it kind of goes full circle. We project onto others, and then they're not happy with us, and then I can feel that and I sense it, and then it bleeds into the trading, and it's just a never ending cycle. So I guess how do I break that cycle? How do we break a cycle like that where I guess stop beating yourself up maybe a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm the one clicking the buttons. I'm the one clicking the buttons. I'm the one executing. So there's no one else really to blame but myself or the trader themselves.
Yes, and that doesn't help. So I actually on Wednesday I will be doing a free webinar where I will go into depth, and I have a QR code here, guys. So this is
great.
This is about trading edge, and I will go through the steps how to build the trading edge. So this will give you an idea like where to start. Where do I even start? What do I need to do? How do I begin? Because it's not an overnight thing. Oh, and now everything is going to be great. Like I just stopped, because you probably have tried it
Snap
already.
the fingers. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Building new habits takes time, but the change, the insights, and the transformation, like changing your mindset, that can happen really fast, because we are changing our mindset. It's like, I like to say mindset is like setting of your mind. We are set on certain things, how we think. And the moment that you get new insight, you change your perspective. Now you are changing your mindset, how you perceive things, how you see things, and how you basically reflect them on yourself. This is all a change of perspective, and those shifts can happen really very fast. And once you do that, then you start building new habits that support that new mindset, which that takes a little bit of time. But there are really simple steps that you can follow. And those are the steps that I recommend. These are the steps that I have been teaching since almost 6 years to traders. And they are stepping from the losing cycle to consistent profitability and building consistency, moving on. And yeah, really great results, and not just in their trading, but really big changes in their life. I like to say, you think you are doing the trading, but if you're really doing well, you're becoming a trader, because trading makes you a better person.
I love that. Agnieszka, bringing the heat right here on Topstep TV. Loving this session. If you don't mind, I want to do a quick market recap. Let you get a drink of water.
Oh, no, of course.
Quick market recap. All right, last trade in the NASDAQ. We did see the market bottom out around, 21,641. Up about 70 points from there. Last trade, 21,715. Take a look at the ES. ES showing some weakness, about 4 points off the lows there. 6,013 last trade in the ES. Dow, boy, oh boy, Dow is finding no bid whatsoever. Dow's about 60 points off of the lows there. Last trade, 42,925. So let's keep an eye going into the close. We've got about 4 minutes till MOC, so everyone be ready for that. Anyways, if you don't mind, please continue. This is absolutely fascinating. The webinar, you said. The webinar is going to be on the 8th and another one on the 11th.
On Wednesday, the 8th. Yes, and then because this week also my group program opens the door for enrollment, and I do only 3 times a year, and I accept only 12 people into my program, so I can work with them really very closely. So this is the Rise Up of the Profitable Trader, and the Winter Accelerator starts January 14th. So on a Saturday, I have the open house, and I have here another QR code for that one. So you can sign up. It's completely free, and you will learn how this program works, how we would work together if you decide to join and need to qualify. And yeah, you can start setting, your first step towards profitability. Again, it's consistent profit in 12 weeks, basically. And my last group finished in November, and it was absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait to start again. Because it's a very, just say, such a committed group of people, and it's a really nice group because it's just 12 people. So I have a lot of personal attention where I can give a lot of accountability, but also personal coaching to everyone. So really a lot of fun, and a lot of good results along the way.
In these sessions, does it get uncomfortable for some traders? Does it get uncomfortable having to look internally? Does it get emotional? Are emotions released? Just in terms of the experience, how do your traders experience something like this?
Yeah. Well, it's a very good question, because it tells me that for some people, yes, for some people, release of emotion is uncomfortable. But you have to tell me, what is more comfortable, holding and fighting with the emotion, or finally releasing the emotion and be done with it?
There's a lot there. Yeah, in the near term, I guess keeping it in, but in the long term, releasing it. Correct? I would think.
Yeah, Yeah, because you see but that's the thing. Emotions is energy in motion. Emotion is something that is passing, and that's what happens during trading. You are being triggered, the emotion comes in and it creates something in your body, and then most people think I have to do something with it. Oh, it doesn't feel good. Let me suppress it, and then you keep it. And then you keep doing that over and over again. And then finally it explodes because you cannot suppress energy without it to explode at some point. So all these overreactions is suppressed energy. So I teach you how to regulate those emotions that when it comes up, first of all, I show you how to recognize when you're getting triggered. What is exactly triggering you so that you can be ahead of it, so that it doesn't get out of hand. But then when you're already getting triggered, like how to regulate this so that you can be still in charge.
Wow. Amazing. Okay, great. Wow. Yeah. One more question. Do you find it's mostly males are the one that mostly suppress their emotions and energy?
I would say no.
Really?
Look at me.
Really?
Look at me. I was the one suppressing my emotions. But because this is what we all have learned. And I know that, and it's funny that you asked it because women are actually proven to be better in trading than men. And they are in general known as more emotional beings. So there is this misconception that being emotional is wrong or bad, and that it's, you should suppress emotion. But actually, being an emotional being, a human, makes you human, because humans have emotions. And if you know how to use your emotions, they are there to protect you. So when you are trading, you should not be suppressing your emotions, pushing them away. They are warning you a lot of times about something. And if you learn to listen, you can use them. So I teach people how to use their emotions so that it's part of you. It's part of your toolkit, your emotions. It's not something that you should get rid of. So when people say, yeah, I want to be unemotional, trade like a computer, I'm like, you are just throwing away a huge help. This is part of your big potential you have and you can use. Don't do that.
Incredible. Excellent stuff.
But the thing is how to
got about 9
control it
minutes.
in. Okay.
Exactly. Well, hold on. We have 9 minutes left. MOC just came out real quick. Plus 920 million buy side S&Ps. Plus 715 million buy side Nasdaq. Plus 280 million buy side Dow. Quick math, about almost 2 billion buy side in the equities. We're seeing a bid coming in here. Market is up about 20, 25 points after that MOC came out. Go ahead and yes, we got about 8 minutes left. This has been fantastic. We have your links posted in the chat. Of course, we got the QR codes for the webinars coming up. So quick recap, please.
Awesome. So I just want to leave you with one thing. Remember that your trading edge is both your strategy and consistent execution. You cannot disconnect it. You cannot say, I will do first one and then the second one, maybe when I'm consistent. It's not going to work. So your success is about progress and not perfection. So at least start, make the first step. Whatever that step is for you, start working on your consistent execution, whether it is to learn mindset skills, whether it is to learn emotional regulation, whether it is to, when you start aligning your strategy, start doing something in the right direction and not just simply repeating what you have been doing that's not working. And it really begins with that decision to change, that decision to change. And I know it might be uncomfortable because nobody likes changes, but just imagine where you want to be. It's going to be a big change. You actually want that change. So you have to do something different that might feel uncomfortable to get there. Okay. And this is like, if you want to connect with me, I have a podcast, Confidence in Trading, on most platforms. You can find me there and connect with me on Twitter, Ahead Coach, and Instagram, Ahead Coach, and my website is aheadcoach.com. And you can always send me an email if you have a question. And I really hope to see you at one of the webinars, or maybe even both.
Yes, Dziękuję bardzo much. And Jessica, thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Really quick, if you don't mind, we have a couple questions from the audience,
Absolutely.
if you don't mind. Yes.
No, go ahead.
Particularly interesting. Do people have certain brain types or wiring that would make it impossible to be a successful trader?
So everyone has a wiring, right? This is this is what we call neuroplasticity, and the wiring is the habits are wired into our brain. So the concept of neuroplasticity is scientifically proven. Everyone can rewire the brain. So it is not wired for a certain type of job. It is wired for habits. So if you want to change your habits, you need to rewire your brain by introducing your new habits and by consistently repeating it. This is how you create new neural connections in your brain, and then the other ones become dormant. This is a matter of where you focus on, where you put your attention, and how you start refocusing your mind. That's like the quickest answer to it, and I hope that helps. I have never heard of something that someone is not wired in their brain for trading or not. That might be just sort of an excuse.
Gotcha. Okay, so yes, so it is possible. And in terms of building habits, do you have? Is there a time? I've always heard, 10 days, 30 days. You turn it in from a fluke to a habit, like a timeline in terms of you want to break a habit and create a new one. Is there a timeline for something like that? If you're consistent with the practice of changing.
Yes, it depends really how often you practice. So the more you practice, the quicker you will get into habit. And I would say with the consistent practice, you can start seeing a result in 2 weeks already. And it's already a matter of focus because every habit starts with your thoughts. And the doing, if you start introducing new habits just from the perspective of doing, that's like treating the symptom. Everything that we do is directed by our beliefs, by our thoughts, and how we speak to ourselves, how we talk ourselves into and out of things. So when you can create those mental habits to start with, the awareness of how you talk to yourself, and then the way to speak to yourself, the way that, about the certain habits you want to implement, this is going to speed up the process significantly.
Amazing stuff. All right, one last question. We got about 4 minutes left, and this one I think applies to a lot of traders, new and experienced and veteran traders. Overcome tilting. When you go on tilt, we talk about the emotional. You get mad, you take a couple losers, you say, "Screw it, I'm gonna, go down to my DLL." Dealing with going on tilt as a trader, it's something that we all deal with, and we all, I guess, fight in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I think this is a really very good question because when you are dealing with something, it's already too late. What I like to do is to be ahead of those things. So before you actually get there, you have a lot of things you can do to stop it. Just like when if you don't want to have a car accident, maybe don't drink in excess before you start driving, right?
That's good advice.
So there is a lot of things that come before you go on tilt. And with mental skills, with mindset skills, you can get yourself to the point where you actually recognize it before you get on tilt and choose a different direction. It's a little bit like the domino effect. When you are already on tilt, that's, the first domino fell and now you're just reacting. A lot of times it's the nervous system that is getting you into survival response, and there's a lot of chemicals coming into play. So yes, now you are dealing and you sort of like playing out that scenario. That's why it repeats all the time, pretty much the same way. So I would say stop dealing and start preventing. That will sound like a doctor, but
I like it.
Like it's a lot in trading. It's so much about prevention, preventing like risk management. This is also part of your risk management, preventing those scenarios to happen before they happen. And that is much easier to do because you are not in that emotional state. So, if you think you're a non-emotional being, speaking of tilt, that's like all kinds of emotions coming there. And that's also where, I have a lot of emotions that I am suppressing because that's what tilt is. It's an explosion of emotions.
It is.
That you cannot control.
And one question, I guess, a little personal for you. When you were a new trader, I know about the $1,200, the lucky trade you put on. When you were a new trader, what was your biggest weakness that you had to overcome personally or internally. When you looked up to the mirror, Agnieszka, what did you see as a new trader?
A lot. I have to say a lot, but one of the biggest thing was my survival instinct and being perfectionist. And actually, it's a very personal question, so I'll give you a personal answer. I have grew up in a lot of fear and distress and developed a very strong survival instinct. And that came to, throughout my life. Survival instinct in general gave me a lot of good things because I would always, work hard and go for it, and no obstacle was too big for me. In trading, that survival instinct was triggered so much that I would constantly fight the market. Constantly. I would constantly go against the trend. So recognizing it, that first of all, that I had this survival mechanism, that I was, looking back on my life, I was like, oh my God, I have put myself into so much risk throughout my life and talk myself into it and even was proud of it. Now in trading, it showed me how much it was hurting me, not just in trading, but even before. And that's what was one of the really big things. And the perfectionist part was, trying to be loved as a child, not trying to get that attention from my parents, and getting the self-worth. That was another thing that came very strongly for me, that, being perfectionist preventing me from not accepting mistakes. I could not be wrong, because that would mean nobody would love me. I would be rejected. And on a regular basis, I would, like, after losing day, I would go to my husband and say, do you still love me? And that really hit me hard. When I did that, I was like, why am I even asking that? So that was another thing. There were two really major things. There was, a lot of different things, but that were really the things that were very personal for me, yes.
Thank you for being so open and honest. Transparency is number one here at Topstep. And Agnieszka, thank you so much. Headcoach.com. Go check out the webinars. We are going to isolate this and play it again and again and again. How do you think that went, Agnieszka? Because we had a blast doing it. Did you like that? Was it fun?
Me too. I loved it. Thank you so much for having me. This is fantastic. That's what I love doing. So thank you.
Excellent. We will isolate this, play it again and again and again. Everyone, thank you so much. And with that being said, shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. Crazy close there. We saw the big pop on the MOC. And without further ado, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here. Thank you so much, Agnieszka. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you both so much. And Andre, like Andre said, we're going to post that online if you missed even a second of it. Hope you were all taking notes. Lots of great information there. Just lots of great trading mindset to take into the new year. Talking about going into the new year, here's what we got in the docket for tomorrow. Fast markets. We got Andre, MP, Hogue, Coach Dakota, Nick for a tick, and a drop in by Coach Hoop. Morning recap with Hogue. At 11:15, we have our newer segment, the VIP Lounge, where we're going to have on Mandy F from Coach Hoop's VIP team, and they'll be joined by Coach Hoop, Andre, and Dolby. After that, we got Shoulder Tap, Hogue and Mick, Lunchbox Trading, JD and Hogue. Coming back later in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, Power Players, JD, Dolby, and Franklin O. Then we have the afternoon recap with Hogue, and of course, Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, a special appearance by Alex Ferreira and KV. So don't miss that Power Hour tomorrow. It should be really cool. We're going to catch up with Alex about his trading and his skiing. And we're going to talk to KV about what he's been up to since we last had him on. So that's tomorrow. Today is now. And right now, you should be doing one of two things. You should be either logging off for the evening, or you should be tuning into At the Buzzer. Why not both? That's right. Stick around. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay is coming up right now at 3:15 p.m. Central. After that, we got Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. And of course, London Open with Deanna tomorrow morning at 3:30 a.m. Central. So, after you watch At the Buzzer, go take a walk around the block, cool off, have a good time, and we'll see you bright and early, 8 a.m. here tomorrow. As always, you're the chat. I'm James Harden. Have a great rest of your night.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
7-5 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting to pick up. 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured at Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now, or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better, everyone. All right, switch left tab. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right?
Come on.
But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.